Streaks of light fell from the sky, disrupting space and sending the Long Ma herd crashing down. The final lightning split the heavens, burying the fortress in ruins. Corpses of the Yu-Long soldiers scattered everywhere, forming a horrifying scene. The setting sun shrouded the human fortress as a crimson magic beam struck the ground violently. The ancient holy dragon appeared, yet its eyes reflected resignation before fate's change. Zhishengzhe watched the decay, chokingly admitting that even the Longzhu had bowed humanity had lost faith. At that moment, Atto the Guardian of Time rushed out of the space gate in haste. He knelt, devoutly proposing to sacrifice his body and soul to open a temporal path, begging his master to send hope away from extinction. Atto firmly believed his master's wisdom could reshape humanity's future in another era, eyes blazing with resolve. Zhishengzhe sighed, saying that even gods who understood time couldn't escape the fate of this age. With those words, he struck his staff hard upon the ground. A massive surge of magic erupted, swirling around his body like a storm. Countless holy books flew through the air, controlled by the sage's immense power. From the myriad tomes, he chose one containing the mightiest energy. With a distant gaze, he declared that only those beyond time could alter mankind's course. He swung his staff, releasing a devastating spell that shook space itself. From the fortress peak, light burst forth, piercing through the heavens. That energy shot toward the bloodthirsty demon spirit, a creature of terror to frail humanity. The monster's deep voice echoed, mocking futile resistance before devouring the fortress's power. Atto, shocked, gasped, but his master coldly replied that every ray of hope was swallowed by despair. His final decree rang out, "Humanity shall vanish with the old era," as the demon spirit roared and shattered the time gate. Realizing his destiny, the elder closed his eyes in solemn reflection. He raised his staff, shouting a sacred vow as brilliant light burst from both bodies, merging into the sky like a hero's requiem. His cry made the entire army turn, entranced by the resonant voice of the Ji Sheng Ren echoing across the battlefield. The fortress flared violently, illuminating the night, signaling the end of an era. The elder called upon the last warriors to ignite the final flame. The cavalry shouted in unison, tears mixing with cries as they pledged to obey, living and dying with their faith. The demon spirits screamed in despair, powerless before humanity's sacrificial might. Their prayer became a stream of energy through time, gifting the future with hope. That energy spiraled through space, opening a new, vibrant realm. It was an ancient wilderness where beasts ruled and humans merely survived. Linguists bonded with wild beasts, forming bases and seizing resources to rise as masters of the world. But outside those bases, danger lurked everywhere, each step a gamble between life and death. The Haidang stronghold endured for centuries in the perilous land, thanks to its mighty master who founded the linguist training system, ensuring its survival. The master's figure appeared majestic and weathered, standing within Haideng as a symbol of strength and time. In the city, Tu Hang silently gazed at the announcement board, eyes deep in thought. The notice coldly declared that anyone failing to hatch a spirit beast within 3 years would be reassigned to the collection team. Defiance meant death. After reading, Tu Hang gently stroked the egg in his hand, sighing in helplessness. He sat beside a wooden crate, holding the blue egg tightly as his trembling hands clenched. His face grew heavy, knowing tomorrow was the deadline while the egg remained motionless. The more he thought, the more trapped he felt, unable to find a way out of his fate. He looked up at the sky, murmuring words of resentment and regret. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light shone down into his view. Tu Hang froze, astonished, questioning what he was witnessing. A strange energy swept over his head, causing the egg to slip from his grasp unnoticed. Drained of strength, he collapsed onto the ground beside the blue egg. His eyelids closed, sinking into a deep, unconscious sleep. In his dream, his spirit beast took form, spreading its wings across the vast sky. Its claws gleamed, radiating overwhelming might. After circling once, the creature landed near him, eyes brimming with vitality. Its face became clear red pupils and sharp fangs, symbolizing power. In the dream, Tu Hang rode the spirit beast, standing proudly upon a rock with immense aura. Suddenly, an urgent call shattered the dream, and the beast vanished into light. He jolted awake, hearing someone shouting beside his ear before he could comprehend. A rope brushed his face, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Lan Zhen standing before him. The man yelled, demanding why he stayed overnight in the city. He emphasized that special trainees were forbidden to remain in the fortress. Tu Hang replied in confusion, mumbling that everything just now was a dream. He silently admired the power of dragon tamers, heart filled with longing. Lan Zhen, seeing no response, growled angrily, feeling insulted. He suddenly struck, slapping Tu Hang hard across the left cheek. The pain fully awakened him. Clutching his face, his eyes burned with fury. Lan Zhen sneered, mocking that Tu Hang would soon leave with the scavenger team. He threatened that Tu Hong would die in the wasteland, smiling with cruel delight. Suddenly, the egg nearby cracked, light seeping through the fissures. Lan Zhen gaped, shouting in shock as the shell began to split. Tu Hang watched, joy flooding his face. He clutched the egg tightly, crying out in emotion, finally succeeding after 3 long years. Lan Zhen was struck dumb, terrified that the man he scorned had achieved the impossible. He quickly forced a smile, pretending friendliness to hide his fear. With flattering words, he promised to report to the instructor to confirm Tu Hang's new status. But a calm, authoritative voice from the doorway cut him off. The newcomer was Lu Nu, the supreme instructor of Haideng City. She sternly ordered Tu Hong to attempt connecting with his spirit beast. He repeated her words in confusion, glancing down at the glowing egg. Gently calling, he whispered for the life within to awaken. A clear, lively cry sounded from inside the egg. Hearing it, Tu Hong beamed with joy, smiling as if sunlight had broken through. Lu Nu smiled faintly, placing a hand on his shoulder, praising that Haideng had gained a young and promising beast tamer. Looking closer, she noticed a visible bruise on his face. Her voice deepened as she asked where the injury came from. Tu Hang immediately pointed to Lan Zhen, accusing him of the assault. Lu Nu's tone turned icy, her sharp gaze like blades as she declared the crime of attacking a beast tamer. She swiftly sentenced him to 20 lashes and exile beyond the city to gather supplies, her words cold as steel. Lan Zhen panicked, kneeling and begging both Lu Nu and Tu Hang for mercy. Lu Nu ignored him, simply motioning for Tu Hong to follow her. The two left the training area, heading deeper into the fortress center. They reached the grand hall to meet Baoju He. He looked at Tu Hang with excitement, praising him as the first new beast tamer in half a year. Lu Nu confirmed, explaining that he nearly joined the scavenger team, but had broken through unexpectedly last night. She added that a reward for such effort must not be omitted. He laughed heartily, commending Tu Hang's extraordinary will to surpass life and death, his voice echoing through the hall. Then he grew solemn, declaring he would grant Tu Hong 2 crucial choices. First, to receive the dragon scale containing draconic blood, empowering his spirit beast with potential dragon heritage. Second, to wait for his second beast bond and choose a creature from Zhou He's private collection. Tu Hang thought briefly, then respectfully chose the dragon scale, believing the present chance outweighed any promise. Zhou He laughed in delight, promising the dragon scale would be delivered to him that evening. He reminded Tu Hong not to forget his original ideals and to continue dedicating himself to the stronghold. Tu Hang placed his hand on his chest, eyes firm, replying with unwavering faith. Outside, Haideng's districts were starkly divided, the inner zone wealthy, clean, and comfortable. The outer zone, however, was poor, where people crowded in shabby homes. In an old outer district house, Tu Hang yelped as his ear was pulled. His sister, Tu Ting, scolded him angrily for disappearing all night. She kept berating him for making her wait outside the city gate all morning, threatening punishment for worrying her. As the siblings argued, a sudden knock came at the door. Tu Ting frowned and shouted to ask who was visiting. The door opened and Zhang Cheng entered, bowing respectfully to Tu Hong and addressing him as Sir. Zhang Cheng reverently presented a box, saying it was a gift from the Lord Baoju, wishing Tu Hang success in his promotion. Both siblings widened their eyes in shock at the treasure before them. Tu Ting cheered with joy, unable to believe her brother had been promoted. She tearfully embraced Tu Hong, proud that their family's effort was finally rewarded, believing their parents afar would be proud too. Tu Hang smiled softly, reminding her to stay calm since a guest was still present. As they separated, a group of guards entered respectfully, carrying trays of gold and silver. Tu Ting grew flustered, making an excuse about a sudden errand to avoid the scene. She hurried to the door, telling her brother to treat the guest well before vanishing. The door closed, leaving only Tu Hang and the guard in the room. He scratched his head with an awkward smile, unsure what to say. Approaching the treasure tray, he lifted the glowing item in his hand. Examining it closely, he asked if it was indeed the dragon scale mentioned earlier. The item's reflected light left him stunned by its mystical beauty. Suddenly, the dragon scale shot upward, spiraling in the air. Under Tu Hang's astonished gaze, a wondrous scene unfolded. An ancient book materialized slowly within the beam of light. Opening it, he saw ancient script written across the pages. The text described the evolution ritual from scale stage, dragon mark, dragon larva, to aberrant dragon blood. Tu Hang froze in awe, taking a long moment to regain composure. He bowed his head in gratitude for the miraculous gift before him. A thought flashed, he silently repeated the phrase, scale to dragon. Knowledge surfaced in his mind that dragon snake marks were creatures capable of destroying small strongholds, far beyond his current mid-tier beast. Gazing at the two glowing treasures, he began calculating how to use them. The aberrant dragon blood inside the vial appeared as black liquid, stirring his curiosity about its true function. He recalled Zhou He and the miracles he had achieved, along with rumors of the female prodigy he once mentored. She had only hatched a high-danger-level spirit beast, yet was personally taught by the Lord himself. Fire of determination burned in Tu Hang's eyes. He believed that if he could hatch a dragon snake mark, his fate would change. Without hesitation, he ran straight to the apothecary to buy the necessary ingredients. After paying, he had already planned the full procedure for the coming ritual. Back home, he immediately set up an ancient formation, swiftly drawing magical symbols. Placing the dragon scale at the center, he poured all his spiritual power into the ceremony. Light from the relic spread outward as the egg began to soften gradually. A magnificent form slowly emerged within the brilliant radiance. He stared as the dragon scale took shape, its light blazing, then swiftly fading. The object shrank again, returning into the still egg. A faint cracking sound echoed, urging him to step closer. Doubt arose in his heart. Was this a common scale beast or the legendary dragon snake mark? The next morning, the training yard buzzed with energy. Warriors trained fiercely, their spirits soaring. Every movement was strictly overseen by Lu Nu. Her eyes, cold as steel, followed each person with firm and regal authority. In the yard below, soldiers whispered mockingly about Tu Hang's long absence, some joking that he must have dried up dead at home. At that moment, Lu Nu's gaze turned straight toward the entrance. She saw Tu Hang appear and greeted him with surprise and a hint of irony. The soldiers immediately turned, whispering that he would surely face his superior's wrath this time. Tu Hang hurriedly explained that his absence for days had a valid reason. Lu Nu raised an eyebrow, coldly demanding a reasonable explanation. He smiled confidently and called softly, "Come out, little one." From the backpack on his back, a small creature peeked out, its eyes bright and lively. It nimbly climbed onto his shoulder, drawing everyone's gaze. He managed a shy smile, calling the spirit beast's name with pride. Lu Nu watched, her eyes flashing with shock and sternness. Many soldiers murmured, astonished by the power radiating from the tiny creature. Lu Nu's cold voice rang out, "Dragon snake mark, the highest-class dangerous creature." The crowd gasped and murmurs spread across the yard. She turned to Tu Hang, ordering him to be brought before the Lord Bao Ju. In the grand hall, the sound of a pounding table echoed, filling the air with tension. He spoke sternly, saying he hadn't expected such a dangerous species to appear in a first hatching. He pointed to Lu Nu, commanding her to investigate who created Tu Hang's egg. He ordered the Affairs Division to punish severely, cutting 3 months' pay from whoever dared mix dragon snake blood, nearly ruining a prodigy's potential. Turning to Tu Hang, he softened his tone, praising his perseverance through years of hardship. He smiled, saying that without this incident, Tu Hang's success would not have shone so brightly, and his future would rival anyone's. Tu Hang clenched his fists, emotions surging as he vowed never to betray the Lord's faith. Juha nodded in satisfaction, admiring the young man's resilience and rare talent. He looked straight at Tu Hang, asking in a firm yet gentle voice if he wished to become his disciple. Tu Hang froze, eyes wide, barely believing what he'd heard. Standing beside, Lu Nu thought that after so many years, the Lord finally sought a genius equal to Bai Kuo Kuo of old. Tu Hang placed his hand on his chest, took a deep breath, and firmly declared, "I am willing to be your disciple, Master." Zhou He burst into joyous laughter, his face beaming as he praised, "Excellent!" He proudly announced a citywide banquet that night, so all could witness the birth of a new beast-taming prodigy and his own disciple ceremony. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle, glittering lights illuminating music and cheers throughout the grand hall late into the night. After the banquet, Tu Hang and his sister returned to their small forest home, riding in a guarded carriage. In the warm house, Tu Hang cheerfully told his sister he would now receive 100 gold monthly, enough to buy back their old home. Tu Ting laughed loudly, pinching his cheek and praising him, eyes full of pride, making Tu Hang wince and smile wryly. He gestured for her to rest early, reminding her of work tomorrow. She nodded in agreement. Once she had gone to her room, Tu Hang sat by the table, lost in thought. He opened the ancient book and read that dangerous creatures differed by their innate ability to harness energy into combat skills. The dragon snake mark, an extreme hazard species, possessed 6 unique abilities far beyond other types. The first skill, Dragon Slumber of the dragon element, enabled rapid healing and regeneration. Weaker dragon species could only master basic forms like Dragon Force or Dragon Might. As an earth type, the dragon snake mark also held the skill Earth Rift, capable of immense destruction. When combining earth absorption with dragon slumber, it could regenerate endlessly, nearly immortal. Its final and strongest ability, of the dark element Sinful Breath, had power near that of low-tier dragon breath. Tu Hang rubbed his chin, pondering the training direction. His eyes lit up as he watched the coiled dragon snake mark, vowing it would become an unmatched beast. Suddenly, the dragon snake mark swelled noticeably, startling him to step back. He realized the growth rate of such a dangerous species was completely unnatural. Dawn's golden light spread across the training grounds, illuminating the fortress buildings. Lord Zhou He stood in the plaza, eyes full of pride, praising the dragon snake mark's immense innate potential. He suggested testing the creature's natural energy across all 3 elements to determine its optimal training path. Raising his left hand, he revealed a crimson ring, saying his dominant power belonged to the dark element. Tu Hang stared at the ring, curious about its origin. The beast seal was an artifact that housed large spirit beasts for recovery, as a massive creature emerged from the girl's bracelet nearby. Since each beast tamer owned multiple beasts, their seals were crafted in varied accessory forms. Zhou He lifted his hand and activated the ring he wore. A powerful creature appeared, leaving Tu Hang stunned. Before them stood the crimson evil wolf, its aura shaking the very air. Zhou He proudly introduced the Crimson Evil Wolf, his first and strongest beast ideal for sparring with the dragon snake mark. Tu Hang stiffened in shock at those words. Zhou He gently stroked the beast's fur, speaking of the perfect harmony between its dark attribute and nature. He pointed at the dragon snake mark in Tu Hang's hands, ordering it to fight on its own, making the boy sweat nervously. The dragon snake mark trembled, hiding under the shadow of the crimson evil wolf. The 2 masters remained calm, but the small beast and its owner were terrified. The dragon snake Mark looked at Tu Hang with fearful, pleading eyes. He could only comfort it with a trembling voice. Jo He commanded the crimson evil wolf to attack with the dark earth breath, but to restrain its strength. The crimson evil wolf exhaled a blazing red blast, overflowing with energy. Suddenly, a shout demanded it to stop. The giant beast halted its attack, turning to its master for orders. Jo had gestured to cease, his eyes fixed on the ground beneath Tu Hang. The dragon snake Mark mustered all its hidden energy. Violet spiritual aura enveloped its body, its eyes blazing fiercely. Jo He laughed in delight, praising the small beast's intelligence and immense potential. Tu Hang excitedly cheered for the dragon snake Mark. But the small beast overexerted itself, staggering and nearly falling, leaving him flustered. Jo He observed closely and realized it had touched the primal dark element energy. He joyfully told Tu Hang that he now possessed an exceptionally gifted spirit beast. Jo He signaled that the crimson evil wolf was no longer needed, raising his hand to reveal the glowing red ring. He recalled the crimson evil wolf into the beast seal space. The dragon snake Mark relaxed, its eyes filled with gratitude. The relief was short-lived as another massive creature appeared, making it retreat in fear. Jo He enthusiastically introduced the platypus beast, a terrifying tri-element monster, and told it to play with the dragon snake Mark. Tu Hang shivered, feeling something clutching his leg. Looking down, he saw the dragon snake Mark clinging to him, trembling and crying for help. He hurriedly pleaded with his master, saying that using an E-rank super beast was excessive. Jo He paused, appearing to consider it. Then he laughed, saying that was still too mild for the dragon snake Mark. He pointed forward and summoned a massive flaming dragon. It was the magma tyrant dragon, a 4-element beast belonging to Jo He. He eagerly commanded it to battle. The gigantic shadow engulfed them, leaving Tu Hang and the dragon snake Mark frozen in fear. Tu Hang was thrilled to see a rare dragon type, while the dragon snake Mark trembled and sobbed. Jo He laughed, saying that owning a dragon snake Mark was an extraordinary miracle. He added that many tamers never touched the dragon element in their lives, while the dragon snake Mark still clung to Tu Hang's leg, weeping. Tu Hang fell silent, secretly vowing to keep the secret of the 9-heat dragon field. Jo He interrupted, asking if they were ready. Tu Hang and the dragon snake Mark stood speechless. The magma tyrant dragon entered combat stance, its aura towering. The dragon snake Mark trembled, letting out a weak cry. Jo He ordered a test of its endurance using light pressure. The dragon opened its mouth, surging waves of immense energy. The power blast rushed straight toward Tu Hang and the dragon snake Mark. Tu Hang bent down, shielding the small beast with his body. Fear filled his heart, as if drowning in a storm of violent energy. Jo He placed a hand on Tu Hang's shoulder, signaling to stop. He sternly told him to step away from the danger zone. Tu Hang stood stunned, realizing that even restrained, the magma tyrant dragon's strength was overwhelming. He bowed his head anxiously, wondering how truly powerful this creature was. The master and disciple both looked ahead as Jo He suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He rejoiced upon seeing the dragon snake Mark withstand the dragon's aura, while Tu Hang watched nervously. In the tense atmosphere, Jo He excitedly ordered to increase the pressure. The massive dragon roared thunderously. Dark violet energy surged, its violent aura engulfing everything. The dragon snake Mark trembled, yet stubbornly resisted the terrifying pressure. Tu Hang cheered from the side, eyes full of faith, while Jo He calmly assessed the small beast's progress. Then he widened his eyes in utter shock at what he witnessed. Energy radiated from the dragon snake Mark itself, shaking the very space around them. Chu He laughs approvingly, praising it for using weak dragon might to resist a mid-tier lava dragon's aura. He predicts it may break its bloodline limits in the future. Tu Hang beams with pride and hope for his spirit beast. Chu He suddenly recalls something, his eyes lighting up. He asks Tu Hang about the 2 dragon scales he had given earlier. Tu Hang cheerfully replies that he used them immediately after receiving. Chuha nods in satisfaction, noting Long Xiaji absorbed them well and inherited dragon blood. He explains its dragon element talent now far surpasses its other elements, stunning Tu Hong. Chuha gives him an ancient book containing the best mental training methods. He hands the book to Tu Hong with eyes full of expectation. Tu Hong gratefully accepts. Chu He sternly reminds him to train mind and beast together, calling it True Strength's Core. The book also teaches basic mental cultivation suited to him. Tu Hong hugs it gratefully, thanking his teacher. After leaving the city, he buys back his old home. The owner, knowing he's a beastmaster, politely hands over the keys at sunset. While his sister isn't home, Tu Hong cleans the house joyfully as Long Xiaji rests. Though memories fade, returning to Zhonggui brings happiness. He carries Long Xiaji on his back, admiring it like a precious trophy. Before telling Tu Qing, he plans to surprise her at work, urging Long Xiaji to come along. Tu Hong skips and sings a cheerful tune on the way. Suddenly, a vicious roar echoes with glowing red eyes. A girl screams in panic. Tu Hong stops instantly, recognizing the familiar voice. He dashes toward the sound, worry written on his face. He finds Tu Qing trembling in fear as two fierce dogs charge at her. Behind them stand three men led by Ku Zhengtian with a cunning smile and mocking words. He feigns kindness, implying the dogs only want to play with Tu Qing. The dogs close in as she panics. Ku Zhengtian says they'll stop if she agrees to go out with him. His two henchmen grin wickedly, revealing bad intentions. At that moment, Tu Hong rushes in, anger burning on his face. Holding a stone, he and Long Xiaji advance, startling the three men. Without hesitation, he strikes one dog on the head, making it bleed and fall. He pulls Tu Qing behind him, ready to face the men. Seeing the dog down, the trio tremble in fear. Tu Hong roars a warning, ordering them to stay away from his sister and reminding them of their place. Ku Zhengtian regretfully glances at his fallen dog, mumbling about the loss. Ignoring the warning, he grows enraged, threatening Tu Hong with insults. Enraged, he orders the remaining dog to attack, baring fangs and dripping saliva. The beast charges fiercely toward the siblings with murderous eyes. Without hesitation, Tu Hong shields his sister, his face icy, while Tu Qing trembles and begs him to run. The dog leaps, claws flashing in the sunset, creating a terrifying scene. Tu Hong closes his eyes and raises his arm to block as Long Xiaji suddenly turns ferocious. It darts like lightning, biting the enemy's neck and spraying blood. The beast howls and collapses, shocking Tu Hong with its unexpected power. He cheers happily, praising Long Xiaji's bravery. It keeps biting, tearing flesh as blood stains the ground red. The henchmen gape in terror, while their master screams in rage at his loss. Furious, the owner draws a knife, its steel gleaming under sunlight. He shouts orders to attack, urging his men to kill the beast. The three rush forward with knives, yelling viciously to destroy it. Facing danger, Tu Hong remains astonishingly calm. He commands sharply, activating Long Xiaji's dragon might. The spirit beast releases dark purple energy, eyes sharp as blades, body trembling to fight. The three men back away in fear, confused by the sight. The henchmen tremble, urging caution, saying it's too dangerous. From afar, a group approaches. Their leader, with a red armband, loudly questions their behavior. One man tells Ku Zhengtian the guards have arrived, suggesting letting authorities handle it. Hearing this, Ku Zhengtian smiles darkly, plotting something sinister. He glances at the siblings and slyly declares he'll take them to the guards first, planning to trap them later. Tu Qing freezes, wide-eyed in confusion. Ku Zhengtian blushes, eyes filled with lust and vile intent. He imagines Tu Hong jailed and Tu Qing unprotected, scheming to torment her afterward. The thought excites him, drool dripping as his knife shakes lewdly in hand. At that moment, Zheng Tuan the guard captain arrives, calling out Ku Zhengtian's name. He stands firm, sternly demanding an explanation for the chaos. Ku Zhengtian rushes over, clutching Zheng Tuan's shoulder and accusing the siblings, claiming Tu Hong killed his pet. He points smugly while Tu Hong frowns in disgust at the blatant lie. Zheng Tuan asks nothing further and orders his men to arrest them. Two guards approach with guns and handcuffs, shouting for Tu Hang to surrender. Tu Hang speaks coldly, dropping a brick to the ground, making them hesitate. He stands before his sister, calmly declaring the brick is the real murder weapon. The two guards get angry, threatening to teach him a lesson in jail. Suddenly, Long Xiaji appears on Tu Hang's shoulder, eyes blazing. It growls fiercely, radiating overwhelming pressure. The guards panic, stammering that it's a spirit beast. Tu Hang calmly raises a blue card before them. He coldly tells them to open their eyes and check his identity carefully. The whole group gasps in disbelief. They glance at Zheng Tuan, their faces turning pale with fear. Zheng Tuan freezes, recalling rumors of the sect master's new disciple, likely Tu Hang himself. Without hesitation, he snatches a gun from a soldier's hand. He fires into the sky, the loud shot startling everyone, then yells angrily in reprimand. Then he points the gun toward Ku Zhengtian's group. Zheng Tuan roars, accusing them of setting dogs to attack and ordering their arrest, resist, and be executed. Ku Zhengtian, still confused, is handcuffed immediately. He cries injustice, begging Zheng Tuan for mercy, while Tu Hang and Tu Qing watch calmly. Ku Zhengtian hastily mentions his father's position as plantation manager, hoping for release. But Zheng Tuan slaps him hard, knocking out teeth and swelling his face. He coldly orders his men to continue the beating. The soldiers rush in, punching and kicking until Ku Zhengtian wails miserably. Then Zheng Tuan turns to Tu Hang, his tone shifting to respectful flattery for his righteous deed. Tu Hang slightly raises a brow, replying with a faint, confident smile, implying Zheng Tuan acted wisely. He quickly responds humbly, pretending modesty under the praise. With the three culprits subdued, Zheng Tuan asks if his superior is satisfied with the handling. Tu Hang nods coolly, warning that he'll pursue the matter further later. Zheng Tuan agrees respectfully, though sweat drenches him from inner fear. Tu Hang turns to his sister gently, inviting her home. Let's go, it's over now. Tu Qing smiles brightly, gazing at him before nodding softly. She takes his hand and they walk home under the warm sunset, hearts full of peace. As they disappear, onlookers whisper whether to fear the plantation manager or a beastmaster more. One bold man advises never to provoke a beastmaster due to unpredictable consequences. Zheng Tuan praises the remark, patting the man's shoulder and laughing loudly. He orders a team vehicle to transport the captives and tells Lao Dong to stay with him for further handling. Ku Zhengtian's group, handcuffed, stare at Zheng Tuan in confusion and fear. He glances coldly, implying hell abandoned them to their fate. The siblings return home. Tu Qing feels as joyful as a child coming back to her nest. Her eyes shimmer with happiness, as if living in a dream. Tu Hang gives her the room key, reminding her not to be too excited since buying the house is just the start. He comforts her, saying everything will gradually improve from next month. Tu Kang eagerly grabs the keys right away. The two high-five joyfully, full of faith in a bright future. Suddenly, knocking sounds startle them both. Tu Hang rushes out, loudly asking who's at the door. A voice outside introduces himself as Guo Fu, plantation management chief, visiting on behalf of a benefactor. He returns. Tu Qing steps out, surprised. Guo Fu? Guo Fu grins slyly, saying he just heard from the guards that Ku Zhengtian's son caused trouble with Tu Da-ren. He eagerly declares he'll help resolve the issue. Guo Fu suggests exiling Ku Shentian to plantation number 30 as a laborer, a dangerous sight, and asks if Tu Da-ren approves. The beast seems pleased. Tu Hang nods coldly, eyes showing slight approval. Guo Fu brags, proposing Tu Hang's sister become deputy assistant chief. Tu Qing hesitates, worried if she's suitable. Guo Fu flatters her, insisting she fits perfectly as Tu Da-ren's sister. Tu Hang watches helplessly while Tu Qing happily accepts. Guo Fu smiles in satisfaction. Tu Hang reflects that power brings privilege and the spirit beast chirps affectionately. He serves tasty food to his beast, saying it's nourishment for faster growth. The beast is touched, letting out emotional cries of gratitude. Tu Hang recalls the 8 levels of beast feeding formulas from poor to perfect. He proudly notes the one from his teacher is top tier, precious for beginners. The beast tastes it briefly, then loses interest, making Tu Hang suspect bad ingredients. He glances at the pile of fish, suddenly remembering something important. He recalls the name Old Sun Dragon Serpent. He opens his spell book, summoning the system panel. The records show Long Xiaji has unique habits requiring a special formula. This species prefers fresh prey, especially fish, and can hunt on its own. Tu Hang suddenly understands, eyes lighting with excitement. He gently pats the beast, promising to change to a better formula. He reassures it that he has enough money to feed it well and urges it to eat freely to grow strong. Days later, he diligently applies the new recipe as the village buzzes with fishing news. He quickly buys fresh fish, skillfully cooking it into a delicious meal. Setting it before the beast, he calls cheerfully. It eagerly devours with delight. A big problem arises. Tu Hang finds his purse empty except for a few coins. He laments painfully as the last gold coin slips from his wallet. The coin rolls toward Long Xiaji. The small creature looks up, puzzled at his reaction. He weeps but comforts himself, knowing Long Xiaji has reached maturity. He imagines it now strong enough to crush fierce beasts easily. With one powerful bite, then tear the foe apart. The enemy falls in an instant. With its hardened scales, no ordinary person or armed warrior could harm it. While eating, Long Xiaji turns back proudly, growling in protest, making him laugh. He suddenly recalls his master's teaching that upon maturity, the beast must find a mentor in the sect city. Amazed it matured in only 5 days, he deduces the formula is of supreme rank and decides to keep it secret. He decides to move to the skill training phase, pausing formula mixing for 10 days. After 10 days, he brings Long Xiaji into the city to meet Master Chu Hei. He knocks gently on the door. The teacher's deep voice asks why the student took so long to arrive. Scratching his head, he explains he was busy raising Long Xiaji and hadn't trained. He reports that following the master's formula, it has reached early maturity. Chu He widens his eyes in shock, asking how it advanced so fast. Tu Hang looks puzzled, replying that 10 days seems normal. The teacher fumes, raising his hand to hit, shouting that compared to Bai Tuo Tuo, that's far too quick. He adds that Tuo Tuo's beast 2 ranks lower took a full month to reach that stage. Tu Hang smiles awkwardly, hoping his master won't question the strange speed further. The teacher folds his arms, stern yet pleased, praising Long Xiaji's rare talent. He asks if its skills have awakened and shown signs of enlightenment. Tu Hang joyfully replies that its dragon might has reached level 1 enlightenment. It has unlocked 2 skills, intimidating dragon might and terrifying dragon might. Evil breath has also reached its first enlightenment stage. It also learned evil mud burst and evil projectile. Chu He, half amused and half amazed, can hardly believe such progress. Tu Hang grins modestly, crediting his teacher's great instruction. Secretly, he hides the 2 powerful skills learned last night on the rooftop. The teacher nods contentedly, telling him to head to the training academy for testing. The 3 enter the main training grounds of the fortress city. The teacher sternly orders him to let Long Xiaji perform, promising a beast seal reward if satisfied. He reminds that as it grows larger, Tu Hang will need a personal beast seal item. Tu Hang gazes at his beast with expectation, whispering encouragement. The teacher raises his hand and a red ring glows brightly. From it emerges a giant spirit beast, rear-armored lava bear lord shaking the whole area. Tu Hang and Long Xiaji freeze in awe. He trembles, asking why his master owns so many terrifying beasts. Chu He laughs heartily, saying he never keeps weak ones and has dozens of strong beasts. He explains that the Lava Bear Lord and Molten Dragon are only mid-tier among them. Tu Hang breaks into cold sweat, heart pounding with fear and admiration. The teacher smiles, asking if he wants to receive a beast seal item. He commands him to demonstrate his true power for assessment. The Lava Bear Lord roars thunderously like a storm. The shockwave makes Tu Hang and his beast stagger, the serpent's eyes glowing red. Long Xiaji immediately unleashes its hidden internal energy. Tu Hang is horrified to see it reactivating its intimidating dragon might. Chu He strokes his chin, eyes gleaming with approval at its remarkable endurance. He orders them to stop. Then he tells Tu Hang to try the evil breath skill. Tu Hang commands, and Long Xiaji gathers power to launch evil breath and evil projectile. A burst of purple energy glows in the creature's mouth. The energy condenses into a bright orb and shoots forcefully at the opponent. But the lava bear's rocky armor remains completely unharmed. Chuha laughs, teasing that the last hit only made the opponent itch. Tu Hang frowns slightly, secretly whispering a command to Long Xiaji. The creature bursts with energy, launching the skill Evil Grenade Chain Bombardment. Purple rays rain down like meteors, striking straight at the lava bear's head. Chuha looks up, eyes wide in amazement and full of praise. He remarks that the student's independent use of enlightened skills is impressive. He further commends the seamless combo of Evil Projectile Chain with perfect accuracy. Tu Hang scratches his head shyly, saying there's another variant, Static Chain Field, but it still can't break the Bear Lord's defense. Chuha smiles in satisfaction, praising him for doing well. He opens his hand, presenting a golden ring engraved Fire Beast seal ring, explaining it can store 5 beasts. He jokes that if squeezed, it could fit 10, making Tu Hang happily express thanks. The teacher then warns seriously that Long Xiaji's combat strength is still weak. He decides to send him to the northern defense line for real battle training. That place teems with dangerous species, perfect for growth. The teacher instructs him to report to headquarters in 3 days and pats his shoulder encouragingly. Days later, thick black clouds gather above like omens of coming trials. Outside the city walls, 4 massive defense lines surround the convergence zone as Tu Hang rides Long Xiaji forward. On the ground, rows of heavily armed soldiers stand ready for battle. Among them, the north and south fronts are death zones where endless fighting rages. Explosions echo everywhere, and precious spoils come only from these brutal wars. Within 3 days, Tu Hang receives over 250,000 yen in allowance. He visits the depot, spending most on food and stored formulas for his beast. The assignment note states he'll serve as an agent at Forward Post Number 7 under the Northern Defense. Gunfire thunders, reminding that these walls exist to guard the wild plantations. The convergence zone is too small. 7 plantations can't feed tens of thousands of people. Working outside the city is perilous, almost as deadly as exploration, so most citizens avoid it. From Tu Hang's memory, plantation number 5 was militarized, while number 30, the safest, lies on the northern line. The vehicle halts suddenly. The driver politely announces their arrival at post number 7 and leaves. Tu Hang nods calmly. On the wall, 2 soldiers gossip curiously about the newcomer escorted by a high official. One realizes he's a beastmaster after seeing the cart full of beast rations. They pale instantly, terrified, and rush to assist. Both dash down, panting and shouting Tu Hang's name. He's surprised by their enthusiasm as they scramble to carry supplies, making him chuckle in thanks. In the red sunset, a red-haired man named Huang approaches with a smile, introducing himself as Xiao Huang and expressing trust. Tu Hang gladly accepts, saying he'll call him Brother Huang to be friendly. Suddenly he tears up emotionally, surprising Xiao Huang, who marvels at such a humble beastmaster. Brother Huang turns and shouts, urging everyone to hurry with the supplies for the newcomer's welcome feast. Frontline post number 7, part of the Northern Defense, had been completely destroyed 10 years ago. Now it stands rebuilt and thriving in the once ruined wasteland. While preparing dinner, the soldiers excitedly invite Tu Hang to try a dish cooked by Wen, the camp's best chef. Tu Hang laughs, telling them not to call him Lord, but to treat each other as comrades. He grins brightly, suggesting they use friendly names Brother Tu and Brother Huang, making Huang laugh and agree. Tu Hang then asks seriously how likely they are to encounter dangerous species here. A soldier cautiously explains this edge zone isn't under much pressure, but creatures sometimes slip through. Tu Hang nods, mentioning he has slain several dangerous ones recently. Afterward, officers will record and grant merit points for each confirmed kill. Brother Huang claps in admiration, impressed he managed that without using his beast. A young soldier curiously asks to see Tu Hang's spirit beast. Brother Huang scolds him for breaking rules, then smiles and tells Tu Hang it's fine to show a little. Tu Hang nods, summoning Long Xiaji from his beast seal, a majestic creature with golden scales shining like a deity. The two soldiers gape in awe, recognizing it as a top-tier dangerous species. Another trembles, shocked that he owned such a peak beast from the start. Long Xiaji growls playfully, making one soldier stumble back in fright. Tu Hang laughs, tapping its head lightly, reminding it not to scare allies. He pats the frightened soldier's shoulder, asking if he's okay. The soldier scratches his head shyly, praising the beast's overwhelming power. Two others burst out laughing, teasing that he almost wet himself, making him blush and weakly deny. After dinner, Tu Hang and the five-man Post-7 team quickly become close comrades. Once settled, he begins practicing the mental cultivation method his master taught. The technique, called crystal breath meditation, has 3 training stages. The first stage purifies stray thoughts, creating a mental space for a crystal core to form. Next, rhythmic breathing aligns the spirit with the imagined world. It's estimated to take half a year to reach the crystal mind realm, or just 1 month with great luck. Tu Hang gazes at his hands thoughtfully, lost in deep calculation. He reminds himself it'll take at least half a year or maybe 1 month to master crystal mind like senior sister Bai Tuo, picturing moonlight shimmering within. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blares, startling him. Brother Huang bursts in, slamming the door open with urgent news. The siren wails repeatedly, signaling imminent danger approaching the base. Through the scope, they spot a swarm of crescent-armored beasts charging toward them. And Huang sternly explained it was a northern species, extremely ferocious. Although strong, their limbs still had exploitable weaknesses. And Huang shouted the battle order, his voice overpowering the sirens. He instructed himself and Lao Tu to guard Sniper Tower No. 1 in the northwest. He ordered Xiao Hu and Xiao Lu to occupy positions No. 5 and No. 6 on the first floor. And Wen and Hua Fuk were assigned to eliminate 3 matured beasts, leaving the largest to Tu Hang. The whole team responded in unison, spirits blazing. A loud explosion echoed across the front line. The monster activated its sensory-type ability. Even with hard armor, the bullets pierced easily. Bullets sank deep into the creature, spraying black blood. And Huang shouted not to shoot the head to preserve the spoils. If the head was destroyed, their military credit would not count. Their armor, though not too strong, still reduced damage for normal soldiers. The 2 gunners coordinated smoothly, aiming at the mouth to open a path for the sniper. Tu Hang lifted the scope, observing the monster above. The creature raised a defense shield to block bullets. But in moments, the shield exploded into fragments. A soldier shouted loudly, signaling to attack. Tu Hang pulled the trigger, gunfire snapping sharply. The bullet pierced its neck, killing the target instantly. He stood stunned before the brutal battlefield of the north. Even without using his spirit master power, the team still worked seamlessly, showing astounding combat strength. Gradually, the monsters were wiped out, falling one by one in the smoke. Suddenly, Xiao Hu shouted that one was escaping. And Huang quickly ordered Xiao Hu and Tu Hang to pursue. The 3 jumped into a vehicle, speeding after the final prey. The monster turned back, screeching provocatively. Tu Hang calmly watched, telling them to aim precisely and not let it escape. Xiao Hu nodded, gripping his gun tightly. Tu Hang stood tall, eyes sharply locked on the target. He raised his hand, activating the spirit seal to summon Long Xiaji, ordering it to use Evil Strike to test the foe. Long Xiaji dashed like lightning, stabbing straight into the grotesque beast. A shrill hiss rang out, a strong pull throwing the creature back. Tu Hang observed closely, realizing the armor had reduced damage considerably. He signaled, and Long Xiaji switched to grenade mode. A barrage of attacks rained down like a violent storm. The monster could only struggle helplessly in despair. Tu Hang sighed, admiring its extraordinary endurance. The beast went mad, eyes glowing red, and turned to flee. Tu Hang smiled coldly, ordering Long Xiaji to unleash its aura pressure. Dragon Force waves exploded, the air tearing apart, freezing the monster in place. He shouted, "Think you can escape?" and cast the Earth Spear technique. Long Xiaji stomped hard, cracking the ground in echoes. Sharp earth shards shot out, piercing through the monster like skewers. The two in the vehicle stared in horror at the sight. And Huang laughed, teasing that Tu Hong didn't even need support. He joked further, warning he might feel cold below the waist later. The scene gradually calmed, peaceful as if nothing had happened. Xiaohu excitedly recounted the battle, his voice full of admiration, and Huang patted his shoulder, admitting he was wrong to underestimate Tu Hang. Tu Hang modestly replied, praising his teammates for fighting well too. Suddenly, someone ran over with urgent news. Both turned at once, Tu Hong gazing into the distance with suspicion. From above, they saw the convoy of the military command. And Huang was surprised, wondering why the headquarters arrived so early. Tu Hang formed a suspicion, a strange intuition stirring inside him. The man who stepped out was Lu Leng, the Northern Front commander. Everyone instantly stood at attention, greeting in unison. Lu Leng appeared dignified, smiling warmly. He called the name Huang Than Trang, making him tear up emotionally. Lu Leng laughed, telling him not to be so formal, the distance wasn't far. He asked about the situation, and Huang reported respectfully. He asked how he should address them more familiarly. Tu Hong replied to call him third senior brother, showing deep respect. Lu Leng smiled kindly, patting Tu Hang's head, saying no need for formality. He mentioned their master had praised this disciple endlessly. Last time he was too busy to meet, so now he came personally to greet him. The two soldiers behind were shocked, whispering that the commander came personally for Tu Hong. They realized he was the successor of the sect master and felt relieved for not offending him. Lu Leng ordered everyone to dismiss, leaving only him and Tu Hang to talk privately. He sternly told Tu Hang to summon Longsha-ji, saying he would test its strength by their master's order. Tu Hang sweated nervously, frustrated that he thought he'd escaped supervision yet was still monitored. He hastily summoned Longsha-ji to present itself. Lu Leng was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief at the creature's size. He exclaimed that the master said it was newly born, how had it grown so huge? Tu Hang innocently answered that by absorbing dragon-type energy, it grew extremely fast. Lu Leng awkwardly denied suspicion, though his eyes still held doubt. He declared he would verify by letting their two dragon-type beasts spar. He raised his ring and loudly summoned his own spirit beast for battle. A colossal earth dragon rhinoceros appeared, its aura heavy as a mountain. Its thick skin and massive body far surpassed ordinary creatures. Even when facing giant-class beasts, it could endure prolonged combat. Tu Hang nervously watched as the earth dragon rhinoceros approached, making the wind thunder dragon snake tremble in fear. The small beast turned to its master, eyes glistening as if about to cry. Tu Hang hurriedly comforted it, warning his senior to go easy or it might be crushed. Lu Leng laughed heartily, assuring him not to worry, it knew restraint. He added that his beast wouldn't harm the little dragon snake. Hearing that, Tu Hang regained composure and agreed to begin the test. Lu Leng smirked and ordered the earth dragon rhinoceros to roar, its eyes blazing. The earth dragon rhinoceros growled, intending to teach Longsha-ji a lesson with a mighty stomp. It stomped hard, cracking the ground and shaking it violently like an earthquake. Lu Leng immediately flew up high, his eyes glowing as he observed the fight intently. Tu Hang briefly thought of the Zhuan Fu technique, then quickly dismissed it, ordering retreat from the danger zone. The wind thunder dragon snake shot out like lightning as Tu Hang soared into the air. Both landed in perfect sync, their eyes locked in precise coordination. He shouted the order to unleash the evil bullet combo counterattack. Longsha-ji immediately fired a storm of relentless attacks. But the earth dragon rhinoceros stood firm, its solid body unmoved. Tu Hang sighed, realizing the power gap between the two creatures was too vast. Despite despair, he gritted his teeth, determined not to disappoint his master. He shouted a command, focusing attacks to circle the opponent. Longsha-ji moved swiftly like a phantom, circling the massive beast. The rapid strikes made the earth dragon rhinoceros stagger, losing its rhythm. Suddenly, Longsha-ji opened its mouth and fired a bright energy sphere. The blast struck the rhinoceros back, burning its flesh and making it roar in pain. Tu Hang continuously chanted commands to restore his beast's energy. The two spirit beasts faced each other, eyes locked, murderous aura filling the air. Tu Hang shouted the finishing move, Dragon Majesty Earth Spear right. Long Saji unleashed its full power, storming forward with a devastating strike. Waves of energy plowed the ground, surging toward the opponent. The Earth Dragon Rhinoceros roared furiously, its eyes blazing red. It retaliated with a massive stomp that shook heaven and earth, flinging Long Saji away. Tu Hang panicked as his spirit beast bled, its blood soaking the ground. Lu Leng laughed loudly, praising the tactic, but noting his rhinoceros was level 9, far too strong to be threatened. Tu Hang rushed to lift the wounded Long Saji, scolding his senior for forcing such intensity. Lu Leng laughed, patting his shoulder, saying he now fully understood the beast's power. He warmly added that their master would surely be proud of Tu Hang. He praised Long Saji's growth rate as beyond expectation. Both smiled as they left, their beasts walking side by side. The scene shifted to winter at Outpost Number 3 with wind cold enough to cut skin. Lacking supplies, they had only a few thin sleeping bags to fight the northern chill. Shohu shivered awake, lips purple, mumbling complaints. Tu Hang laughed, teasing him to become a spirit master like himself to stay warm. Suddenly, a shrill alarm shattered the night. Both jumped up in panic, shouting that it was an emergency alert. The door burst open as Huang Tan Trang ran in, reporting that Plantation 25 was under attack. He immediately commanded Tu Hang and Xiao Hu to go provide support. All shouted "understood" and hurriedly geared up for departure. The patrol vehicle roared through the cold wind as Captain Li gravely described the danger. He said over 20 secondary-level dangerous species and many weaker ones were involved. The staff at the station were surrounded with only a few spirit beasts holding out. But that fragile defense line would soon collapse. The captain turned to Xiao Hu, ordering the team to assemble before 4 a.m. He commanded the strike at the set time. Xiao Hu checked his watch, urging faster driving with only 20 minutes left. The vehicle screeched through the dark night, racing toward Plantation 25 in the northwest of Dai Lai Men. Upon arrival, Huang Tan Trang immediately reported to superiors that the Outpost Number 3 team was fully present. As the vehicle from Outpost Number 7 arrived, the commander urgently ordered through the radio to take combat positions. Reports indicated the monsters had broken through defense line Number 6 and were gathering around the material depot and fallen workers. The screeching of tires tore through the night air. Other convoys arrived in succession, quickly forming an arrowhead assault formation. The captain warned that the enemies were extremely vicious poison widow wolves, and only headshots were allowed. Gunfire erupted in unison, a rain of bullets pouring down on the dormitories where the creatures hid. The monsters screamed in agony, writhing under the dense barrage. A massive poison widow wolf appeared, clearly the commanding alpha. It raised its head and howled, the sound shaking the area and rousing the pack to charge. Tu Hang immediately warned Xiao Hu to keep distance, sensing something was wrong. Huang Tan Trang frowned and asked why. Tu Hang replied tensely, mentioning the strange howl. He recalled his master's words that this species could evolve into a leader rare but extremely dangerous. He pointed at the pack dispersing, recognizing signs of tactical control. He confirmed that was why they could so easily break through defenses. On the hilltop, the poison widow wolf leader appeared under red light, fierce and imposing. Suddenly, thick black smoke covered the battlefield. Huang Tan Trang shouted that it was toxic gas. Tu Hang quickly switched to infrared mode, ordering everyone to stay alert. Xiao Hu followed, but Tu Hang yelled for him to retreat, feeling something amiss. Outside, the hybrids swarmed in, clawing and tearing the vehicle armor apart. Another giant poison widow wolf appeared, flipping an armored vehicle. Tu Hang was horrified, realizing the leader's companion ability had another alpha beside it. Sure enough, the second one roared and charged with bloodthirsty fury. It slammed into the vehicle, shattering the windshield and scattering glass shards. The vehicle swayed violently, trying to evade amidst the chaos. Huang Than Trang angrily fired multiple rounds, cursing as the bullets failed to pierce the thick hide. The shots bounced off uselessly, causing no harm to the beast. The Alpha bent its legs, gathering force before leaping high. It crashed down onto the roof, shaking the entire vehicle as if it might shatter. Tu Hang froze for a moment, heart pounding with terror. He shouted for Long Shaji, and the spirit beast appeared instantly, eyes glowing red to face the enemy. The two creatures growled, their auras colliding like tense strings ready to snap. Long Shaji lunged forward, unleashing the powerful evil bullet barrage. A barrage of energy spheres roared, striking the poison widow wolf leader's head. The massive beast staggered and fell, blood gushing, body motionless. Tu Hong grabbed the radio, reporting that he would handle the leader himself to minimize losses. Not far away, a shadowy figure secretly observed, eyes gleaming with astonishment. It was Zheng Tuan, the sect master's guard, astonished by Tu Hong's power, who ordered the troops to withdraw and let him handle the battle. Tu Hong replied briefly over the radio, jumped off the vehicle, and prepared to fight. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the thick, toxic smoke, and the leader was nowhere to be seen. Huang Than Trang trembled, pointing right and warning Tu Hong to look. Tu Hong turned, eyes wide in shock. Before them, the true poison widow wolf leader appeared, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. A nearby soldier panicked and ran, screaming desperately for help. Tu Hong roared, commanding Long Shaji to attack immediately with the evil strike. Long Shaji lunged, its claws piercing the monster's neck, blood gushing like a fountain. The leader screamed in agony and crashed to the ground. But moments later, it sprang up again, eyes blazing with doubled ferocity. The soldier, thinking it dead, smiled with relief and thanked him mid-laugh. Tu Hong's face went pale as he shouted for the man to run before it was too late. The smile froze as the beast's claw pierced straight through his chest. Blood splattered and the body fell in cold silence. Tu Hong stood frozen, grief-stricken as his comrade fell before his eyes. Fury surged within him, and he shouted to unleash the Earth Spear Rite. Long Shaji stomped hard, cracking the ground, energy bursting into powerful waves. But the poison widow wolf leader flickered like a phantom, using shadow step to dodge easily. Tu Hong seized the moment, yelling for Xiaohu to use firepower to drive the enemy out. Xiaohu and Huang Than Trang immediately fired, 3 bullets slicing through the air. The leader howled fiercely, but Long Shaji had already struck first. It lunged forward, biting deep, fangs sinking into the monster's body. Tu Hong smirked coldly, having already predicted the enemy's movement. Long Shaji soared through the air, its dragon aura enveloping the battlefield. It gathered all its dragon force, delivering a fatal blow to the creature's face. Blood splattered, a thunderous roar echoed, and the leader finally collapsed, ending the battle. The team immediately boarded the vehicles and retreated from the smoky battlefield. Inside the cabin, Huang Than Trang noticed Tu Hong's silence and asked softly. Tu Hong stroked his ring, replying quietly that he was just thinking about a few things. Huang Than Trang smiled encouragingly, praising him for saving the team and earning great merit. He rolled up his sleeve, showing a long scar, recalling his first life-and-death battle. That battle was even more brutal than today's, claiming over 50 lives. An armored vehicle was crushed by a silver ape beast, the whole squad annihilated. Only when Cao Da Ren Tu Hong's senior brother intervened did the tragedy end. Huang Than Trang handed a water bottle to Tu Hong, telling him to drink and recover. Tu Hong accepted, nodding gratefully, his eyes slowly calming. Huang Than Trang sighed, speaking of the fragile fate of the base's people in such chaos. Tu Hong placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling, telling him not to be sad, things would pass. He suggested returning to base, saying he wanted to eat a Wen's stir-fried vegetables to lighten his heart. Huang Than Trang laughed loudly, joking that he'd eat so much the cook would be stunned. The rescue battle at Plantation 25 became a turning point, helping Tu Hong grow stronger and more mature. He realized that in this perilous world, only strength ensured survival. The following month, Tu Hong trained diligently in the Old Sun Dragon manual. He and Longsha-ji evolved greatly. The spirit beast mastered 3 energy types, vastly boosting its combat power. While Tu Hong trained at Outpost 7, an old acquaintance unexpectedly visited. Lu Lang rode in on a thermal demon steed, laughing as he greeted his junior after a long time apart. Tu Hang excitedly asked if Longsha-ji could be ridden like that. Lu Lang praised Tu Hang's rescue achievements, proud of his master's disciple. Tu Hang was surprised his senior arrived earlier than the monthly inspection. Lu Lang replied he just stopped by since he was free, avoiding their master's scolding. He told Tu Hang to summon Longsha-ji for inspection. Tu Hang shouted the summoning, calling Longsha-ji forth. The majestic spirit beast rose beside its master, exuding power. Lu Lang was astonished by its rapid evolution, asking if it had reached perfection. Tu Hang humbly said he only followed their master's teachings, leaving Lu Lang speechless. Lu Lang signaled to stop, saying no further testing was needed. He reminded that once Longsha-ji reached mid-stage, Tu Hang must return to the city to report to their master, surprising him. At the outpost, a Wen and Huang Than-Trang tearfully bid farewell, eyes misty. They said they hated to see Tu Hang leave, fearing sleepless nights missing him. Tu Hang teased, joking he'd let Xiaoji train with them instead. Huang Than-Trang quickly blamed Wen, pretending to be scared. Tu Hang laughed loudly, teasing the group and making them run with Xiaoji. The next day, Tu Hang collapsed from exhaustion in the training room, drenched in sweat. Lin Fuk praised Tu Hang's perseverance, confirming he hadn't slacked off all month. He commended Tu Hang's endurance, not a prodigy but with a strong foundation. Zhu He arrived, praising his student for passing the training phase and asking if he had suffered much. Tu Hang smiled brightly, saying he hadn't suffered at all. He said every moment of training made him grow significantly. Compared to his 3 stagnant years before, his current life was far more precious. Zhu He was pleased, praising Longsha-ji's growth beyond expectations and revealing a new plan. Tu Hang curiously asked if the master wanted to send him to the front lines. Zhu He denied it, saying the goal was the upcoming continental tournament. He explained it was an annual event among 6 major regions to compete for entry into the Blood Forest ruins. Answering Tu Hang's question, Zhu He explained the ruins were sealed by immense energy, unlike any other place. He added that the ruins were occupied by a terrifying creature. That creature controlled the energy veins within the ruins. Years ago, 6 powers allied to fight it, and ultimately agreed to open the ruins once a year for 3 spirit masters to enter. Tu Hang eagerly asked if he had a chance to win in that competition. Zhu He laughed, assuring him there was no need to worry too much. He said the opened area was only the outer zone of the ruins, not attracting top experts, so chances still existed. Tu Hang was determined to earn a spot, his eyes burning with firm resolve. Zhu He announced that besides him, 4 others would also participate, meeting tomorrow to begin special training. Tu Hang wondered where this special training would take place. Zhu He replied briefly, Kui Xiong-lin, leaving Tu Hang stunned. He recalled the southern wild forest filled with giant bears, feeling a chill down his spine. Kui Xiong-lin was a land of 4-meter-tall bears weighing tons. Even without energy, once they triggered their evolved forms, they were powerful enough to terrify veteran spirit masters. That place was considered a deadly zone, making Tu Hang nervously question his teacher. Zhu He left, telling him he would understand Kui Xiong-lin in time and to rest and prepare, leaving Tu Hang both scared and curious as he called after him. As evening fell, Tu Hang sat quietly in his small room, worried that his allowance was completely gone. Watching Longsha-ji eat heartily, he realized maintaining its growth required steady food supplies terribly expensive. He sighed, determined to find a way to earn more money. In truth, spirit masters had many ways to make a living. Those with healing beasts could work as medics, earning great income. Those owning plant-type beasts could farm and sell their produce. Water and lightning-type masters specialized in mining energy from special zones. But with the old Sun Dragon manual, Tu Hang believed he'd find a profitable method training while saving for his trip to Kui Xiong-lin. Under the bright neon lights of Haydang, the bustling market buzzed with noise. Tu Hong wandered the market looking for materials related to the Old Sun Dragon manual, but found nothing worthwhile. The loud cry from a nearby stall caught his attention. It bought black catalyst at high prices. He approached and asked why that item was so expensive and if they had stock. The red-faced shopkeeper grumpily snapped that if he had stock, he'd sell otherwise, get lost. Tu Hang read the price list, realizing 1 meter of black catalyst was worth 83 coins, about 83,000 per jin, and was stunned by the huge profit. An idea flashed through his mind. This was his chance to get rich. According to the Old Sun Dragon manual, black catalyst was refined from black octopus slime, boiling ink, and viscous resin in a 3:1:2 ratio, heated for 75 minutes, but natural ingredients were nearly extinct. Even so, in Haydang, those materials could still be found. If he succeeded in crafting it, he'd earn a fortune. That night, in his small room, Tu Hang and Long Sa-ji eagerly mixed the black catalyst solution, the furnace blazing bright. When the experiment succeeded, he joyfully held the shimmering vial, quickly calculating the profit in his head. In Haydong City existed a special research organization, the Institute of Hazardous Bioenergy Studies, specializing in analyzing extremely dangerous creatures and energy sources. This organization had 3 major branches and was likely the main buyer purchasing black catalyst in bulk. That deal was highly profitable, but flooding the market would raise suspicion. Because black truffle is rare and slow-growing, mass sales would make people question the true origin of Juri Longdian. Tu Hang told himself to sell quickly at a low price and leave before trouble arose. Amid the bustling crowd, he stopped before Hong Fa Shangxia's shop, smiling at finding a good trading spot. He placed several small bottles of black essence on the counter and firmly said, 30 grams, 250,000, buy or not. The shop owner, happy yet doubtful, asked about the source, making Tuo Hang's face turn cold. He drew his sword to her neck, warning her not to ask more, forcing her into silence. After taking the money, Tuo Hang left, deciding to keep it secret and use some to buy food for Long Xiaji. His eyes gleamed with resolve, ready to face the coming special squad. In the palace hall, the atmosphere was tense. Wang Huan mocked, saying Tuo Hang used to have no talent and was just lucky to be chosen as a disciple by the protector. La Song angrily slammed the table, opposing a mediocre person like Tuo Hang becoming this mission's leader. Loina added mockery, comparing him to past outstanding leaders like Lu Han and Bai Tuo Tuo, saying Tuo Hang was unworthy. Lin Yu Han spoke sharply, warning them not to doubt the protector's decision. She pointed out that Tuo Hang's Long Xiaji was a dominator-class beast, far beyond theirs, making La Song jump up in anger. The door opened. The Grand Steward led Tuo Hang in, smiling and saying the protector was busy but told him to meet his teammates first. After a brief introduction, the steward left, and the group bid him farewell in unison. Once the door closed, the room's atmosphere grew heavier. Wang Huan sneered, sarcastically welcoming the new captain. Lona continued to mock, teasing the leader who had only one beast. To Hang stayed silent, calm-faced, but sensing something off in the room. Lin Yu Han stepped up warmly, introducing herself as an official beast master with 2 powerful beasts. Tuo Hang shook hands, replied politely, saying he became an official beast master 2 months ago with only 1 special beast. La Song approached provocatively, mocking Tuo Hang's fast progress and comparing their beasts. Tuo Hang smiled, admitting his beast was stronger, enraging La Song. La Song raised his glowing ring, challenging him to test their beast's strength. A massive red beast appeared, exuding overwhelming pressure. La Song arrogantly asked if his opponent was afraid. To Hang glanced at the Hong Lin beast, gauging its power and telling himself he'd fight fairly using Juri Longdian. He teased that the beast was indeed mature but probably not dominator class, provoking La Song's fury. Luna pulled La Song back, sternly reminding him not to ruin the atmosphere arranged by the protector. Tuo Hang coldly replied that the protector wouldn't intervene, but the guards could punish any provoker as they wished. Lasong recalled his beast, bitterly warning not to face him in the coming duel. He mocked that Tuo Hong lacked team spirit because of the Black Lantern's fame. To Hang turned away, coldly saying he'd rather have no teammates like that, and shut the door. Lasong stood still, face purple with rage, cursing in hatred. Wang Huan lounged, sneering that there would be plenty of chances to harm Tuo Hong later. To Hang climbed the stairs, thinking rebellious teammates were a test from his master, vowing to return as true leader. Under the moonlight, Zhang Cheng spread a map and pointed at a marked spot, ready to plan with Tuo Hong. Zhang Cheng pointed at the map, introducing the center of Black Lantern Convergence Zone in a steady voice. He moved his finger to another point, saying the target was Mao Ding-Zhen, a small outpost on the edge of Kuixiong Forest, about 150 kilometers away. The road between them was rough, unfinished in places, full of threats from wild, uncontrolled beasts. Zhang Cheng seriously estimated the journey would take 1 to 2 days, making Tuo Hang briefly ponder. He turned to confirm whether Zhang Cheng had any more concerns. Hearing none, Tuo Hang coldly ordered to depart and left silently with determined eyes. The group ventured deep into Kuixiong Forest, the wild land where Black Lantern Convergence Zone lay. The vast Black Bear Woods held dozens of energy nodes shining like stars in the night. The armored vehicle stopped, its tires grinding on dry earth with a heavy echo. Zhang Cheng reported they'd reached the mountain base, suggesting they hand over and rest overnight. Tuo Hang agreed with a cold gaze. A male voice came from the watchtower radio, calling himself Chief Andalou, asking to confirm they were from Black Lantern. Zhang Cheng identified himself and his unit, requesting permission to enter the town to rest. The other side demanded the latest passcode. He didn't hesitate and clearly recited the verification code. Soon after, Andalou and 2 guards came out smiling to greet the group. Zhang Cheng replied warmly, asking him to arrange lodging for the special guest accompanying them. Andalou laughed heartily, thumping his chest, assuring he'd handle it, and led everyone inside. Night fell, cloaking the town in misty tranquility. A heavy supply crate was set down. Zhang Cheng cheerfully said it was food reserved for Tuo Hang's beast. He introduced Chen Han, a close soldier assigned to assist Tuo Hang, who simply nodded thanks. Without hesitation, Tuo Hang loudly summoned Long Xiaji outside. A gentle breeze passed as the majestic serpent appeared, its eyes shining brilliantly. He gently stroked its snout, smiling, telling it to eat well after such a long fast. Chen Han and Zhang Cheng were amazed by Tuo Hang's spirit beast, unable to hide their admiration. Chen Han stared wide-eyed at Long Xiaji, wondering if it would eat the entire supply crate. The beast approached, exhaling lightly, blowing the boxes open with ease. It quickly swallowed all the food inside, its movements swift and precise. Suddenly, Long Xiaji's cold eyes swept toward the other 2. Zhang Cheng and Chen Han were startled, feeling as if the beast saw through them with disdain. Under dim light, Chen Han awkwardly suggested Tuo Hang relax at the town bar, saying there was no night curfew. Tuo Hang shook his head, saying they could go while he wanted to find a guide to look around. At that moment, a soft knock sounded on the door. A young girl named Anna entered, hair tied high, carrying a local gift, politely asking if Tuo Hang needed a guide. She quickly explained she was only following her grandfather Andalou's orders, not eavesdropping intentionally. Chen Han cheerfully confirmed she was the chief's granddaughter, advising Tuo Hang to choose her as his guide. Tuo Hang looked at Anna and nodded in agreement. Guided by the girl, he leisurely walked through Chanem Town's winding streets. The architecture here differed from Black Lantern's sharp, square, or rectangular roofs, creating vivid scenery. Anna said Chanem people favored dark brown tiles as their cultural tradition. In the distance, a massive stone tower stood like an ancient fortress, also serving as the town hall. Anna excitedly pulled Tuo Hang's hand, saying there would be a special beast fight tonight. He perked up at that. She explained that locals and soldiers sometimes captured wild beasts and made them fight for entertainment. The beasts that died would be butchered and shared among the townsfolk to avoid waste. Tonight was special because a wild tiger would fight, drawing a huge crowd. Tuo Hang thought watching the tiger fight could help train Long Xiaji. He nodded eagerly and went with Anna to watch. At the ticket booth, the middle-aged vendor recognized Anna and teased her about bringing a new boyfriend. Anna blushed, protesting that Aunt Barina was talking nonsense. She grabbed Tuo Hang's hand, urging him to hurry inside. As soon as they entered, everyone's curious eyes turned toward them. Anna smiled brightly, thanking the crowd while politely declining attention. Tuo Hang noticed Anna was well-liked by everyone here. A middle-aged man approached, greeting Anna warmly. Anna playfully asked him to find good seats, joking she'd tell her grandfather otherwise. When he saw Tuo Hang's Beastmaster ring, his demeanor instantly turned wary. He changed to a respectful tone, bowing to welcome the honored guest. The match began, and the MC shouted to stir the crowd. The audience roared wildly like rising waves. The MC introduced the giant tiger brought out to fight. The tiger's roar thundered, sending chills through the crowd. The people cheered, praising the fierce beast and urging the fight to start. Anna raised her hand and cheered passionately, too. MC Jinan signaled for silence, preparing to introduce the opponent. He said this would be a strange battle, hoping for surprises. A chest floated into the arena, its lid bursting open. Inside was a treasure-seeking beast waking up, still dazed. The tiger slowly advanced, radiating killing intent. The small beast panicked and fled, but stumbled and fell to the ground. The crowd burst out laughing at the clumsy scene. Tuo Hang froze, sensing something familiar. The tiger roared loudly and lunged to attack. The small beast panicked, backing to the wall with no escape. The tiger prowled, ready to strike the final blow. The crowd screamed, shocked by the sudden reversal. The spectators were stunned, unable to believe the strange creature's actions. Below the stands, Tuo Hang pondered, analyzing the 4 divine systems from ancient texts. They included 4 types: Mi, Qi, Ji, and Thoai. Observing its speed and the golden mark on its forehead, he identified it as a treasure-seeking beast of the Mi system. This species was extremely rare, non-combative, but able to locate and absorb treasures to survive. Such creatures usually appeared only in ancient ruins. Its presence here was astonishing. Realizing the rare chance, he vowed to seize it at all costs. He looked at Anna seriously, expressing his intent to buy the beast. Anna hesitantly explained it had already been sold to Uncle Gia, the arena owner, and she'd take him to meet him. They entered a smoke-filled office where Anna pleaded with her uncle for help, though the rules forbade stopping a match without casualties. She nearly begged, asking him to break the rule just once. Uncle Gia looked troubled, saying money wasn't the issue. Anna insisted on doubling the price, begging for his consent. He only shook his head, saying even his father had never broken that law. Tuo Hang calmly asked if he was worried about tickets and bets. He clarified he didn't wish to break rules, only to make a private proposal for resolution. Suddenly, the loudspeakers announced the match suspension for special reasons. The crowd erupted in anger, shouting for refunds and complaining about the arena's credibility. Manager RADD calmed them, promising triple refunds and return of all bets. He declared a special replacement match with a new challenger, Tuo Hang. In dazzling light, Tuo Hang stepped out calmly, radiating majestic aura. The audience was stunned, murmuring at someone daring to face a beast. The tiger roared, its chilling sound echoing across the arena. It leaped at Tuo Hang, claws gleaming under the lights. The crowd held their breath. Screams rose in fear for his life. Anna turned pale, clasping her hands, praying for his victory. Tuo Hang spoke firmly, summoning his spirit beast, Long Xiaji. A flash of light erupted, revealing the coiling, massive serpent. The tiger froze, trembling before the colossal creature. The audience erupted in awe, amazed by the rare beastmaster. Under the lights, Tuo Hang smiled confidently, eyes gleaming. Manager RADD sighed in relief, glad he hadn't underestimated this guest. He realized Anna had befriended a trustworthy man. Long Xiaji stared silently at the tiger as tension filled the arena. To Hang commanded firmly, his voice full of power, "Dragon might." Instantly, the spirit beast roared, its aura surging like thunder. The tiger trembled, begging for mercy, too terrified to resist. Suddenly, a small shadow flashed by. Like light, the treasure-seeking beast appeared. To Hang assessed it. Though young, its speed and reflexes were extraordinary. He shouted a firm command, unleashing the move Yong Ag to attack. Long Xiaji shot forward, coiling as it chased while the small beast screamed and ran chaotically. He called again, "Kai Hua Phase 2, accelerate!" The spirit beast surged faster, its roar shaking the arena, cornering the small creature. Long Xiaji stomped hard, making the ground quake, but the opponent narrowly leapt away. To Hang calmly ordered next, "Dragon Might Phase 2, shock strike!" Long Xiaji twisted, turning into a dense violet mist that enveloped the field. The audience was stunned, awed by the young beastmaster's terrifying power. The treasure-seeking beast was exhausted, tears rolling as its breath weakened. As the massive dragon form loomed close, it trembled, frozen in fear. The giant serpent easily grabbed the small one and brought it to him. He smiled proudly, warning the runaway there was no escape this time. The small beast whimpered weakly, as if lamenting in despair. In the control room, RADD couldn't hide his excitement, eyes gleaming at the sight of a young master with such a rare beast. He gently held up the cage, humbly expressing curiosity about how such a swift creature had been caught. RADD laughed heartily and revealed the creature belonged to the Black Lantern Fortress. The manager explained Chan Nian was both a southern supply line and famed for its brewing. Its aged wines drew the fortress's attention, becoming its domain. It was said the creature often sneaked into cellars and broke 30-year-old jars meant for the Night Lord. After 7 hopeless days of hunting, they found it drunk inside a wine jar and sold it here. Looking closely, he smiled, realizing the being had rare power but was undone by its own drunkenness. Outside, under the cool night breeze, Anna smiled gratefully, and he promised to repay her kindness. Anna waved casually, calling it a small matter, and advised him to rest early for tomorrow. He nodded appreciatively, promising to have teammates bring her some exotic items from that place. In his room, he set the cage on the table, watching the creature cling to the bars, crying, before he scolded it that without his rescue, it would have died in the arena. The creature stopped whimpering and gazed at him with curious blank eyes. He touched its nose gently, noticing the cage was so tight that even a large snake could break it, proving the species lacked aggression. Pinching its cheek, he smiled and began planning how to raise it since ancient texts mentioned nothing about its preferred food. Half joking, he suggested letting the creature starve for a few days. Then he laughed loudly, thinking hunger would make it eat whatever he offered. Suddenly, his ring shone brightly, startling him into a cry. Busy with the treasure beast, he'd forgotten to feed Long Xiaji dinner. He rushed to the food cabinet and flung the doors open. A large pot slammed onto the table with a loud clang. He kept pouring food in and stirred it briskly with a wooden ladle. The small beast's eyes lit up, staring hungrily at the pot of food. He wiped his sweat, mumbling calculations to triple the portions to last until tomorrow. He summoned Long Xiaji, and the spirit beast appeared towering over the pile of food. It immediately bent down to devour everything, making the hungry treasure beast turn away crying. Softened, he gently asked if it wanted to eat. The little beast nodded eagerly. He scooped a spoonful and brought it close, encouraging it to eat softly. The small creature ate heartily, its eyes sparkling with joy. Long Xiaji paused in surprise. He smiled, realizing it liked the dragon serpent's food. After finishing, the little beast still looked at him expectantly. He laughed and promised to give it more later. When he turned back, he was stunned to see all the food gone. He chuckled, scolding the gluttonous spirit beast, and sternly reminded it to leave some for the little one. Long Xiaji growled lightly in protest, unwilling to obey. He tapped its head with the wooden ladle, joking that it should act like an elder brother and eat its fill after. The next morning, under the early sun, Anna smiled and waved goodbye as he departed for Dingtan Town. Compared to Chan Nien, it was larger and livelier, famed for metallurgy and precious metal mining. According to Zhang Cheng, this place and Qixiong Forest hid a secret he'd only learn upon arrival. Entering the town, he felt the heavy industrial air mixed with coal smoke and clanging metal. Zhang Cheng led him to the central management hall, where the truth began to unfold. He learned Dingtan Town was a vassal of Black Lantern, supplying metals and crops despite its small population. What shocked him was the vast mineral resource extracted from Qixiong Forest, a land forbidden to commoners. The mystery revealed the forest was under a master's control, or rather, a pet beast of his that could command entire wild hordes. In the leader's hall, wine cups clinked and laughter filled the air of celebration. Tuo Hang stood by the window, exhaling softly, admitting he had underestimated his master's true power. According to a counselor, Qixiong now maintained 4 guardian spirit beasts, the strongest being from a professional beast master of Black Lantern Fortress, while the rest were high-tier tamers. To Hang's gaze deepened, even though he himself belonged to Black Lantern. In the dark room, Long Xiaji slept coiled across the floor while Tuo Hang gently stroked the treasure beast with affection. For a beast master, owning a strange creature like the treasure beast was more alluring than gold, and if those in Qixiong learned its worth, trouble would come. He softly touched its nose and asked kindly if it wanted to cooperate. It replied with a strange cry that startled him. He quickly changed the topic, ordering it to eat first before continuing their talk. Long Xiaji objected with a roar that shook the room, forcing him to shout for both to eat quietly. Although he had planned to go to Qixiong immediately, he decided to stay in Dingtan for 3 more days. The goal was to form a spiritual link with the treasure beast, to gain control at any time. This process turned out harder than expected, as each attempt to connect met fierce resistance from the beast's mind. He flipped through the Dragon Master manuals but found no guidance on taming such a mysterious species. Frustrated, he thought of taking Mai, the beast's name, treasure hunting to stimulate its ability, but things weren't easy. After a whole morning wandering, Mai's treasure hunt was just chasing butterflies and dogs. It was still too immature. He coldly threatened that if Mai was useless, he'd feed it to Long Xiaji, terrifying the beast into using its power. Panicking, it protested loudly, then tried hard to activate its tracking ability. It kept pointing and crying excitedly, making him believe it had found something. But when he checked, the so-called discovery only led them to a roadside diner. He frowned in doubt, hadn't. Mai just claimed a treasure aura was there? The little beast eagerly nodded, squealing with excitement. Tuo Hang's eyes lit with hope, sensing mysterious energy radiating from it. He laughed, lifting the creature, half intending to leave, fearing it was another worthless find. The treasure beast panicked, desperately pointing toward the diner and wailing. He raised an eyebrow, pointing in the same direction, asking if it truly wanted to seek what was inside. It nodded frantically. Teasingly, half serious, he asked why he should help it hunt treasure. Hearing that, the small creature drooped its ears, looking sad and pitiful. He smiled kindly, saying he'd help if it accepted one small condition, startling the beast. Images of chains and whips flashed in its mind, making it tremble in fear. He burst out laughing, assuring it was only a spiritual bond, not enslavement. Relieved, it happily raised its tiny hands and agreed at once. Their hands touched, sealing the promise. He carefully tucked it into his backpack, thinking that a true bond required emotion, unlike forced submission. Inside the diner, the bartender calmly shook a mixer, the rhythmic sound filling the air. He placed a glass down, politely introducing the drink hormone for a female guest. At that moment, Tuo Hang pushed the door open and was warmly invited to try the bar's specialties. He smiled and declined, saying he only wanted to observe, not drink. The waiter glanced skeptically, thinking it odd for someone to enter a bar without drinking. He subtly signaled the guards to stay alert, suspecting this stranger might be trouble. Suddenly, the treasure beast in his backpack cried out, pointing straight at something on the counter, drawing his attention. He muttered, if Mai was a profit beast instead of a treasure seeker, making it protest angrily. Suddenly, the ugly item morphed into a radiant ancient metallic basin. He was shocked, realizing it might be the shape-shifting stone mentioned in ancient texts. He recalled it was a crucial material for spirit beast evolution. Overwhelmed with emotion, he stroked Mai's head gratefully, confirming it was truly a mystical-type spirit beast. At that moment, the waiter and guards approached harshly, questioning whether he was a guest or a troublemaker. Tahang smiles, points at the stone he wants to buy, and asks for the price. The waitress is shocked and stammers, asking if he really intends to buy that stone. She thinks the stone is just useless decoration and fears telling the truth will shame the shop. She waves her hand pretending to be serious, saying it's too expensive and advises him to just drink and leave. Tahang presses his lips confidently, telling her to just state the price. The waitress challenges him, shouting the price as 10,000 diamonds, saying he can have it if he can pay. Tahang immediately pulls out a stack of diamonds and slams them on the counter. The whole shop falls silent, everyone realizing he's extremely wealthy. Tahang calmly says there's no need for a discount, only asks them to deliver the stone to the management building. They suddenly notice the glowing spirit master ring on his hand. Everyone panics, kneels, and apologizes, admitting the true price is only 1 diamond. Tahang sternly reminds them that spirit masters exist to protect people, not exploit them, making everyone tremble and beg for mercy. He coldly leaves, slamming the door, the sound echoing through the shop. When taming a spirit beast, there are 2 methods. The master suppresses it, or the beast willingly submits. The second case is when the beast itself wishes to be tamed. The treasure-seeking beast was of the willing type, making Tahang struggle for 3 days to win its trust. He took it around town searching for treasures, feeding it many delicious meals. He even told bedtime stories to it every night like a child. He discovered that taking it to relic sites to find treasures helps it accumulate future luck. Now the beast sees him as its guardian deity, longing to be accepted, while he keeps distance to increase its dependence. Each day, he trained its speed by letting Long Xiajie chase it across the yard. When the beast was pushed too far, he appeared like a hero and ordered to stop. He scolded Long Xiajie for being too harsh. Long Xiajie muttered in confusion that he was just following Tahang's command. Tahang ignored him, quickly rescuing the little beast, making it even more moved and fully trusting him. The treasure-seeking beast burst into tears and hugged Tahang, who gently comforted it and agreed to accept it, while Long Xiajie bowed in guilt, his plan flawless. At dawn, the group got off the vehicle and arrived at the outskirts of Lin. The vehicle suddenly braked hard, tires screeching loudly. Tua Daren pointed to the river ahead, saying crossing it leads into Lin, and that someone would come to meet them. Tahang smiled, nodded, and thanked him. Heavy rumbling sounds echoed, as if something huge was approaching. A massive creature descended from the sky, landing lightly, astonishing everyone. It was a giant fire tiger carrying a dignified young woman who introduced herself as Heiku, the spirit master, guarding Lin, alongside her high-danger red flame tiger. Tahang and his entourage bowed respectfully. He smiled brightly in return. Heiku smiled, saying her master had informed her about his 1-month training trip and thought he would arrive earlier. Tahang scratched his head awkwardly, explaining he was delayed by other matters. Heiku waves for the 2 escorts to leave, and they hesitate, asking about the remaining luggage. She smiles and loudly summons a yuan. A giant silver-furred ape appears, its muscles gleaming in the morning light. Tahang is secretly shocked, realizing it's a high-rank silver ape with unpredictable strength. Heiku briefly orders the ape to carry the luggage into the camp. The ape nods and follows the direction shown by the 2 escorts. Heiku leaps onto the tiger's back, inviting Tahang to ride with her, her voice full of excitement. Tahang gratefully declines, confidently saying he will use his own Long Xiajie. He calls out, and the massive serpent appears, its body coiling with powerful aura. Heiku widens her eyes in admiration, admitting her junior truly excels with a first beast of peak danger level. She laughs loudly, thrilled to challenge him and test his real strength. She instantly leaps away, teasing that fighting and obedience are two different things. Behind them, the silver-backed ape steadily carries Tahang's luggage. Tahang swiftly climbs onto Long Xiaojia's back, the serpent's eyes flashing with killing intent. Suddenly it tightens its body, aura bursting out, startling Tahang, who yells in fear, asking what it's doing. The serpent doesn't respond and darts off like lightning, strong winds battering him. He clings tightly to its body, muttering that he already told it not to use skills while being ridden. Under the red dusk, two figures sweep across the forest, dust rising behind. At the camp gate, both stop, breathing heavily after the ride. Heku knocks repeatedly, the loud noise echoing, then angrily pushes the iron door when no one answers. At that moment, a lazy voice sounds through the crack, scolding her for nearly breaking the door. Ji Yu strolls out with messy hair, grumbling that she should have brought the key, making him open it for nothing. Heku glares, scolding him for pretending to be busy while actually skipping duty during the chairman's absence. Ji Yu awkwardly smiles, waving his hand, claiming it's an honor to serve her. Before he finishes, Heku punches his shoulder hard, making him wince in pain. She coldly orders him to arrange a room for Tahang, while he can only smile weakly, finding their way of talking oddly funny. Heku turns to explain that only she and Jie are currently stationed in the camp. The old staff couldn't endure the harsh conditions and left, leaving their beasts to handle chores. The camp manager, Spirit Master CK, is now hunting dangerous species in the wilderness. Spirit Master Lin Zhen was supposed to train with him but started early because he arrived late. Tahang scratches his head in embarrassment, saying he was delayed by other matters. Heku laughs easily, patting his shoulder, saying it's fine and to continue talking inside. As he enters, he freezes, shocked to see the walls covered with bizarre, fierce beast heads. Heku bursts out laughing, clapping her hands and teasing him to snap out of it before turning to stone. Tahang awkwardly replies that he just finds the decoration rather unique. Heku raises an eyebrow playfully, asking if he thought this was a hotel and wanted to get close to her. She pats the seat beside her, squinting invitingly for him to come closer. Tahang blushes, stammering in embarrassment, unable to speak. Heku laughs, waves off the teasing, then asks if Tahang understands the training content at Kui Xiong Lin. She turns serious, explaining the training here is secretive, not only about combat but with many other benefits. She asks if he's ever heard of energy fruit essence. Tahang is shocked, asking if such a thing truly exists in Kui Xiong Lin. Heku proudly confirms, saying this place holds countless bear power fruits that enhance physical and attribute strength for both humans and spirit beasts. She pulls open the curtain, revealing a map filled with dense symbols and notes. She points at the map, seriously explaining that obtaining a bear power fruit isn't easy. Heku points to the red area on the map, explaining that all bear power fruits are occupied by gray bear packs, and one must defeat them to get any. Whoever wins against the bear pack leader will be rewarded with one bear power fruit. But if outsiders from Heideng Fort dare to steal them, the bears will hunt them endlessly until the guardian collapses. In the deep forest, fierce roars shake the ground violently. Longxia Ji faces off against a giant glowing bear. Lin Zhen watches with folded arms, noting that if Longxia Ji wins, Tahang will earn his first bear power fruit. Tahang exhales, thinking it won't be easy. Lin Zhen smiles, saying the bear only accepts battle when its foe seems weaker, making this fight extremely dangerous. The bear roars thunderously, echoing through the whole forest. Longxia Ji stands firm, eyes cold as steel. The bear's body suddenly glows, golden lightning wrapping around it. Tahang thinks to himself, surprised that Longxia Ji can provoke such immense rage. He asks Lin Zhen if the bear has truly accepted the challenge. Lin Zhen nods, explaining that his serpent has never fought a strength-type beast and might be at a disadvantage. At that moment, both spirit beasts charge forward, starting a fierce battle. Longxia Ji Shak channels its power, striking fast and hitting the roaring bear with a booming explosion. The bear counters with a terrifying swipe, forcing the serpent back, then launches another thunderous blow. Longxia Ji screeches in pain, hurled away and slamming into the ground. The bear gives no rest, charging instantly to finish its foe. Lin Zhen frowns in worry, sensing something bad about to happen. But Tahong calmly raises a hand, telling his senior to wait, saying little Jay still has one move left. At this moment, Long Xia Jie stares coldly at the roaring bear, eyes like steel. It steps forward slowly, each movement exuding pressure, making the bear flinch slightly in fear. Yet a second later, the bear roars again and charges wildly. Long Xia Jie swiftly twists its body, dodging the attack. It gathers strength, dragon energy surging as its body shines brilliantly. In an instant, it lashes out with a thunderous strike. The hit smashes into the bear's face, making it roar in agony and stumble back several steps, eyes burning with hatred. Lin Zhen is astonished, praising Long Xia Jie Ko for coordinating its skills, a rare feat, but says it's still not enough to break the bear's armor and must evolve further. He admits the defense of beast-type spirit beasts is astonishing, and this victory would grant a precious bear power fruit. Tahong shouts loudly to cheer on Long Xia Jie Ko, boosting its spirit. The bear's wounds quickly close, shocking Tahong at its terrifying regeneration. Long Xia Jie opens its mouth, gathering toxic energy into a massive energy sphere. The sphere falls like a meteor, shaking the ground as dust billows thickly. When the dust clears, the roaring bear still stands firm, unscathed. It grabs a huge log and hurls it toward its opponent. Countless trees are thrown like bullets, targeting Long Xia Jie. The giant serpent twists its body to dodge continuously, the logs embedding deep holes in the ground. Gradually, the fallen trees form a circle, making Long Xia Jie grow wary. A thunderous roar shakes the forest violently again. Lin Zhen panics, realizing the roaring bear has activated its group-boosting talent, signaling a power explosion. He turns to Tahong in fear, saying this talent temporarily enhances the bear's strength and defense, making victory unlikely, so they should stop. But Tahong refuses, eyes firm, saying he hasn't received any distress signal from little Jay and trusts it fully. Before the serpent now stands the towering Koi Xiong Bi. A murderous aura fills the air, the pressure nearly suffocating. Even so, Long Xia Jie keeps its steely gaze unshaken. It uses Evil Coil's second step, moving like a ghost to evade the bear's chain attacks. Lin Zhen shouts in warning that at this speed it won't dodge in time and will be struck. The roaring bear unleashes Fierce Strike, a Tier 2 skill, charging like thunder with overwhelming force. The bear rushes in, but Long Xia Jie suddenly halts, its eyes sharp and locked on the foe. Its tail touches the ground lightly, gathering momentum. It activates the Tier 2 Awakening skill Stubborn Stone, launching a devastating tail strike. The roaring bear can't dodge and is thrown backward violently. Its massive body rolls across the ground. Then it crashes into an ancient tree, shaking the whole forest. Long Xia Jie tilts its head, eyes playful. It lets out a hissing laugh, mocking its opponent. Lin Zhen stands stunned, then bursts into laughter, joking that the bear is truly dumb and lamenting not having such a beast. Tahong, perched on a branch, laughs and waves, saying it was just luck. Lin Zhen scratches his head, feeling guilty for forgetting. Tahong's mental energy is still low. Tahong just smiles awkwardly. Suddenly, Lin Zhen whistles sharply. A dark shadow swoops down a massive red eagle, the blood-tail black-crowned eagle, his flying spirit beast. The eagle gently grasps Tahong's shoulder with its talons, lifting him down from above. It lands softly, setting him safely on the ground. Lin Zhen approaches, praising the battle as outstanding and noting Long Xia Jie's clear improvement. He raises his hand, his ring glowing as he summons the spirit beast, Ha Mao Chao. From the ground, lush green grass sprouts, and Lin Zhen explains it's a healing spirit beast used to recover the opponent per Kui Xiong Lin's rules. After each challenge, the injured Koi Xiong Bi must be healed to prevent the bear pack's revenge. Long Xia Jie watches with satisfaction. Tahong shyly thanks him, while Lin Zhen just laughs, saying it's nothing to worry about. Koi Xiong Bi opens its eyes to see Long Xia Jie staring right at it. Beside it, Ha Mao Chao rustles its leaves as if mocking with laughter. The bear gets furious, eyes glowing red, roaring loudly. Lin Zhen raises a hand to stop it, saying the trial is over, and if it wants to fight again, it must wager another bear power fruit. Koi Zhongbi freezes, sighs irritably, then turns and walks away. Tahang stares in surprise, hesitantly asking why it left without giving the reward. Lin Zhen laughs heartily, patting his shoulder, telling him to follow and see. The two, along with Long Xiajie, chase after the bear through the dense forest. Soon, they arrive before a giant tree whose branches are heavy with glowing bear power fruits. Koi Zhongbi slowly approaches, its massive body trembling slightly. It bites off one fruit and spits it onto the ground. Long Xiajie looks at the saliva-covered bear power fruit. Its eyes show faint disgust and disdain. The bear sits down, chuckling hoarsely as if teasing on purpose. Not backing down, Long Xiajie approaches, grabs the fruit in its mouth, and lifts its head proudly. Lin Zhen laughs, saying Heiku was right, each region has its own bear power fruit tree, while the forest center belongs to the entire bear clan. Tahang holds the tiny bear power fruit, frowning as its size is far smaller than expected. He asks how to use it, and Lin Zhen laughs, saying just eat it directly. He explains the energy within dissipates quickly, so it must be eaten soon, silently praising Tahang's rare luck. Tuhang calls Long Xiajie, signaling it to open its mouth and take it. The serpent trembles, recalling the bear spitting on the fruit, sweating nervously. It immediately turns away, clearly unwilling to eat, making Tahang angry, scolding that it's a treasure not garbage, then turns to his senior for help. With a twisted face, he asks if there's any water to wash it, making Lin Zhen's veins bulge in frustration as he threatens to cut the fruit open for feeding. Finally, Tahang carefully washes the fruit and hands it back to Long Xiajie, ordering it to eat. It reluctantly bites the fruit, chewing slowly as its eyes begin to shine brightly. Lin Zhen instructs Tuhang to let the serpent fully absorb the bear power before leaving, or it would go to waste. Tahang scratches his head blankly but obeys. Suddenly, Lin Zhen's ring glows as he summons two guardian spirit beasts. One is a majestic high-rank fire lion, the other a colossal earthrock python, an extremely dangerous species. Lin Zhen orders them to alert and guard the surroundings. Watching the beasts leave, Tahang forces a smile, thinking absorbing a bear power fruit clearly isn't quick. He thanks his senior, but Lin Zhen waves off, saying there's no need since bear power fruits must be digested on site and can't be taken far. Beneath Long Xiajie eye, a golden magic array glows brightly, radiating mysterious light. Lin Zhen continues, advising that without guardian beasts, one should hide in forests or caves for safety during absorption. Inside the array, Long Xiajie slightly raises its head, eyes showing a hint of shyness. Tahang grows worried and asks his senior if something's wrong. Lin Zhen calmly explains that the bear power fruit's energy alters each cell, causing strong reactions but perfectly normal, and the result will be worth it. Indeed, Long Xiajie's body grows larger, its aura soaring. It roars loudly, shaking the entire forest. Sitting on its back, Tahang clearly feels the transformation after over 10 days. It's nearing late maturity. Long Xiajie's strength and endurance now rival, even surpass, normal beasts of the same level. He recalls the days when Long Xiajie kept defeating the bears, astonishing Lin Zhen. In 13 days, Long Xiajie's obtained nearly 10 bear power fruits after over 20 battles, winning half and leaving Lin Zhen speechless. That achievement was largely due to the treasure-seeking beast's secret assistance. That spirit beast carefully selected suitable opponents for Long Xiajie. Thanks to it, the serpent easily won without Lin Zhen ever noticing. Suddenly, Long Xiajie roars, its eyes flashing, and Tuhang senses a familiar power. The beast lowers its head slightly in confirmation. It dashes forward rapidly, and Tahang shouts to urge it onward. He parts the bushes to observe the scene ahead. A fierce battle unfolds before him. The opponent is an armored wolf bug, a dangerous insect species living in dark caves. Tahang doubts this is its natural habitat and suspects someone is controlling it. Suddenly, a masked man appears, summoning more armored wolf bugs to attack a black bear, drawing Tu Hang's focus. The armored wolf bug, an extremely powerful evolution form, has almost no weaknesses, its strength far surpassing the red flame tiger. He watches it charge forward with astonishing speed. In an instant, the bear is fatally pierced. Its body falls into the stream. Tu Hang and Long Xiaojie are stunned by the overwhelming speed. He recalls stories of Heideng Fort, a long-standing faction with many battles and rivalries. He guesses the one controlling these two bugs must be Heideng Fort's greatest rival, ruling a smaller but similar territory. But their appearance here for the bear power fruit puzzles him, as even Heideng Fort hasn't uncovered its secret. Tu Hang watches the masked man approach the bear power fruit tree. The man pulls out a syringe. He extracts liquid from the tree's trunk. Tu Hang is shocked, wondering what that fluid is. A flash of light streaks across the sky. He and Long Xiaojie panic, realizing it's the enemy's scouting beast. The masked man hears the signal and stops, turning back in fury. He lets out an enraged scream. He curses loudly, claiming someone dares to spy on him. He immediately commands the armored wolf bugs to move toward that direction. Jumping onto one of them, he gives chase at terrifying speed, quickly closing in on Tu Hang. Riding atop Long Xiaojie, Tu Hang falls into deep thought. He realizes the armored wolf bugs are not only strong and mountable, but can also infiltrate Kui Xionglin undetected. That man must be an extremely dangerous figure. He hurriedly pulls out his phone to call. Just as he shouts for help, the signal cuts off midway. The phone dies, battery drained, leaving him furious. He blames himself for being careless and overconfident in his master's reputation. With determination, he vows to deliver the message even at the cost of his life. He shouts for the treasure-seeking beast to appear. Long Xiaojie instantly accelerates, darting forward like the wind. The masked man orders the armored wolf bug to activate its skill. He commands it to exterminate Tu Hang and his spirit beast. The armored wolf bug suddenly halts. Its eyes blaze as it activates the level 5 skill Dark Thread Assault. In a flash, a black beam shoots forward. It reaches Tu Hang and Long Xiaojie in an instant. Tu Hang is horrified but reacts instantly. He shouts for Long Xiaojie to use double burst dash and charges into the forest. The beast roars, spreading its wings fiercely. It bolts away at insane speed. Although slower than Dark Thread, double burst dash allows sharp turns, perfect for forest deception tactics. He hopes to lure Lin Zhen there for backup. The armored wolf bug gives chase but steps on a dry branch. It crashes headfirst into a tree trunk and halts. The masked man grits his teeth in rage as his prey escapes. He recalls the armored wolf bug, then summons the lightning tiger, a creature of triple attributes: light, electricity, and beast. He mounts the tiger, ordering pursuit. The tiger sprints like lightning, quickly closing the distance. It fires light thrust, a blinding beam toward Long Xiaojie. Long Xiaojie dodges most of it, but still suffers a light wound. A streak of red blood spreads across its scales. Tu Hang realizes the enemy has reached the perfected rank, and the treasure-seeking beast on his shoulder trembles in fear. He touches Long Xiaojie's wound, deeply worried as it nears exhaustion. Suddenly, a bold plan comes to his mind. He laughs and orders the treasure-seeking beast to guide them to the Koi Xiongbi leader's lair. The treasure-seeking beast closes its eyes to sense, then points the way, prompting him to shout to advance for reinforcements. Long Xiaojie abruptly changes direction, throwing the pursuer off track. Tu Hang yells for it to use Earth Spike Array to summon allies. Long Xiaojie roars, activating the spell. The ground splits apart, countless sharp stone spears rising in all directions. The stone pillars block the path, making the masked man roar furiously. He commands the armored wolf bug to break through. The red ring on his hand glows intensely. The armored wolf bug reappears, crushing all obstacles in its path. He continues the chase, a cold smile forming on his lips. He declares that Tu Hang cannot escape. Suddenly, the lightning tiger halts, surprising him as he orders it to stop pursuit. He tells it to scan the area ahead. The tiger suddenly trembles in fear. The masked man, confused, asks why. From the dark cave, a pair of enormous glowing eyes emerge, freezing him in terror. A colossal Koixiongbi appears. Its roar shakes the entire forest. He turns pale, realizing it's the leader of the bear pack. Seeing the beast charge forward, he hurriedly commands the lightning tiger to retreat. Hidden in the bushes, Tu Hang and Long Xiaji observe the scene. He worries that if the leader summons the whole pack, no one could stop them unless he had his master's magic seal. He decides to return and report, urging Long Xiaji to head back to camp and find Senior Jieyu. Long Xiaji quickly took off, carrying him away. A flash of light shot toward them from afar. He shouted in fear, telling Long Xiaji to dodge. The giant snake twisted aside to evade the strike. It landed safely on a large branch. The masked man's regretful voice echoed, lamenting the prey's escape. He sneered, saying Dian Guanghu had activated its tracking skill, making escape useless. Tu Hang frowned, realizing that ability was truly formidable. The enemy mocked him for using Koixiongbi to stall, claiming he could easily surpass it. He scornfully said Tu Hang relied on weak spirit beasts. Then he ordered Dian Guanghu to hunt with full force. The tiger roared and lunged like lightning. As it neared, Long Xiaji suddenly activated Dragon Might Level 2 Awakening. Tu Hang silently thanked the guardian beast for hiding its true strength with illusion magic. He threw a prepared smoke bomb, seizing the chance to escape. The smoke exploded, covering the whole area. The masked man's vision was blocked. Seizing the moment, Tu Hang and Long Xiaji darted out of the smoke. The enemy's arrogant laughter echoed, mocking their futile escape. He roared for Dian Guanghu to use electric restraint and chase relentlessly. He shouted to kill Tu Hang first, then deal with his beast. Tu Hang panicked as Dian Guanghu charged, heart racing, screaming loudly. Suddenly, the ring on his hand glowed, activating Fire Speech Level 6 Flame Beast Language. A blazing red shield surrounded him. As Dian Guanghu touched it, it was thrown back, roaring in pain. Tu Hang trembled, both relieved and scared, cursing his teacher for not warning him of this protection. The masked man widened his eyes, shocked that only top-tier masters could awaken a preservation ring which he never possessed. Tu Hang shouted for Long Xiaji to flee. But the masked man also activated his ring, summoning Bai Shan Shi and vowing not to let him report back. A massive white lion appeared, exuding savage power. Tu Hang ran while lamenting the enemy's abundance of spirit beasts. He sneered that Tu Hang was doomed, no matter who his master was. Suddenly, Long Xiaji halted. The masked man smirked arrogantly, asking why they stopped. Tu Hang turned back, grinning slyly, asking if he recognized this beast. The foe looked up, stunned to see Qingfeng Diao Lin Zhen's scouting beast. In the sky, Lin Zhen descended with his beast, eyes cold. He shouted, daring anyone to touch his junior within Koixiong-lin. The masked man roared back, furious at being blocked. Lin Zhen laughed disdainfully, declaring he would not only block but also kill, calling him scum of the Sinfire sect. Hearing that, Tu Hang pondered briefly. He recalled that Sinfire sect's full name was Sinflame Convergence Hall. This faction was an ancient enemy of Haidang Fort, famed for controlling wolf-type beasts. That's why his beast being Armor Wolf and Carapace Wolf wasn't surprising. The masked man sneered coldly, mocking Lin Zhen's challenge. He commanded his 3 beasts to attack, vowing to tear Lin Zhen apart for his arrogance. Lin Zhen laughed, declaring he would prove his skill by killing him on the spot, summoning Dian Yan Gang Mang and Yuan Ying Bao. 2 massive beasts appeared, their aura dominating the space. Carapace Wolf charged, but Tu Hang shouted for his senior brother. His cry echoed through the battlefield. A giant flaming fist struck the Carapace Wolf's snout, knocking it down. The masked man was horrified, asking what that creature was. Beside Lin Zhen, a burning humanoid emerged, Fire Venom Male, a rare hybrid of poison, martial, heat, and demonic power. Tu Hang realized Dian Yan Gang Mang was a decoy. Fire Venom Male was the true trump card, using illusionary magic for ambush, a masterful tactic. He clenched his fists, fear rising before the might of a five-element spirit. Flames blazed atop the carapace wolf's head, burning fiercely. The insectoid beast roared in pain, while the masked man cursed angrily, calling Fire Venom Male's name. He exclaimed in shock, never expecting his foe to own such a rare spirit beast. He claimed Sinfire Sec's intelligence never reported Haidang Fort possessing such a beast. Lin Jin smirked coldly, saying if they'd known, the man wouldn't still be alive. The masked man scoffed, saying one Fire Venom Male wasn't enough to defeat him. He roared for Carapace Wolf to unleash Blackline Assault, flaunting its peak insect power. Carapace Wolf dashed forth like an arrow, terrifyingly fast. But Fire Venom Male dodged gracefully like a phantom. Flames flared around its arms. A fiery punch struck Carapace Wolf's head, followed by another sending it flying back. The insect beast crashed heavily, shaking the ground. Tu Hang was awed by Lin Jin's strength, while the foe raged, claiming the battle wasn't over. He activated auxiliary armor, making Carapace Wolf glow and harden. Lin Jin, unfazed, ordered Fire Venom Male to teach him manners. Flames roared on its fists, forming the move Thermal Strike, Star Flame Form. A wave of fire surged toward Carapace Wolf, but it countered with Blackline Assault to evade. Lin Jin instantly responded with a stronger move, Super Thermal Burst, Quad Rift Claw Rend. The two beasts clashed, detonating the battlefield. A deafening explosion erupted, dust sweeping everywhere. When the smoke cleared, Fire Venom Male stood tall while Carapace Wolf trembled, near collapse. The masked man was horrified by the immense power. He realized his opponent wielded two level 6 awakened abilities, overwhelming Carapace Wolf. Furious, he summoned Fire Scale Beast and evolved form ablaze with molten red armor. Lin Jin replied calmly with disdain, saying another beast would change nothing. The masked man smirked, saying he didn't need to win, just stall for time. He pulled out his phone, sending a message offering a bounty for Lin Jin's half-dead head. The battle raged in the forest as Tu Hang worriedly watched his senior brother. Lin Jin calmly replied he had already informed Zhu shouting and was waiting for reinforcements. Tu Hang hinted there was another way, and Lin Jin laughed, daring anyone to try. The masked man snorted coldly, ordering Fire Scale Beast to surround and attack. The blazing red beast lunged forward, spewing flames to start a new clash. Lin Jin roared, saying his comrades could hold the enemy for a few seconds. Fire Venom Male unleashed a super thermal strike, slamming down with terrifying force. The ground cracked. Flames erupted from fissures, striking Sinfire Sect forces. The masked man hissed angrily as Fire Scale Beast countered with fire, creating thick smoke clouds. The enemy retreated, but from within the smoke. Long Xiaji suddenly burst out, shocking everyone. The masked man cursed, calling the white rat daring, while Tu Hang smiled coldly. His foe's beasts were now surrounded. The time had come. Long Xiaji spewed a dark orb while summoning sharp stone pillars from the ground. The masked man saw the attack and cried out in alarm. A thunderous explosion shook the area, dust veiling all sight. From the smoke emerged a suppressive beast war beast Black Star. It was a top-tier species, already mastered. The masked man rode it proudly, laughing that his reinforcements had arrived first. He vowed to slay Lin Jin and retreat, sure Shu couldn't intervene in time. Hatzi, the Sinfire Sect support, arrived riding a fierce, fully trained peak insect beast. The creature fired 3 venomous spikes straight at Long Xiaji. One spike struck Long Xiaji's tail. Its tail shattered into segments and it wept in agony. War Beast Black Star roared and charged directly at Tu Hang. Lin Jin shouted a warning, telling his junior to be careful. Fire Venom Male flashed in to block the hit, injured but still standing. War Beast Black Star panted, preparing its ultimate move, Giant Foot Crush, raising its leg high. Suddenly, a voice rang out as Scarlet Flame Tiger appeared in a blaze, knocking the black beast back. Tu Hang rejoiced, realizing Xie had arrived to save them. Shiwu shouted angrily, condemning Sinfire Sect's bullying. Hatzi mocked him, curious how Ziwu had appeared so fast. Xie crossed his arms with a proud smile, saying without him the scum would have gotten away easily. The masked man sneered that Ziwu's arrival was pre-planned, while Hat Z coldly revealed he had a secret weapon. Behind Hat Z, a mountain-sized beast emerged, ready for battle. It roared thunderously, its sound waves shaking the space. Everyone was terrified, realizing it was a fully mature superclass species. Everyone felt the crisis deepening, fearing disaster was unavoidable. Goldenback Ironwall Ape charged toward Sinfire Sect's base with destructive power. Suddenly, a powerful strike hit its abdomen, hurling it far and shaking the earth violently. The Sinfire Sect members panicked, rushing to check on the fallen beast. Tu Hang murmured in confusion, not understanding what happened. Haiguo spoke up. It was an attack from Shu Shouting's main subordinate. The creature that struck was the Nightbane Earth Dragon. Shiwu nodded, confirming it was a fully matured super-tier beast that felled the Goldenback Ape in just 2 blows. Nightbane Earth Dragon roared, exuding terrifying dominance that shook the forest. Tu Hang gasped, saying this was the true power of a super-dangerous rank. Seeing things turn dire, Hat Z shouted an alarm, ordering retreat because Shu Ke had arrived. But at that moment, a sudden blue light surged forth. The masked man was struck, blown away with a short scream. Before he could react, he was completely annihilated. Only Hat Z, riding Ice Dragon, managed to flee. Tu Hang and Haiguo stood frozen, watching silently. They saw Shu Ke's colossal spirit beast approaching, majestic like a god. Shuka stood atop the creature, his calm yet commanding voice condemning Sinfire Sect's audacity to invade Kui Xionglin in his absence. Tu Hang and Haiguo were speechless, gazing at his beast with awe and fear. Shuka noticed the corpse of Lin Zhen's Earthrock python, beside which Lin sat silently. Shiwu gently placed a hand on Lin Zhen's shoulder to comfort him. Shuka asked in a deep tone who caused this. Lin Zhen quickly answered it was the electric dragon of the Sinfire Sect. Shuka was silent for a moment, then sternly ordered Haiguo to gather all troops at camp. Haiguo immediately obeyed, vowing firmly to take charge. Shuka nodded and turned away, saying he would handle the rest. Later, deep within Kui Xionglin, the Sinfire Sect regrouped under heavy tension. Hat Z cursed in rage, saying their perfect plan was ruined by a nobody, blaming Lei Ge and Ma Zheng for likely dying to Shu Ke. Others shouted that the intelligence team failed for leaking wrong targets. One sighed in defeat, saying it was too late, mission failed, and they must report back to prepare defenses against Haideng Corps retaliation. The group agreed, while Jin Chung, the surviving masked man, frowned and asked Hat Z about Elder Yu. Hat Z snapped, telling him not to bother and handle things himself. Suddenly, the ground shook violently with roaring tremors. Waves of shock spread like endless thunder. The Sinfire Sect members screamed in panic, clueless about what was happening. From afar, a knight appeared, radiating fierce power. The group's only woman cried out in fear, recognizing it was Shu Ke. The whole group scattered in panic, none daring to look back. Moments later, the scene shifted to Haideng Corps camp. The courtyard was littered with piles of beast corpses. In the meeting hall, Shu Ke calmly declared most enemies had been wiped out, with only a few escaping. Haiguo worriedly warned it might be a trap to lure their forces. Shuka reviewed the report, confirming the losses were minimal. They had lost only a small amount of power fruits, but hundreds of bear-hide beasts, heavy damage to Kui Xionglin. He added that the bear-hide leader would surely be furious, but the counterattack would be left to them. Shuka turned to Lin Zhen, promising to report to higher-ups to compensate him with a rare cub. He also praised Haiguo and Siwu for their timely rescue, saying he would recommend rewards. Shiwu sighed in relief, thankful he wasn't punished for leaving his post. Suddenly, Shu Ke angrily threw documents at Ziewu, demanding why he left Liuding camp. Shiwu blushed, hastily explaining he only came to aid Lin Zhen and Tu Hang. Shuka coldly ordered him to return to his original station immediately. Shiwu awkwardly left, muttering compliance. Shuka turned to Tu Hang, acknowledging his major role in foiling the enemy's plot. He allowed Tu Hang to choose several treasures from the camp vault as a reward. Tu Hang humbly said he only survived thanks to Lin Zhen's help. He asked to give his reward to his senior brother. Shuka laughed warmly, praising their harmony. He stated both would be rewarded with Lin Jin's share decided by higher command. With that, he signaled for Tu Hang to be led to select treasures. Tu Hang shyly asked to postpone the selection until tomorrow. Night fell and the camp grew silent. Tu Hang sat in the library, reading and reminding himself that before choosing treasures, he must study the ancient dragon manual. In the room, Storm Thunder Dragon Serpent coiled asleep while Tu Hang studied beast evolution toward dragon form. He suddenly stopped, realizing dragon evolution was extremely dangerous and required countless rare materials for even a small chance of success. At that moment, the treasure-seeking beast appeared, delighting him as he gently petted it. He thought its evolution potential was higher, imagining its radiant dragon form while reading about 9 evolution paths. Only one retained the treasure-finding ability. He decided to focus on the mystic-type evolution path. After finishing, he paused to think, determination blazing in his eyes. He resolved to visit the vault tomorrow to seek a fitting treasure. The next morning, he led Storm Thunder Dragon Serpent near a great tiger resting in Kui Shonglin camp. He was saying he couldn't go to the vault yet when He Guo appeared, telling him Shu Ke had gone to investigate Sinfire sect traces overnight. She teased that his reward must wait until Shu Ke's return. Tu Hang suddenly had an unusual thought, his eyes sharpening. He looked at Longxia and murmured that he had just conceived a grand plan. He laughed mysteriously, making Longxia wary and puzzled. The dragon ran off, whipping its tail, while He Guo sighed helplessly. She shook her head, lamenting how hard her junior was to understand. Then Tu Hang and Longxia rushed through the dense forest, heading deeper inside. He pondered that He Guo cared for Scarlet Flame Tiger, while the bear-hide herd was neglected, sparking a bold idea about Kui Shonglin's losses. With that thought, he sped up, leaving the injured Longxia trailing behind. While running, he told himself the bear-hide's habitat was a valuable clue. If treasure-seeking beast found materials there, their chance would rise. He urged Longxia to hurry for the final opportunity. Storm Thunder Dragon Serpent still didn't understand, eyes full of doubt. The next scene grew warm. Tu Hang, Bearhide, and Longxia sat together by a campfire. Thanks to the treasure beast and special cooking from the ancient dragon manual, a joyous feast was made. They tended, bathed, and healed the bear-hide herd while collecting many spoils. Besides 3 power fruits, several rare bird eggs were greedily swallowed by Longxia, filling the night with laughter. But as dusk fell, a sudden event occurred. The massive bear-hide went berserk, eyes glowing red, charging at Longxia with level 4 Roaring Bear Awakening, stunning everyone. Tu Hang shouted for Longxia to treat it as a reward for the good meal, urging it to fight. The green dragon grew furious, turning to face the giant bear. Its claws slashed as the system displayed the skill Beast Quad Claw Rend. Despite fierce counterattacks, its tail wound slowed its movement. Tu Hang worriedly noticed its injuries hadn't fully healed. The bear seized the chance, ramming hard and knocking Longxia down. Bearhide lunged at its neck, pressing it to the ground with savage eyes. Tu Hang panicked, shouting for Longxia to yield, saying it wasn't strong enough yet. The two beasts glared at each other, neither backing down. Bearhide's eyes blazed with killing intent. It raised its claws for a finishing blow. Longxia blocked it with its tough body, holding firm in defense. Suddenly, a bright violet light burst in the battlefield. The system announced Dragon Might Dragon Chant Battle Pool activated. Longxia underwent immense evolution. Tu Hang shouted joyfully, calling out the newly awakened skill. Bearhide, terrified, shrank and fled into the forest. Tu Hang smiled brightly at Longxia. He patted its head proudly, seeing the awakening of a level 4 skill. Longxia rejoiced, its eyes shining with confidence. Tu Hang exclaimed emotionally, amazed it had won through innate dragon might reaching level 4. But suddenly Longxia was flung away, shocking Tu Hang. Tu Hang called out anxiously to Longxiaji, unable to finish his words. Both were swept into the air by a spiraling violet light, wind roaring fiercely. The ice wrapping Long Xia's tail shattered and scattered. The system displayed that Long Gyaji had entered late-stage maturity. The scene, both awe-inspiring and majestic, left Tu Hong stunned as he watched its transformation. He joyfully hugged the dragon, shouting with delight that it had reached the late stage. In Kui Xionglin, Shu Shouting heard the report and was shocked, asking if Long Xiaji had truly reached late maturity. He immediately dismounted and questioned further, receiving firm confirmation from He Guo. Shu Shouting turned to ask Lin Jin and He Guo, who said it happened right outside the camp gate. From afar, someone came running, urgently calling Tu Hang's name. Lin Jin, feeding beasts, happily greeted Shu Shouting's return. He nodded, saying he had just finished business, then repeated the news of Long Xiaji's breakthrough. Lin Jin cheerfully confirmed, stating its power had reached full maturity standards. Zhu Shouting excitedly praised its incredible evolution speed, far beyond the Sectmaster's expectations, enough to prepare for the coming war. He placed a hand on Tu Hang's shoulder, praising his remarkable achievement and spirit. Then he ordered Lin Zhen to arrange for Tu Hong's return to Haideng tomorrow since his training was complete. His face brightened with a smile as he urged Tu Hong to go choose his treasure. Tu Hang nervously suggested he rest first and postpone it to tomorrow. Shu Shouting sternly said the delay would be compensated with one extra item. In Kui Xionglin's treasure vault, only Tu Hang and Shu Shouting remained. The treasure-seeking beast perched on his shoulder as they entered the glittering castle-like vault. Tu Hang asked in awe if he could really choose freely. Shu Shouting smiled generously, saying everything inside was available, the space behind him glowing like a golden mountain. Hearing that, Tu Hang excitedly dashed toward the gold pile, shouting agreement. Amid the dazzling jewels, he and the treasure beast stood stunned by the splendor. He exclaimed in amazement, confirming it was indeed Kui Xionglin's legendary vault. His eyes sparkled as he calculated that each region of Kui Xionglin hid rare treasures, yet he could choose only 3. He called out seriously to the treasure-seeking beast, signaling it was time to act. The beast startled awake, recalling what he had told it the previous night. Tu Hang looked into its eyes, instructing it to find those items. Success would let it evolve into a treasure dragon. The beast cried, "Maru! Maru!" excitedly and dashed to the floor to search. It moved like lightning, rummaging through every corner. Tu Hang watched, murmuring that this time everything depended on luck. Suddenly his eyes gleamed as he noticed something unusual. The treasure beast climbed onto a goddess statue and sat proudly on her chest, making Tu Hang furious as he shouted, threatening to feed it to Long Xia. The terrified creature squealed "Maru, Maru," and quickly ran off to search seriously. Meanwhile, at Lu Ding camp, a man gently reminded comrades to be careful while transporting valuable goods. He suddenly shouted for extreme caution, warning that it was the treasure of the great beast master, prompting full attention. Lin Zhen turned to Tu Hong, seriously advising that Shu Shouting had destroyed many Sinfire sect outposts, and the enemy would surely retaliate, so they must stay alert on the road. Tai Wu suddenly appeared, patted Tu Hong's shoulder to startle him, then laughed mockingly. He put his arm around Tu Hong and slyly said that once they reached Lu Ding Zhen, absolute safety was guaranteed. Lin Zhen nodded in agreement. He bid them farewell, saying Shu Shuji was calling him, then shook Tu Hang's hand with a bright smile. He warmly wished Tu Hang would soon return to Kui Xionglin, and Tu Hang gratefully thanked him. Tai Wu smirked beside them, teasing their teacher-student affection. He turned to order the transport team to do a final check and prepare to depart for Haiteng Condensation Hall. The guards shouted in unison, their morale surging. In the dense forest near Liu Dingzhen, 3 masked figures appeared, moving stealthily. The female leader coldly stated that their target this time was the important figure being escorted to Haiteng. The bald-masked man nodded approvingly, revealing that Lin Zhen had left Liu Dingzhen time to act. He pointed to the route map, marking the ambush point at Xiong Valley. After speaking, he hid behind bushes, raising binoculars to observe closely. As the convoy appeared on the highway, his eyes gleamed wickedly and he shouted threats toward the small target. He arrogantly boasted that he would make that person pay for their fallen comrades. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind him, leaving him dazed and confused. Instantly, Lin Zhen appeared with a fire warrior, sternly ordering the leader to reveal himself. Lin Zhen confidently declared that his two subordinates had been punished by Shu Shuji, and he would face the consequences next. The masked leader trembled, unable to believe it. Lin Zhen pointed toward the convoy, asking if they noticed the vehicles had stopped before the cave instead of passing through. The leader angrily shouted, realizing he'd been tricked by false information. At that moment, the two comrades lay writhing on the ground, while the masked woman scornfully said they were punished for their crimes. Shu Shuji rode up on a white horse, solemnly declaring that their mission was to protect the Haiteng Imperial Master. Lin Zhen and the fire ally prepared to act, agreeing to clean up the enemies. Shu Shuji coldly ordered that anyone guilty must pay, whether new or old. At that time, the last vehicles finally reached their destination. In one car, Tu Hang thought the saboteur must be a high-level vicious species and realized Lin Zhen's late departure nearly caused danger. Suddenly realizing something, he shouted from the car to draw Shu Shuji's attention. His cry made both Lin Zhen and Shu Shuji turn in surprise. Tu Hang stepped out, bowing deeply in gratitude for their protection and promised repayment upon returning to Haiteng. Shu Shuji looked at him fondly, telling him to hurry so as not to keep the master waiting. 2 days later, the convoy safely arrived at Haiteng Condensation Hall. Zhou He sat on the throne, looking sternly at Tu Hang and asked about his journey's gains. Tu Hang proudly declared he would not let his master down. At that moment, Long Xiaji appeared, looking grand and imposing. Chu He happily stood up and stroked the dragon's majestic scales. He carefully examined its mouth, making Tu Hang somewhat anxious. He warned the dragon not to move, or it would face severe punishment. Zhou He looked thoughtfully at Tu Hang, reminding him that the Toi Huo Zhen group had suffered heavy losses recently at the hands of his faction and senior brother. Tu Hang worriedly asked if Toi Huo Zhen would retaliate against Kui Xiong Lin, but Zhou He laughed confidently, saying not to worry since the master there had secretly returned. He sternly added that unless Toi Huo Zhen ruled supreme, anyone daring to invade must die. Then he returned to his throne, solemnly expressing great satisfaction with Tu Hang's results. Zhou He smiled, praising the special training success and contribution in slaying thieves, then asked what reward he wanted. Tu Hang beamed and requested another high-grade dragon spirit pill from the previous reward. Zhou He raised an eyebrow, asking why so little, and advised him to ask for more worthy gifts. Tu Hang hurriedly begged to receive the reward on behalf of his senior brother Lin Zhen. He recalled that at Kui Xiong Lin, his senior brother had sacrificed his beast to save him. Zhu Hu pondered, tapping his fingers, and decided to grant Lin Zhen a rare young flame azure tiger after the new year as repayment. Tu Hang rejoiced inwardly, thinking this was a great chance for Lin Zhen to change his fate. Zhou He gently informed him that a private villa had been prepared for him in Haiteng Fort and told him to visit his sister before preparing for the Continental War. Tu Hang bowed deeply, promising not to disappoint his master. As he turned to leave, Zhou He sighed and called him back. He taught that excessive humility was dangerous. In the world of imperial masters, only the strong had the right to speak. He told him to go to the second floor and choose 2 more items besides the dragon spirit, stressing that only survivors deserved humility. Tu Hang softly repeated the phrase, engraving it in his mind. He clasped his hands in gratitude, vowing to remember the lesson. On the way back, he pondered his master's words, realizing that to speak of principles, one must first be strong enough to make others listen. Riding on the back of the wind thunder dragon serpent, he soared through the clouds, his heart burning with determination. Outside, Tu Ting's voice echoed through the house, laughing loudly as she told how her brother was once bitten on the butt by a mouse. Hearing her tease, Tu Hang could only shake his head helplessly, wondering whom she was embarrassing him to this time. He opened the door, smiling and loudly announcing his return. Before he could finish speaking, Tu Ting rushed over and hugged him tightly. They fell to the floor, Tu Ting hugging her brother and crying, while Tu Hang gently patted her head, softly comforting her that everything was over. When they woke up, Tu Hang asked in confusion where they were. Tu Ting cheerfully introduced them as colleagues from the Resource Bureau, specializing in material management. She pointed to one person, introducing her as Lin Meng Yuan. Next, she introduced Jin Mei Li, her close friend. Tu Hang greeted them warmly, showing friendliness. He noticed his sister's eyes were full of hidden meaning and awkwardly asked why. Tu Ting pulled her brother aside, whispering that he should ease their parents' worries and start a family soon, revealing the dinner was arranged by the two girls. She sternly reminded him that due to his busy work, he needed someone independent. Tu Hang shyly declined, using fatigue as an excuse to avoid the meal. Tu Ting glared at him angrily. Even though he tried to reason, he couldn't change his sister's mind. The dinner felt awkward until Tu Hang summoned his treasure beast to play. The small creature fascinated the three women, especially Tu Ting's two colleagues. Late at night, Tu Ting told him to escort her two friends home, and he reluctantly agreed. On the way, Jin Mei Li softly said he didn't need to go far since they lived nearby. She pointed out the direction, saying just one turn would reach their place. Lin Meng Yuan agreed, praising his enthusiasm despite recent exhaustion. Suddenly, Tu Hang sensed imminent danger. He immediately stepped in front of the two women, eyes alert. A rat-like creature with sharp claws appeared. It bared its teeth, red-eyed, and charged ferociously. The two women panicked. Jin Mei Li stammered while Tu Hang calmly explained it was a low-level mutant beast. Lin Meng Yuan was shocked by its enormous size. He replied that it likely mutated after devouring a spirit beast's corpse. He warned they moved in packs and told the women to step back. An explosion sounded as red-eyed beasts swarmed violently. The group was horrified, facing deadly danger. Jin Mei Lu suddenly remembered the chicken soup basket she held was their favorite food. Tu Hang shouted loudly, summoning his spirit beast. A giant dragon roared into view. The beasts immediately recoiled under the dragon's overwhelming might. Tu Hang ordered pursuit, smiling confidently that none could escape Long Xiaji. The dragon soared forth, chasing the savage beasts. In moments, its claws tore the rats apart, blood splattering everywhere. He shouted proudly, boasting his spirit beast was now far stronger than 2 months ago. A group of masked men appeared, armed with heavy weapons. They were terrified by the bloody scene, shouting that the Imperial Master had slain all 4 beasts. Tu Hang calmly instructed them to notify the Security Bureau to prevent the beasts from invading residential areas. The group respectfully complied. He added they should deliver 3 corpses to Internal Affairs. He clearly stated the address Villa number 73. The scene shifted to Qing Fort, where wealthy imperial masters gathered. Villa number 73 was luxurious, a prestigious gift that made him the center of attention. Some grew envious, especially a neighbor named Lu Leng. When Tu Ting appeared, Lu Leng immediately changed his attitude, making Tu Hang suspect he liked his sister. The servants carefully cleaned up, reminding each other not to dirty the Lord's residence. The beasts' corpses were transported away, but he kept some for another purpose. As an imperial master owning Long Xiaji, he needed rare materials to upgrade, but trade was easily investigated. The beasts reminded him of a formula in the old Flame Dragon Tome Blood Fate fragrance, a rare material for new evolution. This fragrance mimicked the blood link between master and beast. He cautiously observed the shimmering liquid. Even trainee students could use it to temporarily synchronize their spirit sense. Therefore, Blood Fate fragrance would surely become a rare treasure. He followed the ancient book, mixing blood agar wood, venomous insects, and moon orchid hair to distill the essence. He gazed at the shimmering liquid in awe, thinking it could be a gold mine if effective, yet still doubting its power. A small golden spirit beast appeared, crying Maru. The scent from the lab spread, carrying the aroma of Blood Fate fragrance. The fragrance drew Tu Hang and the treasure beast into an illusion. In the dream, he transformed into a creature like the treasure beast, communicating with Maru, feeling like its father. A grown treasure beast led its child to hunt treasures, discovering a mountain full of gems. The young one was moved, glowing all over like blooming flowers. Tu Hong clutched his head in pain, struggling to break free from the illusion. He woke up sighing that the fragrance was disturbingly strange. He told himself he must help the treasure beast evolve soon and would gather materials tomorrow. The beast sat in a corner, still crying Maru non-stop. It suddenly pounced, nearly knocking him over as he shouted, denying any father-son bond. At the Haydang Fort warehouse, the Grand Steward stood waiting with folded arms. He said in a deep voice that if Tu Hang hadn't come, he would have gone to find him. Tu Hang scratched his head apologetically, explaining he was late due to moving. The Grand Steward laughed loudly, telling him to follow. A strange door appeared, wrapped by countless snake tails. Tu Hang recognized it as a parasitic guardian beast protecting the vault, devouring any intruder alive. When the door opened, the Grand Steward spoke. He said the second-floor vault was crucial, and no low-level Imperial Master had ever chosen 3 items at once. He reminded Tu Hang not to betray the Lord's trust. Tu Hang respectfully thanked him for his guidance and faith. Inside, he was astonished by a scene like a vast library filled with treasures. The items were neatly arranged in crystal boxes glowing mysteriously. He thought the warning implied not to be greedy, but he wasn't foolish. Suddenly, an eye with tentacles appeared, a high-level surveillance monster. He instantly recognized it, knowing it monitored every move of those entering the vault. He summoned his spirit beast, instructing it to search only among low-grade Imperial Seal items and lead him to dragon scale and 2 evolution materials. Guided by the treasure beast, Tu Hang quickly found the dragon scale and bone essence, but couldn't locate the void secret stone. The beast suddenly pointed upward to the ceiling. He hesitated, thinking that couldn't possibly be what he needed. Doubtful but curious, he still took it down and brought it to the Grand Steward, who was inspecting his chosen items. The steward was startled by the ceiling fragment, asking why. Tu Hang awkwardly replied his home-lacked space. The steward saw through it, sneering that the piece wasn't the void secret stone the real one was, on floor 30, then praised his boldness. He forced a smile, thinking it was actually the treasure beast that had discovered the item. Back home, he placed the beast on the chair, satisfied that he now had enough materials for dragon transformation. He opened the Old Sun Dragon Tome, carefully reading the instructions, his face filled with curiosity and excitement. Tu Hang proudly thought the dragon transformation process was simpler than expected. Excited, he declared the ritual start and lifted the treasure beast onto the table. The little creature widened its eyes, thrilled by the glittering treasures. Suddenly, a hooded man in purple appeared, Zhou He, the Haydang Lord, leader of the 8 powerful disciples, with Tu Hang as the 9th. It turned out the meeting was arranged by his 2 senior sisters, Bai Su Su and Ku Na. They wanted Lu Leng to discuss the wild beast guard management and to give Tu Hang a chance to know them. In the warm room, everyone drank tea and chatted. Ku Na, with jade-green hair, smiled and asked Su Su about the plan to form the 8th Wild Beast Guard team and its staffing. Bai Su Su gently replied the team was nearly complete, missing only 1 more member. Tu Hang listened, suddenly looking curious and doubtful. Ku Na noticed and softly told her junior to ask directly if he was confused. She explained the Wild Beast Guard was a special Imperial Master unit tasked with hunting young beasts and collecting rare treasures. Its members always concealed their identities in black cloaks, their movements mysterious. Ku Na continued, saying each Wild Beast Guard team consisted of 4 Imperial Masters and 12 attendants fighting in coordination. She emphasized that Haydang currently had 7 such teams, supplying spirit beasts for all Imperial Masters, thus being extremely vital. Turning to Bai Su Su, she smiled and asked to introduce another member, mentioning a girl named Lona who became an Imperial Master 2 years ago. Lona owned 2 strategic spirit beasts, Iron Horse and an Mian Butterfly, both of medium danger level. Recently, she also contracted Bloodmaster Li Aosheng, a high-danger species. She was a short-haired, beautiful girl considered highly promising. Hearing that, Tu Hang remembered his old friend who fought with him in the Continental Duel, feeling emotional at everyone's progress. Bai Susu sighed jokingly that if another new member joined, she would have to take care of them again. How tiring. Lu Leng set down his teacup, boasting he already had the perfect candidate with exceptional ability. Bai Susu tilted her head, saying to introduce them then. Lu Leng immediately pointed straight at Tu Hang. Bai Susu was shocked, realizing it was her junior brother, and cheerfully promised a valuable gift if he joined. Tu Hang was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Kuna frowned to object, saying placing someone as new as Tu Hang in the Wild Beast Guard was too risky. Bai Susu was even more surprised to learn Tu Hang had only advanced to Imperial Master 3 months ago. Lu Leng laughed heartily, affirming that Tu Hang was indeed his recommendation. He patted Tu Hang's shoulder, saying that though a rookie, his spirit beast was a top-tier rarity. A month ago, Tu Hang's Long Xiaji had reached mid-maturity while training in the Northern Front. With its current talent, he guessed the spirit beast was now near late maturity. He asked provocatively whether that still counted as a rookie level. The two senior sisters were momentarily stunned. Bai Susu asked for confirmation, and Ku Na eagerly suggested seeing it in person. The spirit ring on Tu Hang's hand glowed bright purple. He summoned Long Xiaji, whose roar sent everything in the room flying chaotically. Tu Hang looked at the wrecked furniture, paling as he silently cursed his luck. Lu Leng laughed loudly, praising the beast for reaching full late stage. Tu Hang scratched his head, saying it just advanced yesterday. Ku Na gently said he lacked experience and suggested he train in real combat with her. Tu Hang realized she was trying to recruit him, but before he could reply, Bai Susu quickly interrupted, stressing her team still needed one member. Ku Na laughed, teasing that she was only joking and confirming the junior belonged to Bai Susu. The two bantered playfully, leaving Tu Hang standing dumbfounded, unsure when he'd been given away. A knock sounded at the door, and Lu Leng curiously asked who else was coming. A young man entered, introducing himself as Tim, son of Jolie, there to discuss selling Blood Fate fragrance with Tu Hang. Tu Hang had planned to sell the fragrance for diamonds to strengthen Long Xiaji. Each vial was worth 100,000. However, sales were slow, so he tried selling only a small batch. Tim eagerly offered to buy 10 bottles at once, speaking urgently. Tu Hang calmly replied that after testing sales for days, he couldn't provide such a large quantity. Jolie, Tim's father, immediately cut in, insisting he'd pay up front and buy the entire stock. Tim displayed a stack of high-value cards, making Tu Hang suspicious of how smoothly things went. The transaction at the shop was completed surprisingly fast. Tim beamed, joking that business was done fairly and hoped for long-term cooperation. He added that if there were new products, Tu Hang should contact him first. Tu Hang nodded gratefully and left. As soon as he was gone, Jolie's expression turned stern, eyes full of scheming intent. He scolded his son, landing a hard smack on his head, ordering him to help immediately. Tim held his head, puzzled why his father lied to Tu Hang about selling out the stock. In reality, the Blood Fate fragrance bottles still filled the glass cabinet. Tim worried that if they didn't sell, they'd suffer heavy losses. Jolie smirked slyly, saying his son was still too naive. He explained the fragrance would soon be in high demand. As both novice and veteran Imperial Masters would need it, the stock would surely sell out. Tim scratched his head, joking that his father wasn't an Imperial Master, so how did he know its use? Before he could finish, Jolie hit him again, shouting that Tu Hang was the Lord's genius Imperial Master and the creator of that unmatched rare fragrance. Jolie sternly said that with someone like Tu Hang, even selling their fortune was worth it. Business shouldn't chase short-term gain. Tim whimpered, begging his father to stop hitting and saying he understood. The scene shifted to a meeting room of senior brothers. Lu Yu stood on the podium, voice firm, declaring the continental duel to be He Dang's Battle of Honor. He emphasized it was an opportunity for every Imperial Master to rise, encouraging the whole team. He ordered everyone to stay united and support one another. The group responded in unison, their morale blazing. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction, assigning each person to a vehicle and arranging the departure formation. He specifically appointed Tu Hang to ride in Vehicle 1 with him and Bai Su Su. The army moved swiftly, disciplined and decisive. Wang Shun growled in frustration for being seated far from Lu Yu, jealous of Tu Hang. Luo Song quickly calmed him, saying maybe it was to prevent them from bullying the rookie and advised patience to teach him later. The convoy set out toward Xiongling, the tournament site. Thanks to good roads, they arrived in just 2 days. Besides Heidang, 5 other factions joined the battle, creating a balance of power. Each had its own strategy, making the outcome unpredictable. Upon arrival, the convoy stopped in a forest where a camp was already set up. Lu Yu sat in the command chair, ordering guard shifts and food rations, and everyone obeyed in unison. Tu Hang tended the fire to prepare dinner, thinking to warm things up for the team. Suddenly, he joyfully summoned the treasure beast, eyes glowing with delight. The little beast appeared, its eyes sparkling like gems. He excitedly said it was a high-grade dragon scale type of dragon bloodline. But then he paused, pondering something. He guessed that after swallowing the Void Secret Stone, it might have learned to fly. The two were so close they looked like lifelong friends, warming everyone's hearts. Lu Yu clapped, ordering the Imperial Masters to eat first to stay strong. She turned around, asking where Tu Hang was. Luo Song replied he was over there playing with the blood-scale beast. He sneered, calling it a low-grade hybrid species. The treasure beast grew furious, screeching loudly in protest, refusing to be insulted. Tu Hang coughed to cover up, thinking the blood-scale beast was actually a mixed descendant of pure-scaled beasts and similar blood creatures, not mere trash. Such hybrids were common but usually weak. He patted the small beast's head with a gentle smile, realizing he wasn't the only one looked down upon. Wang Shun mocked that both master and beast were mediocre, lazy even before the fight. He scornfully taunted that their beast was weak, telling him to feed it and test its strength. Many powerful spirit beasts appeared, from armored lions to steel beetles. Names rang out: Iron Horse Shu and Ming Butterfly, Bloodmaster. The fierce beasts filled the air with tension as Lin Yuhan reminded them of their mission. She urged everyone to stay united and avoid divisive words. Luo Song summoned a fire beast, arrogantly claiming strength was what truly mattered. His beast suddenly panicked and backed away. Tu Hang approached, bringing the mighty Longxia Ji. The dragon swept Luo Song's beast aside like a gust of wind. Luo Song shouted angrily, demanding Tu Hang's explanation. Tu Hang feigned innocence, asking as if he didn't understand. Luo Song gritted his teeth, threatening a fight as his beast roared fiercely. Tu Hang calmly replied that his dragon was just upset at being insulted. Immediately, Longxia Ji crushed the opposing beast under its weight. Tu Hang pretended to worry, lightly scolding it. Wang Jun roared Tu Hang's name in anger. Luo Song yelled, reminding him of team spirit. Tu Hang sneered, mocking their own words, saying only the strong deserved to be heard. The group fumed but couldn't fight back. Wang Shun lost his temper while Tu Hang mocked him further, calling him Brother Wang. He challenged them to a duel to see who was stronger. Wang Shun hesitated, making excuses that he was just training beasts, not fighting dragons. Tu Hang narrowed his eyes, teasing that only the strong dared to lift their heads. He pressed on, saying teammates must prove themselves. Finally, he challenged both at once Longxia Ji alone against 4 beasts. Lu Yu was surprised and amused that the usually quiet Tu Hang had become so assertive. Tu Hang led the dragon forward, calmly challenging both to attack together. Wang Huan grew furious, cursing and vowing to fight to the end. Tu Hang coldly instructed the dragon to hold back to avoid killing the opponents. The spirit beasts from both sides clashed fiercely. Tu Hang's dragon crushed the beasts of Luo Song and Wang Huan, scaring them into retreat. Other beasts attacked but were countered by dragon might and claw techniques. All were easily flung away by Longxia Ji. The crowd was shocked, wondering when he had become so powerful. After the match, everyone began to respect and treat Tu Hang more kindly. Luo Song approached to flatter him, offering dried meat, but Tu Hang questioned its taste. He hurriedly fawned and promised to fix it, leaving the group speechless at his change. Lona mocked. Lin Yuhan teased further, asking Wang Huan's opinion, who pretended ignorance. Tu Hang thought that the weak always bow to strength. He told himself to let minor issues slide since they were teammates. The convoy continued toward Hongfeng Valley, site of the grand duel. The area glowed red, built from sturdy thunder shadow stone needing no repairs. Outside exam season, it was quiet. Judges were 6 linguist masters from major towns representing each region's honor. The vehicles stopped, and the team stepped out one by one. Tu Hang looked around, eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Yu noticed and explained they belonged to Hong He Town, closely allied. A distant voice called out, asking if Lu Yu was the team leader. Lu Yu smiled, greeting Kei-Fei, surprised that the Hong He group arrived early. Kei-Fei cheerfully replied, joking they came early to seize the good wine and teased Lu Yu for being indispensable. A sharp horn blast startled everyone. Kei-Fei's face immediately turned angry. A vehicle had just stopped but kept honking loudly. She rushed over, kicked the car hard, and shouted. 2 men stepped out, awkwardly asking who had angered her. They were Wang Mian and Ti Mi from Taizhen City. Tai Mi softly scolded her for overreacting. Kei-Fei snapped back about the noise while Ti Mi explained he only meant to greet her. He admitted fault and said he'd drink as punishment, but Kei-Fei coldly said he wouldn't get any Haitang wine. Tai Mi forced a smile to ease tension, while Wang Mian suddenly spotted someone familiar. Tu Hang glanced over, realizing they were the team from Taizhen City. That night, signal flares roared, keeping everyone awake, yet all teams arrived on time. The next morning, the referee officially announced the start of the Continental Duel. The tournament used a point system. Win +1, lose 1, top 8 entered quarterfinals. Tu Hang faced Li Xiaoqiang, Tu Dazhuang met Yun Li. Kei-Fei reminded Tu Hang's team to register only 2 spirit beasts and not break rules. He nodded, deciding to hide the dragon treasure beast to avoid attention. While signing up, a pink-haired man looked at him with disdain. The man mocked, saying Haitang had weaklings who dared bring hybrid beasts to compete. At the arena, the host announced, the first round was solo duels. Each fighter could swap beasts once. Exhaustion meant defeat. Tai Mi shouted, Haitang Forts, Tu Hang will fight Liu Yun Town's Yunhua. Yunhua taunted, telling Tu Hang to summon his beast, boasting his mid-tier cloud leopard. Tu Hang calmly mocked that his strength was even weaker than Luo Song's. Yunhua arrogantly declared he would show Tu Hang the meaning of mental cultivation. The audience grew annoyed, shouting for him to stop talking and start fighting. Tu Hang summoned Long Xiaji, whose gaze radiated heavy dominance. Even the spirit beast exuded contempt toward its opponent. Yunhua stayed arrogant, mocking Long Xiaji as ordinary and ordered Cloud Leopard to attack. His beast charged forward fiercely. But before contact, it was flung far away by Long Xiaji. Yunhua paled, sweating and stammering in disbelief at the power used. Tai Mi loudly declared Tu Hang the winner of the first round and told the opponent to call his next beast. Yunhua stubbornly accused Tu Hang of cheating. Tai Mi laughed, mocking him for not recognizing Long Xiaji as a top-tier dangerous species. Yunhua was stunned, thinking it had been a hybrid beast. Still, he stubbornly insisted on continuing the fight. He summoned the tailbird beast, which was swept away by Long Xiaji like trash. The audience protested loudly, claiming Haitang Fort was unfair for having a top-tier beast. Luosong shouted in defense, saying Long Xiaji was not yet mature, fully valid, and dared them to tame one themselves. He smugly asked the man in green if he was jealous. Then he loudly praised Tu Hang as a rare genius. He bragged that since childhood, Tu Hang had spirit beasts competing to serve him, proof of true strength. Lona glanced at Wang Huan, seeing his face pale. Wang Huan quickly denied knowing Tu Hang, fearing being seen as an ally. The first round gathered many experts. Tu Hang won easily, and Wang Huan also showed great strength. The matches lasted 90 minutes, tense and thrilling. Lona and Lin Yuhan scored points, while Wang Huan and Luo Song lost some. In round 4, Tu Hang faced Wang Mian from Taizhen City, who had 2 high-tier beasts. Both had 3 wins, so the loser would miss the quarterfinals. Tu Hang analyzed that the opponent used a steel-type black tiger with regeneration and defense boost. He smiled, knowing the foe planned to trade defense for endurance, but he wouldn't fall for it. Tu Hang shouted the move Earth Core Self-Cannon. He calculated precisely, combining earth recovery and energy amplification for a powerful strike. Although not fatal, it made the opponent stagger, a skill mastered after Long Xiaji's late-stage growth. Long Xiaji unleashed fierce energy. The opponent was blown off the Hongfeng Valley arena. The stands erupted in awe at the near-disastrous attack power. Tai Mi loudly announced, Haitang Fort's Tu Hang won the first round. Wang Min narrowed his eyes, suspecting Long Xiaji was exhausted and the second beast would be weak. He doubted how Tu Hang could raise a top-tier species and still train another beast. He summoned the twin-tailed Steel 2 beast. Tu Hang carefully observed his opponent. He planned to have Long Xiaji use Evil Task Bomb to probe and recover stamina. But Wang Mian's beast stood firm, unfazed. He smirked arrogantly, claiming he would overturn the fight with his true main beast. Wang Mian unleashed new skills, combining Steel Charge with Level 4 Evolution Burst. The audience grew tense, amazed by the power of a Level 4 technique. Many doubted Tu Hang could survive, but Luo Song angrily defended, believing his leader still had a trump card. He raised his fist, shouting that Tu Hang hadn't gone all out yet. On the arena, Wang Mian signaled his beast to charge. Long Xiaji was slammed to the ground, the situation unfavorable. Tu Hang grit his teeth, realizing normal projectiles couldn't pierce the steel armor he needed Evil Motion Ray. Wang Mian sneered, telling Tu Hang to surrender to avoid pointless damage. Tu Hang replied coldly that the outcome was far from decided. Wang Mian ordered the twin-tailed Steel 2 beast to unleash its ultimate move, Twin-Tail Extreme Slash. Long Xiaji was pressed down, the battle tilting toward the opponent. Wang Mian laughed triumphantly, certain Tu Hang had no counterattack. Tu Hang calmly retorted, suggesting they see what happens if he boosts power. Long Xiaji erupted with fierce energy, blasting the twin-tailed Steel 2 beast away. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. The arena shook violently, rocks shattered, and dust filled the air. The 2 beasts roared, their clash seemingly tearing the space apart. Wang Mian grew worried, realizing if prolonged, he'd lose since Long Xiaji could continuously heal. Wang Mian strained to unleash the deadly move Steel Spike Rain. Hundreds of spikes from the twin-tailed Steel 2 beast shot toward Long Xiaji. He shouted Steel Fury Impact, taking advantage of his upper hand. Long Xiaji was struck, its body bound tightly by thorned cords. Wang Mian roared, pulling hard to drag the opponent closer. Suddenly, the cords shattered into fragments across the arena. Long Xiaji activated Dragon Might, Dragon Claw Warhammer, releasing terrifying power. Wang Mian screamed in panic, unable to react. The dragon delivered a fatal blow, ending the match instantly. Tai Mi loudly declared Haitang Fort's Tu Hang won the second match. With 5 consecutive victories, Tu Hang proudly advanced to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinal list included Haitang Fort, Lian Ying Fort, Liu Yun Town, Hong He Town, and Luan Xia Town. Each team sent their top fighters. Wang Mian was eliminated by Tu Hang's Dragon Claw Warhammer. 6 contestants with 3 points advanced. Others from Haitang Fort were eliminated early, though Wang Mian earned respect despite defeat. The quarterfinals followed a knockout format: win to advance, lose to leave. Tu Hang luckily drew Li Fei from Lian Ying Fort, the weakest of the group. Li Fei surrendered in fear before the fight began. Tu Hang calmly advised him to rest and promised a rematch another time. The audience buzzed in shock at the instant victory and the massive power gap. Luo Song laughed proudly, boasting that Haitang Fort crushed Lian Ying Fort in one breath. He shouted praises for Brother Tu, glorifying his overwhelming power. Huo Hong from Hong He Town turned red with anger but couldn't argue back. Tai Mi announced the next match, Liu Gang of Liu Yun Town versus Chen Ding Xian of Luan Xia Town. The purple-robed spirit master Liu Gang stepped forward with icy aura. She commanded two terrifying beasts, Crimson Polar Wolf and Flow-Wind Lance Falcon. Chen Ding Xian, a blond man, controlled the Blade Line Road Beast and the Fire Scale Beast, both dangerous species. The fierce fight began. Liu Gang repeatedly attacked, using a level 3 wind skill to defeat the Blade Line Road Beast. In the second round, Flow-Wind Lance Falcon quickly beat the exhausted Fire Scale Beast. She summoned Crimson Polar Wolf to press harder but was still suppressed by her foe's heat. Chen Ding Xian lost regretfully, causing Luansha Town's elimination. The third match was between Ji-Mei Yu of Honghe Town and Quang Zheng of Lianying Fort. Ji-Mei Yu possessed Great King Crane and Black Needle Blood Crane, two powerful species. Quang Zheng used Flame Ape and Rage Claw Beast, both high-tier dangerous species. At first, the Black Needle Blood Crane had the advantage, but the Flame Ape suddenly countered with a lethal throw. In the next round, Great King Crane defeated Rage Claw Beast in one strike, forcing Lianying Fort to accept defeat. Ji-Mei Yu advanced to the semifinals. Wang Mian bitterly thought fate was unfair, meeting Tu Hong, then Huo Hong. He gritted his teeth and accepted defeat, unable to turn the tide. His beast was crushed by Huo Hong's Flame Ape. Huo Hong raised his head, blazing with fighting spirit, and shouted for Tu Hang, the only other undefeated one. He provoked him, demanding a direct duel without drawing lots. Tu Hang sighed inwardly, frustrated at always being targeted. Luo Song quickly responded for him, urging Tu Hong to accept while mocking Lianying Fort. Tu Hong angrily grabbed Luo Song's collar, scolding him for causing trouble. He punched him in the face, roaring that he didn't need explanations. Eventually, Tu Hang was forced to enter the arena, facing the enraged Huo Hong. Huo Hong coldly declared he would punish the one who insulted Lianying Fort. Tu Hang hurriedly explained it was all a misunderstanding. But Huo Hong ignored him, fury blazing stronger. Luo Song chimed in again, provoking them further, telling Tu Hang to just fight. Huo Hong summoned Flame Burst Ape and Explosive Flame Monkey, two extremely dangerous mature species. Tu Hang realized his opponent planned to exhaust Long Xiaji before delivering a finishing strike, feeling concerned. The beasts clashed violently like thunder exploding. Huo Hong commanded them to avoid direct hits, using speed to prolong and wear down the opponent. His beasts released blazing red fire toward the enemy. Long Xiaji stood firm, steadily enduring the assault. Huo Hong frowned, sensing the opponent quietly building up for a counterattack. He shouted for Explosive Flame Monkey to use armor-breaking Fire Radiance. Fire armor and energy collided, erupting in flames and smoke. The two beasts battled ferociously, their clash shaking heaven and earth. Huo Hong sneered arrogantly, believing his opponent weak. The Explosive Flame Monkey suddenly surged in power. Huo Hong declared he would face the Dragon Claws head-on. Tu Hang mocked him, dismissing Huo Hong's assumption, shocking him. Tu Hang revealed his special technique, Evil Motion Ray. Huo Hong panicked, ordering an emergency retreat. His beast couldn't dodge in time, struck with bone-crushing pain. The Explosive Flame Monkey was pierced through the abdomen and died instantly. Tai Mi announced Tu Hang as the winner of the first match. Huo Hong admitted defeat but still praised his opponent. He released his second beast, a golden eagle lion beast that dove to attack. Tu Hang reconsidered his strategy, realizing Long Xiaji was at a disadvantage. Huo Hong noted that Long Xiaji remained formidable despite exhaustion. Tu Hang secretly planned his next move for the beast. Lu Yu suddenly shouted for Haiteng Fort to surrender. He declared that the decision rested with him. Everyone was shocked, but Tu Hang understood the real reason. Lu Yu explained that the true reward lay in the ruins, not in fame. Tu Hang ranked second, joining Huo Hong and Ji-Mei Yu in entering the ruins. He returned to his brown tent and stepped inside. He was summoned to meet Chief Instructor Lu. She sternly warned him about the secret of the Blood Forest. Tu Hang replied, confirming he was ready to listen. Lu Yu explained why the information was only revealed now. Tu Hang recalled his family's words, feeling both hopeful and helpless. Lu Yu stated that Tu Hang was one of Haiteng Fort's rare spirit masters to reach top 2 in years. She asked if he knew the greatest secret of the ruins. Tu Hang pondered silently, not daring to guess. Lu Yu revealed that within the ruins were precious young beasts, and each could tame only one. She added that bloodline and dragon resources could be collected for trade. Tu Hang was overjoyed, thinking of fate and his treasure beast. Lu Yu described the vast, mysterious ruins and handed him detailed data. She reminded him to stay within the safe zone to avoid danger. Even under protection, some had vanished forever inside the ruins. Tu Hang calmly accepted the book, showing readiness. Lu Yu handed him a special cord. Tu Hang curiously asked its purpose. She explained it was a relic infused with the main spirit energy of the fort master, entrusted to him. The scene shifted to the entrance of the mysterious Blood Forest ruins. Tu Hang's team gathered, brimming with determination. Lu Yu activated a gem, golden light enveloping the group. A spatial gate opened, leading to a mystical world. Tu Hang marveled at the power of a true linguist master. A deep, majestic voice echoed, announcing the time to open the gate. A massive fire dragon appeared, its presence overwhelming. Tai Mi respectfully confirmed the moment had come. The commanding voice ordered the ritual to begin. Space tore apart as crimson light flooded out. Lu Yu reminded them they had 1 month to explore before extraction. The whole team prepared to step into the secret realm. The fire dragon roared, marking them with protective seals to prevent attacks from Blood Forest creatures. The fire dragon warned them not to approach the Blood Forest center or face disaster. It exhaled red mist that enveloped the group in dense light. They were swept away, falling down a cliff and landing in pain. Before them appeared a massive blood crystal rage dragon with blazing red eyes. Jimmy Yu exclaimed excitedly, realizing it was the creature sent to receive them. The beast roared, spraying saliva over 3 unlucky people. Tu Hang joked sarcastically about the warm welcome. The blood crystal rage dragon spoke, declaring its escort duty complete. It said it would return in 1 month to take them back. Jimmy Yu dried her clothes, making Huo Hong blush and awkwardly change the topic. She suggested splitting up for more efficient exploration. Huo Hong agreed and supported the plan. Everyone decided to separate, while Tu Hang focused on hiding his treasure beast's secret. He found the idea allowed him more freedom and silently praised her cleverness. Tu Hang summoned his treasure-seeking beast, ordering it to search for nearby treasures. The small creature growled angrily, and he quickly soothed it, urging it to lead the way. Tu Hang reread the guidebook about a plant needing a dry environment. He frowned as this place was damp, unlike the description. Riding Longxiaji, he flew through perilous mountain ranges. Ahead, the treasure seeker flew confidently, refusing anyone close. He sighed that it was too heavy to carry for long. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he spotted something unusual. Gigantic cliffs stood like walls, a mix of dry and wet terrain suggesting hidden riches. The treasure beast kept leading, its flight unusually confident. Tu Hong was shocked to see the soft-skinned grass, also called transforming flood grass. This herb, born from dragon marrow, could spawn a flood dragon when infused with proper bloodline. As it matured, it changed color and grew new leaves, marking its age. Staring at the priceless find, Tu Hang's heart pounded with joy and disbelief at his luck. Just then, the treasure beast panicked and rushed toward him, crying in alarm. He asked in confusion, unsure what was happening. A sense of danger surged, and he shouted for Longxiaji to retreat. They quickly hid behind a nearby cliff. He scolded himself for forgetting that transforming flood grass was always guarded by a flood dragon. A strange silhouette appeared in the distance, moving slowly yet menacingly. When it came into view, Tu Hang shuddered. It was an Olden Ka Mo, a tri-element beast. The creature had clearly reached full maturity. It lunged toward the herb, eyes burning with greed. From the water, a colossal crocodile spirit suddenly leaped out, biting its foe. Tu Hang gasped, recognizing it as a deep-pool giant crocodile bug, a rare monster. He realized that although Olden Ka Mo was powerful, it might not survive this fight. The two beasts clashed, their roars echoing through the land. Their equal strength created a fierce deadlock. Tu Hang held his breath, awed by the cataclysmic battle. Suddenly, he trembled, feeling an overwhelming surge of electricity engulf the area. He screamed, realizing the deadly lightning danger. Olden Kamo unleashed a massive electric strike with near-destructive power. The crocodile spirit was hit and charred instantly. Tuhang gasped softly, heart pounding with fear and awe. He still couldn't believe the swift outcome. Realizing the blood forest hid lethal dangers everywhere, he shuddered inside. He sighed, thinking the chance to obtain the herb was lost. But suddenly the crocodile spirit revived unexpectedly. It roared and charged forward with terrifying speed. In a flash, it attacked from behind with fierce might. Tuhang stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene. Olden Kamo had its leg bitten off. Blood spraying, the brutal fight chilled him, like a duel of spirit masters. The crocodile spirit completely dominated, driving the foe into despair. The two monsters kept battling, ignoring the lone transforming floodgrass by the cliff. Seizing the moment, Tuhang whispered that he must act now. He darted out swiftly, grabbed the herb, and stored it carefully. He smiled proudly, pleased at snatching the treasure and ready to retreat fast. As he ran, his face lit with joy and excitement from the daring success. Meanwhile, Olden Kamo was torn apart by the crocodile spirit, blood staining the waters red. The water beast devoured viciously, the sound echoing gruesomely. Suddenly it stopped, realizing the treasure was gone. Roaring in fury, it charged toward Tuhang's fleeing direction. The treasure beast trembled, crying warnings of imminent danger. Tuhang panicked, confused why it still chased even from afar. He glanced at the exhausted Long Xiaji, panting heavily. He suddenly realized the herb's scent attracted dragonkind, blaming himself for forgetting. Without hesitation, he raised the herb and ordered Long Xiaji to swallow it. The beast obeyed, its body glowing as vitality surged within. Instantly, it accelerated like a storm, dragging them at blinding speed. He screamed in shock at the sudden speed boost effect of the treasure. Seeing the frightened treasure beast, he comforted it, praising its effort. He promised to share the next rare find with it first. The small creature turned away sulkily but waved weakly in response. As they sped ahead, Long Xiaji suddenly halted. Then it shot upward even faster than before. A powerful wave of dragon might burst from its body, filling the air. But moments later, Long Xiaji collapsed, losing all consciousness. Tuhang panicked, sensing the herb's energy still raging violently. He stared at the motionless beast, heart tangled with worry and helplessness. He rummaged through his bag, found a homemade potion, but realizing the risk remained, decided to keep vigil overnight. Moonlight spread silver over the quiet night. He and the treasure beast huddled beside a pile of leaves, whispering encouragement to Long Xiaji. Memories flooded back when it had once been as small as his palm. From a mere snake, it had slowly evolved into the mighty Long Xiaji. Now it had reached a rare level, surpassing ordinary dangerous creatures. He reflected on the law of evolution. When a beast master grows stronger, beasts that can't keep up are replaced a cruel law of power. Even a master like Zhou, he once faced such a painful choice. Tuhang hugged Long Xiaji, recalling Zhou's weak Shin Hong evil wolf, not his first beast, but kept for sentiment. He knew the bond between master and beast was deep. Separation hurt both mind and soul, so they sent beasts to rest peacefully instead of abandoning them. He looked at Long Xiaji and softly vowed never to let go, determined to help it evolve to the end. At dawn, he kept watch, tired but joking with the treasure-seeking beast to ease tension. Right after his tease, a fiery punch hit his face, knocking him down. He laughed, pretended to be angry, and the two played happily in the quiet scene. Suddenly, Long Xiaji's jade-green hand moved it had awakened. Tuhang and the treasure-seeking beast cheered joyfully, hugging their beloved companion. He was stunned to find its body had grown 6 meters longer. Excited, he shouted, confirming it had entered the mature stage. Long Xiaji gently placed its claw on his head, eyes full of tenderness. He leaned against it, feeling peaceful warmth before falling asleep as the beast completed evolution and gained a new skill, dragon serenity. This skill let it regenerate energy and heal itself and allies, including its master. That evolution caused the old Sun Dragon Codex to change, adding new records. When he awoke, Tu Hang stretched, opened the codex on Long Sheji's back, and read carefully. He murmured that Long Sheji's bloodline had 23 evolution branches. Among them, mid-tier variants included Tail Chaser Longji, Thunderhorn Longji, and Blood Rage Longji, rulers of the Blood Forest. Tail Chaser Longji had a hammer-like tail, with power equal to a heavy battle tank. Thunderhorn Longji had a horn that commanded lightning, with unstoppable thunder attacks. Higher still were top-tier variants: Mountain Hill Longji, Magma Phase Longji, and Fortress Longji. Fortress Longji was a steel-fire living stronghold with the terrifying Flame Tempest skill. Tu Hang pondered their might, awed that any Beastmaster would see owning one as a lifelong blessing. Under the dim moonlight, Tu Hang brushed his hair, eyes thoughtful as he pondered Long Sheji's best evolution path. Suddenly, the codex in his hand trembled, pages flipping rapidly before stopping at a record about the Blood Forest ruins. He read and found Long Sheji could evolve along the Dragon Serpent bloodline, with 37 mid-tier paths like Thunder Dragon Serpent, Wind Rain Dragon Serpent, Ice Dragon Serpent, Bone Dragon Serpent, and Flame Dragon Serpent. Among them, the Thunder Dragon Serpent was strong and majestic, but too showy, unfitting his practical combat style, so he ruled it out. He studied the branch with only 11 types, notably Electric Vein Dragon Serpent, Soaring Dragon Serpent, True Dragon Serpent, Thunder Dragon Serpent, and Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent, realizing the last fused 4 elements perfectly: Dragon, Wind, Evil, and Thunder. After weighing options, he concluded the Fortress Dragon Serpent was durable but heavy, while the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent was far more agile and powerful. He decided to trade defense for superior speed and attack power. Records stated the transformation ritual required 2 high dragon bloodline crystals, 5,000 millimeters of Wind Thunder Dragon Essence, Yin Wind Stone, Thunder Guiding Stone, and 1,500 Wind Thunder Essence Orbs, a grand but thrilling goal. He and Long Sheji immediately took flight toward Moonbay Plains. In midair, he gazed into the distance and sighed helplessly, having gained nothing of value after 3 days. Muttering about bad luck, he noted from Luzong's map that beyond this zone lay a forbidden land no one had reached. He ordered the treasure-seeking beast to activate night vision. After mastering its new skill, it chirped Maru and sent images to his mind. Suddenly, he gasped in shock at the strange sight below. On the ground, 2 giant green dragons were chasing a bizarre piece of wood. Looking closer, he recognized the blazing fire dragon beast, but that tree trunk seemed to move by itself. The 2 beasts roared, charging as the wood trembled and let out a sorrowful cry. A familiar feeling stirred within him. He had seen this walking wood somewhere before. Riding Long Sheji, he flipped open his book and stopped at an important page. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed at finding a rare plant, the energy-absorbing tree, once recorded in ancient texts. This species originated from the void layer, absorbing energy to survive. They lived endlessly, eventually dissolving into seeds drifting through the void. When energy resurged, the seed would revive, completing its life cycle. Their seeds fell into the world through space cracks, making them extremely rare. A peculiar trait. They could not reproduce naturally. Tu Hang closed the book, overjoyed at finding exactly what he sought. Long Sheji sensed his excitement and turned back, puzzled. He thought the tree might appear fragile but possessed extraordinary energy. With void, mystery, and absorption attributes, it surpassed other rare beings. Each fruit from the tree could nurture beasts and extend the master's lifespan. Most remarkable, it could digest any form of matter. From violent energy to advanced materials, it absorbed and regenerated all. Tu Hang, thrilled, believed owning it could build a powerful beast army, so he resolved to pursue it. The trio he, Long Sheji, and the treasure-seeking beast were filled with eager hope. They swiftly flew over the perilous Moonbay Plains of cliffs and ravines. Staying hidden, The three observed as the rare tree was cornered by two blazing fire dragon beasts. At that moment, the treasure-seeking beast appeared, throwing stones to provoke the enemies. The two beasts roared furiously as attacks rained from above. One of them bellowed a furious challenge. The spirit tree curled up in fear, sobbing. A stone shot out fast, and the tree swiftly dodged. The stone pierced the fire dragon's tail, spraying blood and echoing a painful roar. Right after, Long Sheji smashed down from above. The fatal strike drove the dragon's head into the ground, its body convulsing violently. Tu Hang observed, realizing the foe was far stronger than expected, still alive despite the heavy blow. Meanwhile, the spirit tree tried to escape but couldn't evade Long Sheji's gaze. Long Sheji lunged forward, struck the tree's head, and scolded it harshly. The other two beasts stared at the weak tree with greedy eyes. Tu Hang stepped in shouting to stop, but it happened too fast. The two beasts couldn't resist and slashed the spirit tree apart. Afterward, the treasure-seeking beast danced mid-air, laughing gleefully. As night fell, they sat around a campfire, boiling water in the forest. Tu Hang looked at the tree, speaking of the binding ritual and believing success would bring peace to all. When his spiritual energy merged with the energy-absorbing tree, a strange vision appeared in his mind. The spirit tree turned into a singer with glasses, humming in the deep forest. It moved freely, carefree, even walking like a human. But it was captured while moving house, unable to react in time. The tree's extreme fear shocked Tu Hang and the two beasts. He panicked, doubting his ears at the tree's singing. Turning to his beasts, he calmed them and shared food to show goodwill toward the tree. He laid out the food, inviting it and promising comfort if it submitted, then suddenly said the tree had refused the offer. He joked that their dinner had been stolen by the energy-absorbing tree itself. The two beasts grew angry and attacked the spirit tree furiously. Tu Hang drank water nervously, unsure if his plan would work. He suddenly remembered something important and gasped. He realized he still carried a vial of precious yang blood fragrance. He quickly took the vial of liquid from his bag. Chanting softly, he raised his hand and called for the spirit tree's submission. As the liquid touched the tree, both he and it sank into a wondrous illusion. There he saw himself as an energy-absorbing tree drifting through the void. He met a radiant seedling, the tree's very soul. In plant form, he gently nurtured the little sprout like his own child. But in reality, both were just awkwardly moving in a silly illusion. He patiently persuaded it in a gentle tone, hoping for its acceptance. The spirit tree softly called him Papa with affection. It stretched out tiny hands trying to reach him. Suddenly, a dazzling light tore them apart, breaking the connection. He was stunned to see the tree rising taller than him, realizing it was nearly complete. Spiritual energy burst within his eyes, marking a great breakthrough in cultivation and filling him with pride. He asked if the tree could recreate the high-energy plant they had eaten, and both pondered deeply. The tree shook violently, tossing out two fruits, one vibrant green, one dull gray that rolled to his feet. He picked them up to inspect, signaling to the treasure-seeking beast. It cried out joyfully, rushing over to praise the spirit tree endlessly. He laughed brightly, thinking their food problem was easily solved. The tree took his hand, a golden light flashing as both were drawn into another illusion. There, the tree revealed it was 12 centuries old. It complained that copying food was no longer fun, leaving him sighing helplessly. The tree said it could replicate all energy fruits from the Blood Forest ruins. Calling him master, it invited him to taste, awakening him from the illusion. He found himself sitting on a rock, holding the gray fruit, surrounded by curious beasts. The green fruit glowed faintly, with strange patterns, just like ancient descriptions. According to records, the iron marrow fruit looked metallic and inert, but was a rare treasure. He recalled the Black Lamp Condensation Codex, noting that such fruits formed only in the Blood Forest ruins. But that ruin was now occupied by the spiked iron armor beasts, making harvesting nearly impossible. He laughed, tossing the gray fruit to Long Sheji, saying it was like carrying a ruin with them. He explained the iron marrow fruit let beasts form ultra-hard diamond armor. For Long Sheji, that meant an extra layer of cold steel scales. But after eating it, the creature showed no change, making him frown in doubt. The tree trembled again, straining to produce stronger energy. He turned to the treasure-seeking beast with a sly smile, suggesting a test. He threw another fruit to Long Sheji, which swallowed it instantly. Then the spirit tree collapsed from exhaustion. A purple aura burst from Long Sheji, signaling a new evolution stage. He touched its hardened scales, estimating its defense had risen 70 to 80%. Flipping through his book, he murmured, amazed Long Sheji had advanced so soon. He gazed at the spirit tree, eyes gleaming, thinking if the energy-absorbing tree could turn draconic, it would surpass all life forms. Ancient texts mentioned 3 ultimate paths. The first, Shield Dragon, focused on defense, converting absorbed energy into protective barriers. The second, Energy Blade Dragon, turned absorbed power into sharp offensive weapons. The last, Support Dragon, enhanced allies' abilities with 2 special empowerment forms. At that stage, all energy fruits it produced would strengthen by 1 tier, though draining much of the tree's life force. He pondered that while the support type lacked battle strength, it best matched his own path. Among the snowy ruins, he discussed evolution materials with the treasure-seeking beast, wandering Moon Bay plains yet finding nothing. Finally, he decided to change direction, venturing deep into the Black Grave Forest at the Blood Forest's center. The Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent carried him down to red-black ground littered with bones and eerie chill. Knowing it teemed with monstrous insects, he still pressed on, unwilling to miss the chance. He recalled Hei Deng's words that beneath the Black Grave Forest lay countless dragon bones and treasures born from ancient dragon marrow. Thanks to the tree's absorbed energy, Long Sheji fully digested the hybrid herb and evolved into a mature Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent. It stomped down, crushing skulls beneath its feet, displaying overwhelming power. He nodded, judging that with level 4 awakening skills and the might of Dragon's majesty and spirit, they were qualified to explore this area. But before moving on, he suddenly froze. Ahead was a dark abyss where the map had only marked a small stream. He opened his book and found a note saying the stream had turned into a 10-meter-deep fissure, a sign of a terrifying creature. Muttering through the cold air, he decided to advance despite growing unease. Although fearful, he urged the group forward, warning caution as their exploration time ran short. The Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent spread its vast wings and glided swiftly over the black chasm. They failed to notice a nearby stone stele engraved with a warning Blood Forest Zone, entry forbidden. Upon landing in the forest, they faced a giant serpent, felled by Long Sheji in an instant. Tu Hang checked his book and identified it as a 6-patterned venomous serpent, a top-tier endangered creature. He shook his head in frustration, having met something stronger in half a day than all last week combined. Deep in thought, he didn't see the serpent revive, its eyes glowing red as it prepared to strike. His instincts flared. He grabbed the treasure-seeking beast from his shoulder. He shouted loudly, ordering an immediate retreat. The monster opened its maw, gaze venomous, breath freezing cold. A system alert appeared, identifying it as a 6-patterned Great Corrupt Serpent, an extremely dangerous evolved form. He quickly mounted Long Sheji to evade. Panicking, he yelled that the creature had reached full maturity, they had to run. Long Sheji veered sharply, diving into the dense forest as he directed. The serpent slammed into a cliff wall, clearing a path for them to escape into a small cave. It thrashed and struck wildly, but all its blows missed. He looked back and exhaled in relief when he saw they were no longer pursued. Regaining composure, he confirmed they had entered the core of the Blood Forest ruins. The treasure-seeking beast made a strange cry, signaling disagreement. He shook his head sternly, saying turning back was even deadlier, adding that the dragon-type relic they'd hunted for half a month lay ahead. Fortunately, the energy-absorbing tree had helped the beast reach maturity. Its sensing range had expanded from a few kilometers to 15, yet the relic was only 10 kilometers away, a short but perilous stretch. The deeper they went, the more he felt the crushing pressure from the forest's depths, as if a colossal being lurked nearby. That oppressive aura scared off other monsters, granting temporary safety but heightening his anxiety. After leaving the cave, he and the treasure-seeking beast delved further into the heart of the Black Grave forest. The beast's body shone with dazzling gold, flying close beside him. He asked softly how much farther. It replied with a low maru-maru. He understood only 4 kilometers left, yet it was already exhausted, proving the place was the domain of a terrifying dragon-class monster. Even knowing the Black Grave forest was filled with death and peril, he pressed on, trusting completely in his companion beasts. Guided by the treasure-seeking beast, the wind-thunder dragon serpent carried him to a massive cave, its entrance over 10 meters high and extending 20 deep, fit for an ancient dragon's lair. The ground was blanketed with piles of white bones, leaving him stunned. He muttered in awe at the terrifying scale of the place. Amid the bones lay a pool of crimson water glowing with eerie light. Tu Hang shouted excitedly, recognizing it as the blood spring dragon well legend made real. He hurried closer and saw several creatures guarding it, savage yet showing traces of dragon-kin intellect. He realized this was the energy core of the primordial dragon civilization. Ancient texts said the dragon well was forged from the blood and life of countless dragons to nurture their offspring, a cruel yet sacred rite. He called loudly to his beasts, urging them to absorb the lake's essence. His voice trembled with joy. This was the rarest dragon element treasure in existence. Both the wind-thunder dragon serpent and the treasure-seeking beast's eyes gleamed with greed. They dove in, drinking the boiling blood essence in great gulps. He watched, torn between excitement and fear of missing the priceless chance. He summoned the energy-absorbing tree from the shadows. It appeared, its trunk glowing ghostly red. It looked around blankly, then grinned and muttered about heavenly fortune. Without hesitation, it plunged into the lake, devouring every drop like a starving beast. In moments, its trunk shot skyward, leaves bursting green, roots weaving with vigorous life. The dragon well was drained dry within minutes. He froze, realizing the tree was replicating dragon blood energy. The treasure-seeking beast prepared to jump in, but as the liquid vanished, 2377 dozens of red crystals shimmered at the lake's bottom like rubies. He was shocked to recognize them as dragon wisdom blood marrow in unbelievable quantity. Ancient records stated it formed from the blood and souls of high dragon descendants, second only to dragon star blood essence, yet here lay hundreds. He spoke gravely, calculating that such a trove required the sacrifice of at least 10 dragon-type horrors. A surge of danger filled him. He ordered an immediate retreat. But before he finished, the treasure-seeking beast glowed and turned into a massive egg. He stood frozen, realizing it had activated the pure energy of the dragon, while leaving now would waste the fortune and gravely harm his companion. He decided to recall the energy-absorbing tree first and wait for the beast's transformation, but when he touched the tree, he sensed something odd. At its roots, 2 dark red eggs shimmered with mysterious patterns gradually emerging. He cried out with joy, telling Long Sheiji this was the greatest fortune in the ruins, and ordered it to grab as much dragon wisdom blood marrow as possible. They had 10 minutes before retreat, no matter what. Anxious yet resolute, he prayed to Master Heidung for protection, then steeled himself, refusing to fail again. He collapsed, biting his nails, scolding himself for letting things spiral out of control. Seeing Long Sheiji exhausted and fallen, he felt a deep pang of regret. He muttered, wondering how much dragon wisdom blood marrow remained uncollected. Even with his bags full, he sensed time running out and couldn't afford delay. He took a deep breath, slung on his pack, and prepared to leave the cave. Suddenly, a sound like space tearing apart echoed, freezing him in place. Turning back, he saw Long Sheiji gnawing on a glowing red scale and cried out that belonged to a top-tier dragon species. But at once, dark magic gathered, and a violent roar shook the cavern. He shouted in panic, forbidding it from eating more and ordering immediate retreat. Rushing to the treasure-seeking beast's egg, he urged it to stop, valuing life over opportunity. But before he could finish, the massive egg cracked open, bursting with dazzling golden light. He instantly changed plans, ordering Long Sheiji to distract the enemy and protect the hatching beast. Long Sheiji roared, carrying him straight out of the dark cave. Behind them thundered countless beasts. Gasping, he asked if the treasure-seeking beast sensed anything. Ahead, a giant green dragon rose, blocking their path. He sighed in relief, thinking the creature could stall their pursuers. But then an overwhelming energy surge came from afar. A red beam pierced the green dragon's body, followed by a deafening explosion. It was hurled into a cliff, the ground cracking as dust engulfed everything. From the smoke emerged a blazing red dragon, roaring like thunder. The system screen confirmed: top-tier terror species, blood crystal rage dragon. The monster advanced, killing intent flooding the air. He coughed violently, body trembling under its crushing aura. Feeling the deadly presence a kilometer away, he shuddered and muttered to himself. At that moment, the treasure-seeking beast broke free from its shell, radiant and reborn. He smiled in relief, shouting congratulations on its success. The treasure-seeking beast soared forward, facing the blood-red creature head-on. He leapt onto Long Sheiji's back, commanding a full-scale counterattack. The battle erupted fiercely as the blood crystal rage dragon fired blazing red energy spheres. He directed Long Sheiji to dodge, gritting his teeth, knowing one hit meant instant death. The spheres struck the ground, sealing the path it wanted to protect the two eggs. He grew frustrated, realizing the treasure couldn't be claimed. The treasure-seeking beast touched him, breaking his focus. The blood crystal rage dragon seized the chance to strike. In that perilous moment, the treasure-seeking beast pulled him into the air, saving him. An explosion roared. The system announced successful taming of a mature dragon beast. He shouted to gain altitude immediately. The dragon beast responded, circling and glowing before shooting upward despite his scolding. A radiant barrier enveloped him in protection. The beast suddenly vanished, fading into the air. He was astonished to realize invisibility was its new bloodline gift. Both ignored the enemy's attacks, continuing to soar toward confrontation. He exhaled in relief, thankful for the timely taming. Their current speed was enough to rival the foe. He cautiously observed the monster's movements. It roared, unleashing a beam of lightning-charged energy in furious rage. A grazing beam broke the beast's fur and he panicked, nearly dying. He gritted his teeth, lamenting being inferior even from afar. Behind him, a barrage of energy spheres shot relentlessly. The system announced the activation of the Blood Hell skill. He panicked, realizing the extreme danger. The Longshow dodged at light speed, leaving a dazzling golden trail. He smirked, even mocking his enemy. The beast, enraged, chased closely behind. They both rushed into a violet forest with a silent green river. Flying too fast, they crashed. He thanked the Longshow for saving him. He reminded it to learn stopping, and the beast replied innocently. Exhausted, he asked the Longxia to keep watch so he could rest. He slept till night while the Longshow recovered via the energy-absorbing tree. According to ancient texts, once tamed, the Longshow possessed three main abilities. The first allowed it to locate treasures. The next could summon hidden treasures to appear. The foresight ability helped avoid danger. Though weak in battle, Longshow excelled at treasure hunting. After merging bloodlines, it gained a mysterious dragon soul skill. This skill absorbed fallen dragon souls and converted them into power. In the purple forest, Tu Hang and the Longshow paused by a lake, seeing a crocodile eat an energy creature. Hearing his laugh, the crocodile realized its treasure nearby had vanished. It roared angrily, while he felt confident with Longshow's support. He realized all treasures would now belong to him without fear. With departure time near, he sat pondering amid the dim blood forest glow. By rule, only beasts with a soul bond could be taken from the secret realm. He worried what to do if he met a creature too strong. His gaze stopped at 2 glowing dragon eggs as his 2 beasts drooled at them. He scolded them for only eating and not helping. When he asked how to take the eggs out, both only drooled, angering him further. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. He turned his gaze toward the energy-absorbing tree, forming a plan. He recalled the Long Xia's ability to swallow massive prey whole. Their stomachs dissolved creatures to convert them into energy. This was the key. He watched the Long Xia swallow the 2 dragon eggs, then lie content, sighing helplessly. Without delay, he stored it in his spatial ring, hiding his act like a shadow. Pleased, he picked a blue apple from the energy-absorbing tree, preparing for the next step. The Long Xia's stomach was strong enough to digest metal, let alone eggshells. Thanks to blood essence reinforcement and the tree's copied energy, his plan was complete. He crushed the blue apple, its liquid spilling out. The liquid seeped into the 2 eggs inside the Long Xia's belly. Though rare, he used the fruit without hesitation. He sighed slightly, then his eyes turned cold, making the energy tree tremble. He picked another basket of green apples without hesitation. The tree withered as the 2 beasts stared, shocked by their master's cruelty, while he laughed gleefully. All the apples were ground into a thick liquid. He coated the eggs with golden powder and special energy for perfect protection. He stood up, admiring his work with a proud smile. The Long Xia drooled hungrily at the 2 eggs. He gently coaxed it to open its mouth and swallow carefully. The beast obeyed, gulping both eggs instantly. It looked confused, then realized the trick, while he shrugged innocently. Next morning outside the ruins, the Crimson Blood Fury Dragon stood guard. It roared, demanding everyone surrender items for inspection. Tu Hang was accompanied by Huo Hong and Ji Meiyu. It checked Meiyu's bag first and approved. Then it inspected Huo Hong's, which also passed. When it was Tu Hang's turn, he pulled out a massive backpack, shocking everyone. He smiled awkwardly, saying he had gathered a bit too much. The red dragon carefully examined his bag. His 2 companions whispered doubts about its legitimacy. But the dragon confirmed all items were compliant. The 2 felt displeased, thinking it unfair. He smiled inwardly, satisfied his egg-hiding plan had succeeded. The red dragon ordered everyone to summon their tamed beasts for inspection. It demanded to check forbidden beasts, making Tu Hang's heart race in fear. Huo Hong went first. Her beast passed inspection. Ji Meiyu's beast was also deemed valid. Tu Hang summoned his 3, Long Shou, Long Xia, and energy-absorbing tree. Huo Hong mocked, suspecting the energy tree violated rules. The tree trembled, its leaves drooping as if about to cry. He silently prayed the energy-absorbing tree could fool the red dragon. After examining, the dragon approved but called it ugly. The tree felt humiliated, its pride deeply wounded. It drooped sadly while he sighed in relief for passing the test. But the red dragon's gaze fell on the swollen belly of the Long Xia. It squinted suspiciously, sensing something odd. Sweat poured from him as his heart nearly stopped. The dragon roared, making the Long Xia tense for battle. He quickly analyzed, realizing this opponent was too strong. The protective talisman in his hand could block only 1 strike, not help escape. He clenched the talisman, mind filled with fear. The red dragon approached, accusing him of stealing its clan's young. Suddenly it froze, sensing something familiar from the Long Xia. In the Blood Fury Dragon clan, only a few reached supreme blood level, ruling all ruins. 2 of them surpassed all others. 1 fought the clan alone, 1 ruled kindly. But the mightiest warrior betrayed them, plotting against the chief, and was exiled. After exile, he seized the Northwest and built his own blood pool. He crazily bred dragons to create a new generation, defying sacred law. His descendants were said to wield unimaginable power once grown. Seeing the red dragon fall silent, Tu Hang grew suspicious, fearing deceit. The red dragon smirked slyly, planning to let him take the rebel's offspring away. The dragon roared, concluding it was merely food in the belly, granting passage. Tu Hong and the dragon exchanged knowing looks, as if sealing a secret pact. Ji Meiyu shuddered, surprised by their strange familiarity. Huo Hong spoke sternly, saying it must be reported to the condensation hall. The three stepped out of the spatial gate into a lush, vibrant land. A voice called out Shu Shu Ti rode across the lake to greet them. He urgently told Tu Hang to follow, saying the situation was critical. As they moved, he denied rumors about the Sinfire quake and mentioned the Calamity Tide. Hearing that name, Tu Hang felt a chill, recalling its terror. The Calamity Tide was a disaster of monster uprisings sweeping like raging waves. They stopped only when completely destroyed or utterly defeated. 30 years ago, the Black Lantern condensation land had suffered a brutal Calamity Tide. Many tamers perished and the sacred land nearly vanished. Tu Hang's mentor Chu, he barely survived thanks to the Allied counterattack. After victory, he was honored as Protector Lord for his outstanding skill. Zhu Shu Tai reassured him this time it was a mid-level Calamity Tide, not as severe. He added that the Protector Lord formed an investigation team led by senior brother Tu Hang to eliminate the source. If not contained soon, the condensation land would fall into a defensive struggle. Orders had been issued to withdraw 4 fronts to strengthen the main defense line. Zhu Shu Tai lamented the wasted crops farmers had left behind. Tu Hang worriedly asked if his sister might be in danger. He firmly proposed returning to the condensation land immediately. Zhu Shu Tai nodded, saying they would head to Zhenan, a 2-day journey. Along the way, they stopped often to let their mounts recover strength. By a stream, Tu Hang secretly led the Long Xia to hide a secret. It vomited out 2 eggs and the container, which he carefully hid at a spot marked by the Long Show. He didn't doubt Shu Shu Tai, but still kept the theft of dragon eggs secret. Tu Hang generously shared energy with Shu Kei, earning his respect and mentorship. Even so, he wisely avoided summoning the energy-absorbing tree before him. That night in Zhenan, he was shocked to find it transformed into a bustling military base. Guards recognized Shu Kei and joyfully shouted to open the gate. The heavy gate rose and Shu Kei calmly urged his horse inside. Tu Hang silently nodded to the Long Xia, signaling to stay close. Under the moonlight, they entered the city quietly, shadows stretching like a silent army. Suddenly he stopped, smelling something strange and frowning suspiciously. Glancing around, he found the source just ahead. A huge pile of raw meat reeked of blood, startling him to ask. Shuka calmly replied it was food stockpiled for the army. Normally, tamed beasts required refined food, but this was temporary. He smiled mysteriously, saying Tu Hang would soon understand and to follow him to meet someone waiting. A moment later, in the meeting room, all members were present. Chief Beast Tamer Gao Zun, wearing a communicator, introduced the Black Lantern Fortress Command. He announced he was in charge of coordinating external forces. Yi Yu interjected, noting Gao Zun was once a professional tamer and chief of Black Void City. Tu Hang frowned slightly, repeating the name Black Void City in his mind. Shi Yu calmly explained it was the sole center producing energy crystals, the foundation of Black Lantern Fortress. Gao Zun was known for his ruthlessness, always guarding that crucial place. Beside him stood Sha Yu Bing, a master of poison arts. She once used 6 top-tier dangerous beasts alone to severely wound a Terra-class creature. Tu Hang shuddered in awe, thinking her power was terrifying. Shuka suddenly shouted, telling them to stop chatting and start carrying supplies. Outside, Zieyu lifted a crate and Tu Hang quickly helped. He asked about Black Lantern Fortress's situation, noticing Shuke seemed unhurried. Zieyu smiled, saying rushing was useless. Fighting a beast tide required careful planning, and following Gao Zun's command was enough. Tu Hang curiously asked why Zhu Ji and Lin Zhen were absent. Shi Yu replied that Lin Zhen stayed to guard Liu Ding, a vital mining zone that couldn't be left empty. Shi Yu smiled, reminding him he'd helped Lin Zhen capture the flame material tiger, and the man still wanted to thank him. Suddenly, a loud explosion made them both turn sharply. Tu Hang looked toward the gate, where a massive beast army was approaching. Leading them was He Ju, calmly meditating atop a giant bear. He shouted in joy while Ziyu paled, wary of the bear. That was Kui Xiong, the leader of a terrifying special species. Xie whispered that only the master of Kuxiong Forest could bear that form. Tu Hang was excited, amazed that such a great figure had come for reinforcements. He rode the alpha bear, leading the mighty army in like a storm. Gao Zun stepped out, bowing respectfully to welcome the master of Kuxiong Forest back. The alpha bear roared, sending mental waves to communicate. "The food is ready? Well, share it with the bears from afar," Gao Zun replied, signaling distribution. Xie carried a meat crate, smiling at Tu Hang, saying, "See? The master of Kuxiong Forest was once a low-ranked terror beast, but evolved under the Protector Lord's training." He marveled that the Protector Lord's power was truly immeasurable. Tu Hang watched the bears devour meat, filled with awe. A fierce leader like Kuxiong, retaining reason, showed remarkable intelligence. No wonder Shushutai prepared mountains of food. The alpha bear extended its paw to take the crate from his hands. Hiju jumped down, carrying 2 crates with a grin, teasing him for being weak. Xie frowned, muttering he couldn't understand how Hiju became the disciple of such a beast lord. It defied reason. Ju heard that, stormed up, and shouted straight into Ziyu's face, silencing him. Tu Hang stood aside, smiling awkwardly, thinking only she could handle this loudmouth. After feasting, the bears quickly regained their strength. Under the master of Kuxiong Forest's command, they spread to guard the Gen-Nem border, their roars echoing as war loomed. That night, under Shukei's orders, Tu Hang wasn't allowed to rest. He, Hiju, and Xie secretly entered an underground passage in the dark, leading a strange army. Hiju called for a head count, confirming the entire team was present. Everyone simultaneously unloaded the crates from the vehicles. A steel helmet fell, reflecting moonlight, stunning all. Tu Hang curiously picked it up, wondering who had such a big head. Xie shrugged with a smirk, telling him to guess. Meanwhile, the Kuxiong Forest Bear Army marched in formation toward the center, unusually orderly. With villagers' help, they donned special armor, gleaming like ancient warriors. Tu Hang thought these bears, though ordinary, could fight mature monsters once armored. He swallowed hard, exclaiming it was blatant cheating. While the bears were equipped, humans also hurried to prepare for action. Under Gao Zun and Shukei's command, soldiers from over 10 major regions were assembled. The Gen-En convoy stood ready, dozens of trucks carrying thousands of troops organized into small coordinated units. Gao Zun stood atop a vehicle shouting orders as the army advanced toward Black Lantern Fortress at night for reinforcement. He raised his hand in fervor, rallying faith in ancestral protection of their homeland. Guards responded in unison, vowing to die defending the fortress, departing under Gao Zun's command. Inside a transport, a soldier operated a combat interface. He saluted militarily, introducing himself as Wei Ya, the acting commander of Tactical Unit 2, Tu Hang's new comrade. Wei Ya handed over a control board, pointing at the top command's tactical map. He explained they formed the main assault group handling the most dangerous zone. Wei Ya further outlined the division into 4 battalions, with Tu Hang's unit assigned to confront the Western Tide. Tu Hong examined the plan, noting his task was lighter than Ziyu's, who led the mechanized force. Jushutai had cleverly arranged a safer post for him, yet even the weaker 4th unit felt daunting. Gazing afar, Tu Hang silently wished for smooth success since his team only handled support and cleanup. Unlike human tactics, monsters acted purely on natural survival instinct. Their battle intuition rivaled humanity's strategic command. Protector Lord Zhu, he led the elite squad striking the enemy's center, while Black Lantern Fortress raised barriers to encircle the beasts. According to plan, Kuxiong Forest's army would deploy later to avoid confusion with Gao Zun's reinforcement troops. Gao Zun's strategy was for the mechanized vanguard to block the enemy and expose the hidden strong breeds. Then the beast tamers would advance to the core, joining mechanized forces in assaults near the fortress wall to aid Black Lantern troops. Military trucks roared through mountains, headlights piercing yet failing to dispel the thick night. Wei Ya sternly ordered the convoy to reach Black Lantern Fortress before dawn to prevent monster proliferation. Tu Hang pondered, realizing the route from Gen N to Black Lantern was long. To make it in time, they had to cross the dead zone. The vehicle shook violently as the monitors lit up, showing the outside view. A colossal beast loomed in the forest. It was the Terra Colossus Ox, a high-tier, fearsome creature. Looking through the glass, Tu-Hang paled, feeling a crushing pressure that made lesser creatures flee. Thankful a tamer guarded the area. Before the demon ox, another massive monster suddenly appeared. It was the Moon Reaper Bear, a brutal beast, toppling the whole forest, leaving Tu-Hang stunned to witness their clash. The demon ox bared its teeth in a twisted grin, eyes glowing with sinister light. The moon bear hesitated briefly as its foe raised an arm to strike. From the void, blazing fire orbs gathered, forming the annihilation skill Titan Light Burst. The strike landed, its roar echoing across the desolate forest. Tu-Hang shuddered as the Moon Reaper Bear howled in agony, realizing even a Tier 2 creature couldn't endure such power. The hybrid demon ox, combining multiple elements, destroyed its foe with one move, convincing Tu-Hang further of Gao Zun's strength. Under its aura, the army passed safely through the dead zone, while Gao Zun kept his distance to avoid panic. Behind them followed the Thunderhammer War Rhino, a hornless beast with devastating impact force. It served as rear guard, a living fortress blocking any creature escaping the demon ox pressure. Gao Zun ordered via radio to Titan formation, warning that the route to Black Lantern Fortress was the most dangerous stretch. He turned to ask Shu Kei about the equipment and received firm confirmation. He raised his hand, multicolored light flashing in the air as he summoned hidden allies. Instantly, from a spatial rift, a legion of Huangsha dragons appeared, answering the call. Wind Kirin and Wind Demon Child were summoned next, shaking the battlefield's atmosphere. Tu-Hang stared through the glass, stunned that Gao Zun had summoned 6 terrifying beasts' power beyond imagination. Suddenly, the mountains ahead blazed bright, covered in countless blue crystalline structures like ice. The massive crystals towered higher than armored vehicles. A sense of dread rose within Tu-Hang as he felt something unnatural hidden inside. The vehicle lurched violently, nearly overturning, making him scream in alarm. From within the blue crystals, a gigantic monster emerged, shattering the ground. Then countless more creatures followed, their numbers swelling monstrously, aura overwhelming. Tu-Hang stared blankly, confused why such phenomena appeared near Black Lantern Fortress. Once the vehicle stabilized, the convoy crept forward in full alert. He never expected such dangerous beasts to exist so close to the condensation land. Asking Yu, he learned this was the Flame Rift Plains, a forbidden zone discovered 30 years ago where none survived. That's why Black Lantern Fortress had concealed its existence for years. The monster was the rock-scaled Thura Dragon, the Lord of the Plains, feeding on energy crystals, feared even by former Protector Lords. Fortunately, one Protector had survived and forged a pact with the Stellar Rock Throne Dragon, the supreme leader of the Stone Dragon race, to preserve balance. Without that pact, even Gao Zun wouldn't dare march through their territory, yet their warlike nature kept danger ever present. Thus, Gao Zun ordered the entire army to stay on guard, gathering the strongest forces to face any upheaval. Tu-Hang gripped the communicator, frowning as he analyzed the creature ahead didn't match the rock-scaled Thura Dragon. Its crystal armor and energy minerals were distinct. According to the ancient Old Sun Dragon Codex, this was the Stellar Rock Throne Dragon, a rare dragon species that left him stunned. He secretly longed to tame it, one of the 3 legendary beasts with nearly impenetrable defense. He realized the people of Black Lantern Fortress had mistaken it for the Thura Dragon, and determination surged to conquer the true Stellar Rock Throne Dragon. Suddenly, loud rumbling echoed outside, startling Tu-Hang. Sweat poured down as he inwardly cursed, sensing battle was imminent. He tried to stay calm, thinking the Black Lantern reinforcements must not fight the brainless yet powerful Stellar Rock Dragons head-on. Gao Zun silently prayed Shu Tai had brought enough supplies, then shouted orders to hold formation. Immediately, the massive convoy roared to life, engines screeching sharply. Truck doors burst open, spilling countless crystal shards glowing like glass onto the ground. Seeing their favorite food, the stellar rock dragons lunged forward, devouring greedily. Gao Zun shaped his hands like binoculars and loudly signaled the start of the operation. Thanks to that plan, the army safely crossed the stone dragon domain unopposed. Around 4 a.m., they arrived only to freeze in horror at the sight of tens of thousands of monsters gathered below the fortress. Roars thundered as countless rare beasts formed a sea of calamity. Most were beast-type and insect-type species dominating the enemy formation. Columns of fire shot from monsters, met by fierce counterattacks from the fortress walls. The battle erupted violently as the 2,000-man reinforcement force drew the enemy's frenzied attention. Realizing assaulting the wall was futile, the monsters shifted focus toward the newly arrived troops. The vehicle operator sensed danger and urgently reported via radio. At the 2 o'clock direction, 2 apex creatures approached, one insect type, one beast type, the blade jar beast and the elegant worm queen. The screen displayed their forms, eyes glowing as they stared at the soldiers like prey. Gao Zun clenched the steering wheel, face calm and storm-like before the apex breeds. He shouted into the comms, ordering the entire army to prepare for battle. Taking advantage of the clustered enemy, he commanded a 50-meter blockade before the fortress wall, deploying anchors and avoiding collisions, stressing no defeat allowed. Heavy firepower units deployed instantly, soldiers shouting "Roger" in unison. Under orders, they rushed toward artillery positions. All cannons aimed upward, locking on targets. The command rang out, and the artillery unleashed a thunderous bombardment. Swarms of low and mid-tier monsters were obliterated in the storm of shells. Yet several massive, powerful beasts still stood tall, unmoved by the barrage. They were true Terra-class species, wielding strength far beyond normal limits. Tu Hang cursed softly, realizing their firepower was as useless as mosquito bites on steel. In front of him stood the Kung Ju Mong Gu, a level 7 enlightened creature with the ability Fist of Great Light 3. The nearby soldiers cheered excitedly as the Supreme Commander officially joined the battle. Feng Mo Dong advanced toward the Mong Gu, forming a massive sphere of blazing demonic energy. Sweating, Tu Hang analyzed the tactic. Use Great Light 3 to slow the enemy, then let Feng Mo Dong strike for damage. But their foe was a colossal plant beast, its flower center glowing with crackling lightning. He silently admitted that these high-grade species were as intelligent as humans, even reading his side strategy. At that moment, Lei Chui battle armor stepped forward, its body glowing, raising a shield under the level 5 thunder protection array. The attack was completely blocked without leaving a scratch. Tu Hang gasped, realizing this was a perfect blend of offense and defense between the tamer and his beast. The Kung Ju Mong Gu also possessed control skills powerful enough to destroy dozens of elite species. Feng Mo Dong's energy sphere kept expanding like a star on the verge of exploding. Then it burst in blinding light, unleashing a massive blast that shook the entire front line. Gao Zun shouted, ordering all beast tamers to summon their companions for battle. The insect control teams were assigned to guard the mobile troops behind. Tu Hang summoned Long Xiaji, his giant beast charging straight into the fiery battlefield. Even though artillery couldn't stop the calamity's power, it still wiped out countless low-level creatures, stabilizing the main force. The encirclement formation turned into a war machine, crushing enemy layers one by one. However, Gao Zun's face darkened. He slammed the table, warning of the calamity's hidden might. He declared that only when tamers personally fought could they turn the tide, while ordering protection of mobile lines and clearing air and ground foes. The battlefield became a chaotic storm as all creatures, tamed beasts and calamities alike, fought in frenzy. Giant multi-legged insect beasts crawled from the ground, while flying maggots spewed acid and explosives, turning it into hell. Long Hyaji roared, shredding every calamity daring to approach. Wei Ya, clad in armor, fired his rifle non-stop amid smoke and flames, holding the line. The man beside Tu Hang smiled gratefully, saying that without Long Xiaji's protection, their team would be wiped out. Tu Hang jolted and turned sharply. At the same time, he shoved that man aside as a red beam sliced the air, grazing his coat and tearing fabric. Sweat poured as Tu Hang shuddered. Long Xiaji's prominence drew attention. Only Gao Zun's timely aid saved him. From the smoke emerged a crimson tiger, the Weishui evil tiger, an extremely dangerous superclass species. Though slender in build, its strength and defense surpassed any other beast. Tu Hang crossed his arms and ordered coldly, "Keep distance, use electric bullets, avoid melee." Long Xiaji nodded slightly and breathed out a burst of dazzling electric energy. The lightning clash created a sky-shaking explosion right behind the enemy. The dragon's body lunged like lightning, clashing head-on with the Weizhou evil tiger. The two beasts tangled, claws and fangs striking violently. The tiger was hurled away, smashing a nearby mountain and scattering rocks. But immediately, 4 more crimson creatures appeared atop the mountain. Tu Hang gritted his teeth and stepped back, quickly counting 5 in total, completely surrounded. The tiger pack charged, focusing their attacks on Long Xiaji's wings, biting frantically. Long Xiaji roared and activated the skill Sky Speed. Its claws gleamed silver like lightning in the night. It pressed one down hard, unleashing Dragon Force Quad Rupture. The tigers were torn apart, falling miserably amid the blazing battlefield. Long Xiaji circled back, landing beside its master, wings trembling with might. However, Tu Hang worried as the Weishu evil tigers kept multiplying. He knew such blood-for-blood fighting would drag Long Xiaji into their frenzy. Long Xiaji roared, flapping its wings to create a massive gust that made the tiger pack freeze in fear. The move Dragon Might Dragon Tranquil Fury erupted, red flames rising to burn all enemies. Tu Hang opened the steel hatch, shouting, "Ill hold 2 of them, finish it fast!" Weya below responded quickly, nodding firmly to confirm the task. Tanks and artillery fired in unison, shells blasting into the 2 Weishui evil tigers ahead. The ground quaked, fire and smoke filled the sky. The beasts were thrown back, howling in agony mid-air. Long Xiaji seized the moment and charged straight into the enemy ranks. Its sharp claws tore the ground, carving trenches like war ditches. It grabbed a Weishui evil tiger and crushed it instantly. Gao Zun watched through the monitor, nodding with satisfaction, praising the sect master's disciple for mastering his beast beyond instinct. Shuka laughed loudly, recalling how Tu Hang once amazed him at Kuixiong Forest by turning the tide of a firestorm battle. Tu Hang grinned brightly, firing both guns at the oncoming calamities. Shuka shook his head slightly, watching him shoot with a mix of helplessness and reproach. "This brat," he muttered, but before finishing, the screen flashed red, signaling high-level danger. Gao Zun's voice turned grave as he ordered full alert, reporting a massive object approaching, while Shu Ke rushed toward Tu Hang. From underground, a gigantic crimson centipede burst out, coiling forward like a wave of fire. Hundreds of blade-like legs shredded 2 armored vehicles in seconds, making Tu Hang cry out in horror. The steel-armored 5-heaven centipede, a tower-class terror species. Gao Zun's voice came through the calm yet urgent, telling Tu Hang to focus on fighting while he deployed the Fireburst Flame Master for support. He warned that this wave of calamities was different, packed with stronger creatures waiting for high-ranked tamers to appear. Without precise strategy, the entire army would perish strike, but with utmost caution. From afar, the Fireburst Flame Master charged in, body ablaze, clearing the path with roaring flames. High above, several giant dragon birds spread their wings, blocking the moonlight, preparing to strike from the sky. Gao Zun looked up, eyes cold as steel, murmuring, "They're using aerial forces." "Go, Lei Mo Dong!" A massive talisman lit up in the battlefield, energy surging violently. Lei Mo Dong, Gao Zun's main spirit beast, appeared, majestic and wreathed in thunder. Shuka gripped the support bar, shouting, "Elder Gao, be careful! Don't let them break through, or the mobile unit will be wiped out!" Lei Mo Dong raised its hand, summoning a storm of lightning arrows. Bolts of thunder ripped the sky, slicing through space itself. 2 winged beasts were struck, roaring in agony before falling charred black. Tu Hang sweated, awed by the sheer power of Gao Zun's top-tier companion. But before he could breathe, his vehicle shook violently under a massive shockwave. The ground cracked open, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Tu Hong shouted in panic, realizing the airborne foes were bait. The real danger lay underground. From the deep fissure, a level 7 enlightened Earthslayer worm emerged, towering like a wall of living flesh. Its body glowed red-hot, incinerating everything it touched. The nearby soldiers burned alive in agony. The armored monster lifted its head, eyes blazing as it roared menacingly. Tu Hang stared tensely, nearly suffocating from fear. If they didn't retreat, the mobile unit would be annihilated. His heart pounded as dread closed in. A streak of blood on Long Xiaji's chest snapped him back to reality. He gritted his teeth and ordered a retreat to save his comrades. A psychic armor enveloped the two like a shining shield. He transmitted orders, voice trembling but firm, calling others to share the burden. This battle would be devastating. Anyone could die. Fight with everything you have. Gao Zun, burning with resolve, shouted a vow to fight to the death. From the rear lines, tamers and their armored beasts united, glowing across the battlefield. Tu Hong felt despair, blaming himself for failing to resist a high-tier monster. He turned his gaze toward his loyal Long Xiaji. The beast struggled fiercely against the savage foe. A painful roar burst from Long Xiaji. Tu Hang panicked, his heartbeat erratic. From afar, Heiju rode a steel bear, leading reinforcements. Kui Xiong advanced, confronting the Earthslayer creature. A devastating punch shattered the enemy's legs, scattering dirt and rock. The three commanders fought together, annihilating tens of thousands of monsters over a full day. As dusk fell, the battle ended, leaving Heidong Fortress in ruins. Tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians perished in tragedy. Of nearly 100 tamers, fewer than 40 survived. The fortress suffered heavy losses, needing 3 years to recover strength. The beast corpses became a trove of precious materials. If the spoils were properly harvested, Heidong Fortress could rise stronger than ever. Long Xiaji was healed by the high-rank recovery beast, Light Pollen Flower. The gentle healing light spread softly. Tu Hong smiled, relieved to see his beasts safe. He looked at Lin Yuhan, thanking her and asking for her help in tending to Long Xiaji in the future. Lin Yuhan wiped her sweat, nodding in agreement but noting that the Light Pollen Flower was still weak. The small beast was exhausted after healing a creature many times its size. The door opened. Someone entered to report that the sect master had returned and called for an urgent meeting. Tu Hang grew excited, believing his master had solved the mystery of the calamity. He rushed to the grand hall and saw the familiar figure of Zhu He. Smiling with joy, he greeted him, and Zhu He calmly replied. When everyone assembled, Zhu He slammed the table, declaring a critical discussion on the calamity. Tu Hong repeated in doubt, still puzzled by the strangeness. Zhu He explained that he and Tao Nian followed traces to an enormous abyss shaped like a monster's footprint. They explored its depths and discovered something moving below. At the lowest layer, countless beasts guarded swarms of deformed maggots. Those pitch-black creatures emitted psychic energy, manipulating the calamity and controlling others. They were weak, except for some with armor and powerful mental attacks. The two joined forces, exterminated them all, and obtained a strange object. Zhu He placed a crimson heart on the table, still faintly beating. Everyone stared in shock. Tu Hang was frozen. Suddenly, intense pain pierced his head. A voice echoed in his mind, speaking of a 1,000-year catastrophe. Human extinction, twilight of the city, the last hope. The old day begins. Destruction is the dawn of rebirth. The vision vanished, and Zhu He's voice kept calling Tu Hang's name. He felt dizzy, nearly collapsing. Zhu He caught him, worriedly asking about his condition. Tu Hang weakly replied he was just exhausted and relaxed only after seeing his master's return. Zhu He sighed, pitying what they had endured. He told Tu Hang to rest. The senior disciples would relay everything. Outside the meeting room, Tu Hang sweated heavily, mind swirling with the dream showing humanity's extinction. He realized the egg Zhu He brought back was not the true root of the calamity. The real source was the ancestor of forbidden bioweapon beyond comprehension. When the ancestor awakened, it spawned colossal monsters and countless living energy warriors. These creatures were born fully formed, fearless of death, absolutely obedient to the ancestor. They were created in extremely short time. The multi-headed species were just sub-layers controlling others. According to memories from the Old Sun Dragon Codex, the ancestor would erase all humanity. Tu Hang punched the wall in fury, lost on how to tell his master. He suddenly recalled an important clue. Sneaking a glance at Zhu He's hand wound, he suspected it was caused by the ancestor. The energy used by the ancestor to incubate eggs could heal the calamity, but was poison to tamers. Once inside the body, it mixed life and death energies, eroding spiritual power. Normal humans lasted 2 months, the strongest tamers 2 years. The antidote would only be invented 10 years later, making Tu Hang vow to sell everything to buy materials to save his master. He swore that by saving Zhu He, he would change fate itself. In a bustling market, Tu Hang carried full gear, searching for rare materials. For 2 weeks he worked tirelessly, fearing each passing day shortened his master's life. After selling all 68 bottles of blood fate incense, he was left only with white solution bottles of experimental materials. Even the treasures from the Blood Forest ruins were all sold. He gathered over 23.5 million gang-ki, but still faced a severe shortage. After borrowing everywhere, the total finally reached 30 million gang-ki. He exchanged it for 2 required medicinal parts, but one failed, leaving only one last hope. Before the lab table, he prayed for success, having sacrificed everything to save his master. But the strange energy in the toxin made all his efforts futile. The 2 opposing forces, life and death, had been studied for years to find a way to merge them into healing power. Tu Hang poured the solution into a vial, body tense, sensing success was near. He shouted, commanding the liquid to absorb energy from life-stream stones and witches' nails. He added those ingredients into the boiling crimson fluid. Immediately, the surface of the solution surged violently. A loud explosion sounded, white smoke filling the room. Tu Hang was covered in ash, hair singed. Holding a still intact stone in the smoke, he wondered in disbelief if he had succeeded. In the Beastmen kitchen, the elf Mu Khan was cooking with a shining golden spoon. Tu Hong hid outside the door, eyes fixed on the fragrant soup. He realized it was a rare culinary spirit beast, weak in battle but unmatched in cooking skill. Its craftsmanship amazed even the He Dung group. Only Zhu Hu and a few others had tasted its dishes, since Mu Khan suffered from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Tu Hang signaled the treasure-seeking beast to act. The little creature understood, raising a hand in agreement. It hid itself, darted into the kitchen, and knocked over rows of spices. The elf Mutan shrieked Tululu, then hurriedly began tidying everything. While it was distracted, the treasure-seeking beast secretly added Tu Hang's potion into the soup bowl. Tu Hang smiled in satisfaction, believing that bowl of soup would save his master without him knowing. In his study, Zhu He read documents, his face pale with exhaustion. The wound on his hand leaked black vapor, making him drop his pen and curse softly, knowing he had little time left. He looked at the wound, reminding himself not to worry his students, then sighed heavily. The elf Mu Khan pushed in the food cart, drawing his attention. Zhu He gave a faint smile, musing that when the old generation fades, the young will rise. He lifted the soup bowl and took a sip. At once he felt vitality spreading through him and praised its exquisite flavor. When he asked about the recipe, Mu Kan blinked blankly and muttered, "Tu-lu-lu." Growing suspicious, he activated the kitchen surveillance system. The screen clearly showed Tu Hang and the treasure-seeking beast sneaking around. He chuckled softly, instantly understanding his disciple's intent. Flipping through the news, he was surprised to learn Tu Hang had sold the blood fate incense not for fame or profit, but to save him. Zhu He read further, discovering Tu Hong had sold all merits and borrowed everywhere for strange materials, and he almost summoned him to scold. He laughed aloud, realizing Tu Hang knew about his wound and recklessly tried to heal him, though nothing escaped the sect master's eyes. Folding the newspaper, he realized the blood-fate incense his disciple made could also heal incurable wounds. He was deeply moved, admiring the boy's recklessness, seeing in him both great potential and unwavering loyalty. In the Haedong market, Tu Hang laid out a table full of rare materials before Lu Yu. Lu Yu gently scolded him for being late, noting the collection seemed below expectations. Tu Hang smiled, pointing to Long Xiaji behind him, saying another larger pack was on the beast's back. He confidently presented his spoils, drawing her full attention. Lu Yu widened her eyes, realizing he had nearly emptied the entire Blood Forest ruins. She was pleased, knowing such results would earn her favor before the sect master. She examined the items, praised them briefly, and told Tu Hang to display more goods. When he revealed a blazing red horn, she froze instantly. Lu Yu clutched it tightly, confirming it was the horn of a bloodline sub-dragon still retaining a beast's soul. Before she could recover, he brought out the eyeball of a dark dragon. Next came the century-flowered serpent herb and starfire spirit stone treasures of extreme rarity. Finally, he produced 2 cores from high-tier aberrant species, freezing the entire room. Lu Yu stood petrified, unable to believe her eyes. Previously, the sect master had ordered that he receive only 20,000 contribution points regardless of his loot. She felt inward resentment, clearly seeing the favoritism shown to Tu Hang. But looking at the mountain of spoils, she estimated their true value to be 5 times that reward. When Tu Hang asked how many points he'd get, she replied 20,000, making him think it was a huge amount. Then she corrected herself, it was just 20,000, leaving him speechless in frustration. Tu Hang sighed sadly, consoling himself that after the war, the sect must be short on resources. He waved goodbye and left the exchange room calmly. Lu Yu slammed the door in anger, shouting that her student had been unfairly treated. She pounded the table, deciding to confront the sect master to demand justice for Tu Hang. Faced with her fury, He hesitated, excusing that the reward was reasonable and that he couldn't reveal the healing matter. When he saw the full list of items from the Blood Forest, he realized Tu Hang hadn't cheated, but had stumbled upon a key ruin. Grateful, had decided to personally take his beloved disciple to a secret vault for a private reward. He allowed him to choose any item he liked, costing only a token amount of points. In his heart, he knew 20,000 points were far too little for the real value. At the same time, he worried such precious items might attract unwanted attention toward Tu Hang. Juha raised his hand with a smile, lightly asking about his now-healed arm. Tu Hang smiled brightly, pretending ignorance, praising his master's miraculous recovery. Juha smiled meaningfully, secretly amused by the boy's clumsy act. He feigned curiosity, asking why some materials Tu Hang needed weren't found in the vault. Tu Hang answered honestly that he had traded items from the Blood Forest ruins and hoped to find equivalents with his master. Juha nodded, smiling, then turned to lead him away. Tu Hang looked around the room, noticing it didn't resemble a treasure vault at all. Juha stopped before an ancient painting on the wall from which a mysterious light emanated. He placed his hand on the painting, solemnly calling its name and commanding it to open the vault. The painting trembled as a ghostly face emerged, speaking, "At your command, master." Tu Hang shouted in alarm, unable to grasp what was happening. A fierce wind swept through the room, their clothes fluttering as He calmly explained it was a mystic painting treasure, a spirit artifact ranked above even Terra-class beings. Though non-combative, it possessed the power to store vast spatial dimensions. He signaled Tu Hang to follow him inside. They stepped through the light barrier, and Tu Hang was stunned by the boundless treasure realm within. Juha led the way, explaining that the mystic painting treasure had absolute defense no one could enter without permission. To destroy it would require power beyond a Terra-class creature. He stopped, saying this was his entire personal hoard and that Tu Hang could choose anything he desired. Once chosen, he only needed to call the painting's name to open the exit. Before leaving, Juha softly suggested he explore the other side where the most unique items were kept. Tu Hang's eyes were drawn to a row of radiant gems exuding a mesmerizing aura. He muttered that even though he'd prepared much for Long Xiaji, he still desired these treasures. He sighed in worry, certain that 20,000 contribution points wouldn't be enough for all he needed. His main goal this trip was to find materials for Long Xiaji and an energy absorption core for dragon evolution. Suddenly, a massive golden creature appeared in his palm Malum Maggie summoned to seek treasures for the dragon beast. The golden creature sniffed the air, then cried out in surprise as if to announce a discovery. It pointed toward a polygonal box on a high shelf, shrouded in dark smoke as if hiding a dreadful secret. Tu Hang noticed cracks on the box radiating immense spatial energy, recognizing it as a void bloodline crystal. He was stunned, never expecting his master's vault to hold something so rare. At that moment, Malum cried again, urging him onward. Tu Hang followed its direction to a green stone and asked about it, receiving a confirming chirp. When he touched it, the stone turned into a cool green mist, revealing it to be material for upgrading Long Xiaji. Though lifeless, its energy was astonishingly powerful, leaving him amazed. He turned to ask the treasure-seeking beast if there was more, but it shook its head to signal the search was done. After making his selections, Tu Hang exited the vault, surprising Zhu He with his quickness. Zhu He thought to himself that he knew his disciple too well, so such swift choices made perfect sense. He patted Tu Hang's shoulder and smiled, asking what the chosen items were, and Tu Hang cheerfully replied he had taken 2. Zhu He examined them and warned they were dangerous if mishandled, asking if he truly wanted to proceed with the exchange. But he hid his worries, telling himself his cautious student wouldn't take useless risks. Tu Hang quickly nodded, confirming the 2 items were enough due to limited contribution points. Chu He was startled, knowing their real value was far higher, impressed by his student's modesty. Tu Hang trembled, confused, asking if the points might still be insufficient. Chu He laughed heartily, assuring him that even 2,000 points were more than enough. Overjoyed, Tu Hang suggested calling Lin Zhen and Sister Cook to exchange more conveniently. With both sorrow and care, Chu He promised to deliver the items to his home and advised him to stay healthy. The teacher told him not to worry about outside matters, to use the 2 materials wisely, and awaited his results. Tu Hang firmly promised to do his best to reassure his master. Chu He smiled, then suddenly mentioned the 2 eggs he had examined, surprising Tu Hang. He nodded, confirming they were the terrifying creature eggs Tu Hang brought from the Blood Forest ruins. Although Tu Hang could have kept them, he handed them over. Director Liu wanted to return them, but Chu He kept them. He explained that blood dragons require special nurturing or they become ferocious. If mishandled, the controller's mind could be permanently damaged. That's why he kept them, as their vitality exceeded normal limits, as if their source had evolved. He teased that Tu Hang was lucky to survive without meeting their owner, pinching his cheek. But now, the 2 dragon eggs were deteriorating after losing their life support for too long. Their vitality was fading. If not treated soon, they would perish completely. Tu Hang panicked, regretful, wondering if the old Sun Dragon Codex had a way to save them. Zhu He worried seeing his depressed disciple, thinking it was his first time facing a true terror. He laughed, patting his shoulder, assuring that the master would handle it, and told Tu Hang to follow. The 2 entered a room filled with thick, dark smoke like evil mist. Inside, 2 chained dragon eggs floated amid glowing red crystals and a 4-eyed dragon corpse on a stone pillar. The dragon bodies were pierced by 3 swords. Chu He calmly said he used relics and dragon remains to recreate the blood dragon spring to save the eggs, with good results. Tu Hang froze, eyes locked on the eerie scene. He saw Chu He approach a tarp-covered strange object. He shuddered, sensing the terrifying aura even through the barrier. Chu He suddenly pulled the tarp away, revealing a gigantic heart. It resembled a curled body, with the red eyes of the Blood Knight Dragon Bat-Heart, a high-ranked being. The black energy emitted made Tu Hang's hands tremble. He dared not step closer. Chu He laughed loudly, praising Tu Hang's strong spiritual attunement. Suddenly, he grasped his disciple's hand and made a small cut. A drop of blood floated mid-air from Tu Hang's hand. The drop fell onto the dragon egg case, and Chu He explained it was a bloodline link ritual to ease taming after hatching. Tu Hang was moved, feeling unworthy to tame such monsters and grateful for his master's dedication. Both silently watched the blood merge with the eggs as the dragon corpse below seemed to stare with crimson eyes. Chu-ha said they wouldn't hatch soon, maybe years, and he'd maintain the energy until handing them to his disciple. Tu Hang choked up, asking to keep only one egg and let his master take the other. Chu-hei waved and laughed, telling him not to be foolish since such beasts were useless to him, urging Tu Hang to take both. He smiled, saying Tu Hang could control them all, then signaled him to watch. From Chu-he's hand burst two blazing giant fire spirits. Tu Hang was shocked to recognize them as the southern fire spirit of Senior Lin Zhen. Chu-he corrected that these were second evolution forms, special terrifying types beyond the original limit. He added that beasts of the same bloodline could combine attacks and, with proper training, merge for greater power. Tu Hang was thrilled, amazed at his master's new training method. Chu-he turned away, voice deep, urging his disciple to focus and one day become a true powerhouse. Tu Hang smiled, memorizing every word. He curiously asked his master about a place called Yanni Valley. Chu-he replied while walking that Tu Hang's power had reached advanced Beastmaster level. He praised his rare talent, but warned that taming supreme beasts was reckless, laughing as he patted his head. Sitting together, Chu-he sternly said challenging the Yanlat Overdragon was beyond his ability. He reminded his disciple not to rush the path of a Beastmaster. Even talent needed patience. Tu Hang lifted his head confidently, saying his many bloodline fates would aid his path. Chu-he stroked his chin, thoughtful, saying, though difficult, there was still hope. He explained Yanli Valley was complex. Many Beastmasters sought the Yanlat Overdragon to elevate themselves. But only Tu Hang's fifth senior sister and sixth senior brother had succeeded so far. The guardian of the Yanlat Dragon clan had set unique rules. The valley spirit stones weren't natural but produced by a terrifying creature. If not for its gentle nature, it would have caused disaster. To tame its offspring, one must either defeat the parents or train the young to master 3 innate skills within 10 days. The sixth senior brother chose the second method. Tu Hang was troubled after hearing, and Chu-he smiled, saying now he understood why the clan must be suppressed. In Hakdang Fort, few could control that species. Suddenly, Tu Hang slammed the table, asking for 3 days to try, shocking Chu-he, who wondered if he had a new idea, like with the bloodline fusion research. Seeing his disciple's resolve, Chu-he agreed, allowing him to use all city resources as long as none were wasted. When Tu Hang hesitated, Chu-he interrupted, telling him to prepare since he had other matters to handle. Tu Hang left, gently closing the door, deeply admiring his master's understanding and silent support. That trust moved Tu Hang deeply, his eyes shining with gratitude. Walking along the corridor in the strong evening wind, he vowed to help his master grow stronger and reveal the secrets of the old Sun Dragon Codex and dragon transformation art, regardless of outcome. For the next 3 days, he immersed himself in non-stop research. The Yanlat Overdragon belonged to the rock, dragon, and destruction elements with 8 innate skills. In a short time, he focused on 2 dragon-type skills, Dragon Might and Dragon Force, then on Rock Form and Trample, its main defense and attack skills. With the old Sun Dragon Codex, he made skill-boosting potions, fortunately using common ingredients. He sighed in relief, thinking he'd go bankrupt otherwise, and set aside a portion of the potions as gifts for his master. Then Tu Hang rode the Longxiaji to an open field, finding Chu-he sitting on a giant red wolf, who told him to rest. Chu-he praised Longxiaji's endurance, maintaining skills over long distances without fatigue. Tu Hang laughed, saying it only excelled in endurance, causing Longxiaji to snort in protest. The master and disciple sat on a large rock to rest along the journey. Chu-ha tossed 2 large leg bones to the Red Fang wolf, ordering it to eat. He turned and asked Tu-hang why his Long Xiaoji stayed energized without food. Tu-hang folded his arms and grinned mischievously, saying he had his own method. He raised his hand and a small tree sprouted from his palm. The little trunk moved nimbly like a living creature. With a snap of his fingers, the tree produced many glowing crystal fruits, which Long Xiaoji happily rushed to eat. Chu-ha frowned, asking if it was safe, but Tu-hang assured him just a few fruits were enough energy. Chu-ha stroked his chin and softly asked for 1 fruit to try. Tu-hang turned and told the tree to absorb energy and change to a fruit type suitable for beast-type wolves. Chu-ha was amazed the tree could distinguish energy types, and Tu-hang excitedly said there were only a few variants now, but more would come. He smiled gently before his master, but secretly thought if he knew it could also make energy crystals, he'd be shocked. Chu-ha handed the golden fruit to the Red Fang wolf, and seeing it eat happily, he praised his disciple's talent and the pet's special ability. Tu-hang could only smile awkwardly under the wolf's eager gaze. Chu-ha added that even the wolf praised the fruit's energy richness and rare taste. When he turned around, Tu-hang was gone, busy picking fruits, singing and sneezing non-stop. He carried armfuls of colorful crystal fruits, offering more to the wolf, who joyfully pounced to eat. Chu-ha held a green fruit, pondering that since young beasts depended on food, this might be useful in Yanli Valley. In Yanli Valley, 3 rock inferno dragons roared loudly, guarding the area. Chu-ha rode atop the wolf, calmly saying defeating those 3 would open the path. He raised his hand, unleashing a burst of blazing red spiritual power. A colossal red dragon appeared, roaring so fiercely it shook the valley. The 3 rock inferno dragons panicked and fled in all directions. Tu-hang covered his mouth laughing, teasing that they must have severe psychological trauma. Watching the smoke fade, Tu-hang thought this must be the true power of Yanli Valley. He recalled that last time he passed through, he hadn't sensed any aura at all. Suddenly, he saw Chu-he's face turn stern, eyes glowing red as spiritual energy surged violently. The Red Fang wolf growled tensely, body on full alert. After a while, Chu-he relaxed, the red aura fading, and he smiled, saying he had greeted the clan guardian and told Tu-hang to follow the ritual for safety. Chu-ha said he could only help this far, the rest depended on Tu-hang himself. Tu-hang answered firmly, full of determination. He stepped toward a large rock fissure, shouting a challenge as the wind blew his cloak wildly. Inside the cave, several dragon hatchlings played around pure white crystals. Tu-hang and the treasure-seeking beast watched, joking that if they caught and cooked them, they'd be exterminated. He hesitated, unsure which one to choose since he wanted them all. The treasure-seeking beast gave a soft, protesting cry. Tu-hang turned to ask if it had an idea. The beast pointed toward the young dragons playing near the spirit crystals. Suddenly, one clumsy hatchling crashed into a rock and roared angrily. A burst of energy gathered and shattered the hard stone. Tu-hang realized that even young, they could already use Radiant Break, Dragon Might, and Dragon Fist. From the marks on the crystals, it was clear they had mastered 3 of their 8 innate skills. To pass the trial, he had to teach them 3 more skills within 10 days. He took out a jade green potion, his eyes resolute. Standing in Yanli Valley, Tu-hang weighed the challenge, telling himself that with alchemical support, he could still succeed, especially by combining rock form and dragon movement for perfect offense and defense. He approached a small hatchling gently, saying he would train it for 10 days with its parents' consent. The little dragon was wary, growling softly, its body tensed. Tu-hang only smiled, letting a bright red light flare in his hand, half-jokingly threatening that he had tricks of his own. He instantly summoned a large, aura-filled tree sprouting from the ground. He pointed to it, introducing it as the energy-absorbing tree, a rock-type plant designed for dragon-kind. The hatchling was immediately fascinated when countless gem-like fruits appeared on the branches. Tu-hang picked a bright red fruit, softly inviting it to take the friendly gift without fear. The little dragon hesitated, then stepped closer and sniffed curiously. Finally, It snatched the fruit, eating with delight, its innocent joy making Tu Hong smile in satisfaction. After eating, the hatchling lost its pride, trotting around Tu Hang and pleading for more with bright eyes. Tu Hang chuckled, thinking that no matter how mighty dragons were, they couldn't resist delicious food. He pretended to despair, covering his face and lamenting that even after offering such gifts, it still refused to take him as teacher, then turned away. Hearing that, the hatchling panicked and let out questioning cries. As Tu Hang kept walking, it hurried after him, rubbing its head against his leg, while he feigned awkwardness but inwardly rejoiced at successfully taming it. In the middle of Yanli Valley, Tu Hang and the small dragon walked side by side, and he realized that to teach a dragon, one must first remove its guard to open a spiritual bond. This was the stage many masters had struggled through, spending great effort and time. He glanced at his watch and smiled, seeing that in less than half an hour he had surpassed his senior brother's progress. If the sixth senior brother heard that thought, he would probably cough up blood in anger. Tu Hang looked at the hatchling, speaking gently but firmly, telling it not to rush and to learn calmly. He explained that only after mastering a new skill would it receive more crystal fruit. Thus, the training would focus on Dragon Fist, Dragon Force, and higher-tier techniques. Hearing that, the hatchling grew furious, claws glowing as it growled in protest. It stomped the ground hard, releasing an explosion of energy that shook the rocky surface. Tu Hang froze, realizing it had instinctively used the earth stomp skill of the destruction element, a remarkable talent. It only needed to learn 2 more skills to complete the test. He happily stepped forward, tossing it a bright red fruit as a reward. The little dragon hugged the fruit and ate joyfully, its glowing expression making Tu Hang smile, realizing mastering destruction energy wasn't so distant. For a rock-blooded species, Tu Hang believed learning rock form should be easy. But reality proved otherwise. After a full day of training and many reward fruits, the hatchling made no progress. Even with potions boosting skill absorption, the results were null. Tu Hang frowned, puzzled by the repeated failure. Meanwhile, the hatchling cheerfully kept headbutting rocks without tiring. He sighed, explaining that enduring pain from impact would trigger defensive reflexes leading to rock form, but it still didn't understand. 6 days passed, and he shouted in despair, refusing to believe the dragon truly couldn't feel pain. But the hatchling just ran circles around him, happily chirping for rewards, not caring at all. Seeing its innocent look, Tu Hang could only smile wryly and give in. He took out a red fruit, muttering that even after fewer than 50 impacts, he still had to give rewards 6 days wasted. The little dragon sat down, eyes gleaming in expectation, making him both fond and helpless. As Tu Hang approached, he accidentally tripped over a rock. He fell forward, the red fruit flying into the air, and the hatchling leapt up to catch it. It didn't notice a large stone directly in front of it. In that instant, its reflexes turned its body to rock, catching the fruit just before collision. The impact shattered the rock behind it, leaving a deep dent and clouds of dust. Tu Hang scrambled up, and seeing the scene, his eyes lit up, realizing the hatchling had mastered rock form on its own. He tied the red fruit to a long cord, preparing for a new round of training. Holding the cord before the hatchling, he told it that if it could catch the fruit, it could eat all it wanted. After saying that, he flicked his wrist, making the cord swirl through the air. The hatchling wagged its tail excitedly, eyes glowing with anticipation. Seeing it ready, Tu Hang smiled teasingly, shouted to begin, and the hatchling answered with a fiery, determined gaze. Tu Hang spun the cord as fast as wind, calculating the distance so his opponent couldn't keep up without using skills. He suddenly threw the fruit far away, and the hatchling darted like lightning. Seeing it activate dragon movement, Tu Hang was overjoyed. Sweat fell as he shouted in excitement, finally succeeding. A giant blue dragon appeared, and Chu He smiled from afar, congratulating his disciple for passing the trial. He gently landed, and Tu Hang called out in surprise. He asked why his master had arrived so soon. Chu He laughed loudly, praised his outstanding performance, and declared the hatchling his. Tu Hang rejoiced, while Chu-He felt proud as if he had found a worthy successor. Leaving Yanli Valley after 3 days, even without the blood fate incense, he still completed the pact with the hatchling. The ritual greatly boosted his cultivation, unlocking a new section in the Dragon Codex. Reading it, he discovered over 35 possible dragonization paths. In the end, he chose the one emphasizing strength and defense, fitting his own traits. The notes detailed a fusion formula combining a magma seat dragon, a mountain rock beast's heart, and special dragon blood to create a new species. The next page recorded the nightmare species within Black Lantern City, extremely rare. After breaking the seal, he read all 11 entries about that species. He murmured that with his master's power, taming them shouldn't be hard, and the ritual wasn't complex. That way, his master would have the chance to own a nightmare dragon. In the Black Lantern study, Chu-He pondered the documents Tu Hang sent. He frowned, asking if his disciple truly understood, since that creature was extremely dangerous. All outcomes follow the law of survival, only the strong endure. Everyone knows special energy enhances creatures, but the transformation level he described sounded unbelievable. Tu Hang smiled confidently, asking if his master had ever heard of the treasure-seeking beast. Chu-He frowned slightly, then laughed, saying it was a rare mystical creature able to find treasures. The sound machi-machi interrupted him mid-sentence. Chu-He froze at the sight of the golden creature before him, while Tu Hang calmly revealed it was the evolved treasure-seeking beast, inviting him to the treasure realm for proof. He added that not only did it find treasures, but his original dragon-serpent bond also belonged to the scale mite species. That very method had enabled his racial evolution. Chu-He was shocked, realizing Tu Hang had relied on the treasure beast to succeed in the Blood Forest ruins. He questioned whether such a transformation could be used to heal VU. Tu Hang grew solemn, stepping forward to say that calamities would soon reappear more frequently. He mentioned his master's wound, urging him to grow stronger, apologizing for withholding full truth, but pleading for them to face it together. Chu-He was stunned, saying calamities rarely occurred repeatedly, if so, the world would have long perished. He said he was unlikely to encounter another calamity, making Tu Hang impatiently protest. Chu-He stopped him, gently saying that though doubtful, he had never refused his disciple's request and was willing to go with him. Hearing that, Tu Hang was stunned, gazing at his master with deep emotion. After a moment, he bowed respectfully, joyfully saying he would prepare immediately. Chu-He watched his disciple's departing figure with a smile, thinking everyone had their own secrets. He sensed the opportunity Tu Hang held was profound and sighed that transformation arts were unpredictable. No one knew if they brought fortune or disaster. Chu-He silently praised Tu Hang's devotion and promised himself to personally help his disciple overcome this trial. Under the dim moonlight, the two masters and their spirit beasts sat around the campfire, bluish smoke curling as Tu Hang cheerfully chatted with his teacher. He laughed, asking if his master might be a bit too strict. Beside them were the moon demon bear and the ice crystal lion dragon, two of the most fearsome beasts. Chu-He calmly replied that powerful creatures always obey those with true authority. He emphasized that respect was born from fear. Tu Hang chuckled inwardly, pitying the beasts his master had trained without even needing blood fate incense. Once rulers of their domains, they had been broken under his harsh conditioning. Injured and healed repeatedly, they were forced into total submission. Tu Hang glanced teasingly at his master while Chu-He ate quietly, thinking about rare materials to strengthen his body. Though the spirit beasts were suppressed, it proved he was truly a force not to be underestimated. As the fire crackled at midnight, Tu Hang chatted with his master, lamenting it had been 2 weeks since they left Black Lantern City. He said he had found only a few dragonization materials and progress was too slow. Chu-He smiled gently, saying to find them faster, they must leave this desert region. He continued, explaining that the place was so barren even nightmare creatures rarely appeared, making Tu Hang smile awkwardly. He solemnly recounted that the gray wasteland desert was only a small part of the ancient Meteor Fall Zone. Around it lay 4 deadly regions: Skywind Ridge, Cloud Dream Marsh, Red Dragonfire Valley, and Severed Talent Abyss, and one must pass through one to leave. Closing his eyes, he reminisced about his youth, roaming the borders with the Red Fang Wolf before eventually returning home. He said the journey hadn't been in vain, for the spirit beasts he had tamed were fruits of his training abroad. Even the life-restoring heart of the proof dragon came from there. Chuhe's tone deepened as he drew something from his robe, saying that to find transformation materials, they must leave this world. Tu Hang stared in shock at the ancient map his master unfolded a collection from years of wandering. The map glowed faintly gold, floating in midair, and Chu said, though it seemed ordinary, it always reminded him of the vastness and awe of the world. On it appeared vast continents, deep forests, wide seas, and countless lands teeming with fierce beasts, all intricately drawn. Chu asked if his disciple could locate the gray wasteland plain. Tu Hang hesitated, unable to identify it. The master smiled and pointed out that it lay within the Great Emerald Land on the A Mountain Peninsula. Tu Hang looked at the spot indicated, silently reflecting before nodding. On the 4-square-meter map, the vast Huiye region appears as just a small dot. Chu added that their next destination was the Ashan Peninsula, once ruled by dominant clans on every peak of Tianfeng Ridge. In Tu Hang's mind flashed the image of a massive blood-stained skeleton hidden in thick smoke. Chu, riding his crimson demon wolf, told him that the Dai-Egg Peak Gate was the shortest exit and housed remnants of the Sound Butterfly tribe. Suddenly, a flock of red firebirds dove from above, launching sonic attacks at them. But all the assaults were blocked by a golden light barrier surrounding them. The ice crystal dragon roared, freezing one bird into stone, scaring the rest, and Chu immediately ordered to slow down. Ahead, eerie masked figures shrouded in black mist appeared, pulling the flock into the darkness. Chu raised his hand, creating a light sphere that absorbed the birds, warning that killing one Sound Butterfly would provoke endless vengeance unless the tribe was wiped out. He reminded again to remember this when leaving Dai-Egg Peak, and Tu Hang firmly nodded. Guided by his teacher, they crossed 10 treacherous mountains in half a month through Tianfeng Ridge. After many fierce battles with Chu Tu Hang had transformed greatly. He was thin and sunburned but strong, his eyes sharp as if reborn. His 4 dragons also evolved remarkably under Chu's detailed instruction. The Venom Dragon Serpent unlocked 6 layers of Dragon Will Wisdom, striking foes with fatal mind attacks. It also activated Evil Grace Swift, moving at lightning speed. Terra Spike Burst gave its tail strikes devastating force. Dragon Might Deep Throb emitted an aura that terrified all creatures. Evil Thought Soil Rise released blazing purple energy, perfecting all 4 high-tier skills. The Star Rock Throne Dragon wasn't inferior. Its strength grew daily under battle pressure. Chu admitted he hadn't seen anyone evolve so fast in 60 years. Thanks to Tianfeng Ridge's rich life forms, Tu Hang's Absorb Energy root reached level 2. The new skill let roots spread widely, creating control effects like frost or hardened steel, suited for harsh environments. In the cold, Tu Hang shivered under his blanket, complaining the training was too harsh. Chu laughed, teasing him for still being weak. He pointed ahead, saying once they crossed Snow Ren Peak, they would leave Tianfeng Ridge. Eating dry rations, he continued speaking leisurely. At Snow Ren Peak, they would pause to complete an old task from 2 years ago that might benefit his disciple. Tu Hang looked puzzled, curious why there was a commission. The two continued along the snow-covered path beside the steep cliffs. That mission came from the Beast Tamer Association of Liujin City. Liujin City was a prosperous civilization center, unlike Heideng's Huiye Desert, free from deadly terrains. With its mild climate and fertile lands, it became one of the richest regions. There, anyone under 18 without awakening must work for self-sustenance. With year-round farming, survival pressure eased, beast tamers increased, and defenses strengthened, forming a balanced growth system. Thanks to its superiority, Lujin City had a professional beast tamer association, a hub for knowledge exchange. The association provided abundant resources for tamers, with few restrictions on rules or conduct. Chu-he said gravely that besides networking, the association ranked tamers' power. He was also a member, and this mission had been issued 2 years ago. Tu-hang curiously asked if the commission was still valid. Chu-he smiled, saying it was a special mission with no time or attempt limits. On the snow, he pointed to 2 beast footprints, jokingly asking if Tu-hang could guess the target. Tu-hang immediately focused. His eyes brightened as he exclaimed it must be a mission to capture an enhanced creature. Chu-he glanced over and explained the mission was to capture a snow spirit, a rare and dangerous being found only at Snow Rend Peak. In his mind appeared the image of a pure white snow spirit with crystal-clear eyes, sealed by natural ice power and extremely scarce. They produced Ice Heart Snow Essence, a precious resource used for spiritual refinement. As they followed the tracks, Chu-he said a snow spirit's value rivaled that of a rare juvenile species, perhaps even higher. Tu-hang frowned, wondering why such valuable creatures hadn't been captured entirely. Chu-he replied the association didn't destroy them. They only took the Ice Heart Snow Essence, then released them, adding that he would soon show Tu-hang in person the older the snow spirit, the larger its Ice Heart. He noted that young ones were usually released early, and for evolution materials, snow spirits were an excellent choice. Tu-hang grew excited, whispering about hunting a juvenile of terrifying power. Chu-he knocked his head playfully, scolding with amusement. He sternly said snow spirits weren't vegetables to be caught so easily. They were ice element beings protected by nature and closely linked to other powerful species. Specifically, they were associated with Snow Rend Peak's ruler Snow Cold Lie, a supreme beast shaped like a giant snow bear. Furthermore, this species had an evolved form. The frost fiend Cold Lie, a monstrous creature with massive muscles, sharp horns, and ferocious fangs. Chu-he frowned, warning that capturing a snow spirit meant facing the Cold Lie fiend. Though one alone was manageable, they lived in herds protected by the Great Snow Spirit, which had unique natural power and incredible escape speed as he patted Tu-hang's head gently. He reminded that even he would struggle to catch one, prompting Tu-hang to respond seriously with determined eyes. Suddenly, he lifted the treasure-seeking beast, declaring they had a secret weapon, leaving Chu-he surprised at the tiny creature atop Snow Rend Peak. The little beast, eyes glowing, focused intently on a snow spirit juvenile playing ahead. Chu-he was amazed by its extraordinary sensing ability, realizing why Tu-hang once nearly swept the snow forest ruins. Tu-hang eagerly asked if they could act. Chu-he smiled as black smoke spread from him, saying luck was good to meet a lone juvenile. He assessed its snow shadow skill as weak. The smoke thickened like mist, and he declared capturing it would be easy. The snow spirit juvenile instantly became alert, lifting its head toward the approaching smoke. From the black mist, a shadowy figure appeared, striking the creature's neck like lightning. Tu-hang gasped in awe that his teacher used Shadow Phantom Mask to hunt an equal-level beast, both admiring and confused. Chu-he glanced at him, making him awkwardly correct himself, saying he meant the teacher was too skilled. Chu-he laughed and explained that the skill didn't harm the snow spirit, and the association had invented special tools for them. He pulled from his robe a glowing golden cord. Thin threads infused with calming energy wrapped gently around the young beast. Within moments, the snow spirit fell into peaceful sleep. Suddenly, a huge shadow stormed in like a freezing gale tearing through space. Tu-hang shouted in shock. Chu-he's left hand glowed bright gold as his right hand yanked the cord attached to the beast. Before them appeared the great snow spirit, holding the juvenile but still bound by Chu-he's rope. He smiled with delight, saying a great snow spirit was worth 10 normal ones. Hearing that, Tu Hang's eyes blazed with resolve, declaring they couldn't let it escape. The rope snapped with a sharp crack. The great snow spirit roared furiously, unleashing a snowstorm over the area, yet the two remained calm, even smiling at the coming battle. Under the beast's fierce glare, the master and disciple stood unmoved. All four summoned beasts charged together, ignoring its thunderous roar. Tu Hang and Chu He calmly turned away as the fight ended in moments. Tu Hang tied the great snow spirit onto the crimson demon wolf's back. Chu He pondered, saying such creatures couldn't be stored in a beast seal. Normal space couldn't hold living beings, but luckily these two were still small. After tying them securely, Tu Hang wondered if there was a way to preserve living creatures. Chu said only nightmare-grade artifacts could do that, then told his disciple to catch a few more. They entered the forest, the crimson demon wolf cheerfully carrying two snow spirits. Chu led Tu Hang to a seaside cliff, introducing the Aishan Peninsula with its mild climate. He enjoyed the sea breeze while Tu Hang sighed, unsure of his future success. Exhausted, they sat leaning on each other, breathing heavily. Chu playfully tapped his disciple's head, laughing and stressing the importance of physical training. Suddenly, a small aircraft hovered before them, its camera aimed straight at them. Tu Hang guessed it was a scout drone, and Chu He confirmed it belonged to Liu Jin City's border patrol. A voice broadcast demanded identity cards for verification before inspection. Chu calmly presented his card, introducing himself as a professional beast tamer. The aircraft responded respectfully, guiding them toward Liu Jin City's inner area and offering assistance. Chu pocketed the card, murmuring about the city's alert level, making Tu Hang curious. He observed the vast city, realizing Liu Jin City was the grand, prosperous center of the Aishan Peninsula. Its defenses were solid, with walls, steel spikes, and tightly arranged fortresses. Along the way, Chu He was shocked to see the once bustling city now silent and scarred by war. At the gate, the crowd buzzed about the crimson demon wolf and the snow spirits they carried. Tu Hang frowned, noting that strong tamers and beasts rarely appeared here. A well-dressed middle-aged man approached them. He shook Chu-he's hand politely, asking if they were tamers from Liu Jin City. Chu-he calmly showed his certificate, confirming his professional status. The man looked troubled, saying the city had just suffered a major disaster and the rules had changed. Chu-he asked in surprise, puzzled. The man quickly explained that only tamers with a local guarantor could enter. He denied authorization rights, making Tu Hang tense as a sudden gust of wind blew past. A female voice called from afar, saying she would vouch for them. A massive blue creature landed, carrying a short-haired girl on its back, prompting cheers for Yuji Shi and Qingyu Fengluan. The middle-aged man rushed over as the green-haired girl descended, her sharp gaze sweeping over the pair. Lang Hong, the girl with vivid emerald hair, greeted them confidently. Chu smiled warmly, returning her greeting. He nodded, eyes gleaming with emotion. Lang Hong ordered the man to process their entry immediately, her tone firm and commanding. The man bowed respectfully, addressing her as Commander Yu. Chu asked in surprise why she joined the military instead of staying with the Tamer Association. Lang Hong tilted slightly, light shimmering around her, saying that after the great disaster, many tamers were reassigned to guard the defense line. Her voice turned somber as she recounted that 2 months ago, a calamity ravaged the entire Yashan Peninsula, forcing Liu Jin City into exhaustion. It was a cataclysm of the century. Millions of monsters besieged them, including terrifying nightmare species. She paused with a bitter smile, saying if not for luck, they wouldn't have the chance to meet again. Chu-he's face darkened, recalling when the calamity once engulfed the whole Yashan Peninsula. He pondered, remembering simultaneous energy fluctuations across regions, sensing something abnormal. Lang Hong turned to Tu Hang, squinting playfully as if probing Chu-he's new disciple. Chu-he laughed proudly, introducing Tu Hang as a new but highly promising student. Lang Hong nodded approvingly, commenting that Tu Hang looked better than the previous one and should accompany his master often. She added that if they needed anything, they could visit the Snow Spirit Association and mention her name for special privileges. Her tone turned teasing, reminding Chu-hee not to escape his old debt this time. Tu-hang laughed, curiously asking what debt his teacher owed her. Chu-hee grew angry, knocking his head and scolding him not to meddle in adult matters. Lang Hong chuckled softly, hinting that the debt might involve the good kid standing beside him. She burst into laughter, leaping onto her beast and leaving through the wind, while Chu-hee stood frozen in embarrassment. Tu-hang teased, jokingly asking if she was his master's wife, making his teacher awkwardly smile. He continued to tease, saying the teacher always acted special when talking to Senior Yu, leaving Chu-hee speechless. Chu-ha raised his hand, making Tu-hang confused about what was happening. He asked why his teacher was waving when Senior Yu was already gone, urging him to chase after her. Chu-ha's face hardened as he gently squeezed Tu-hang's head in warning, eyes half amused, half stern. He lowered his voice, threatening to teach a lesson for disobedience, making Tu-hang cry out for mercy. After the playful banter, Chu-hee laughed and led his student to the Beast Tamer Association, gathering place of elites. While Tu-hang was still looking around, Chu-ha quickly sold all the snow spirits they'd caught, seizing the chance. After the calamity, snow spirit prices had soared due to scarcity, and thanks to Lang Hong, they sold them at premium rates. Tu-hang joked that the master's wife was really kind, earning a cold glare and a head tap from Chu-hee. After converting contribution points, Chu-hee led Tu-hang to find the final material for the Dragon Serpent Evolution ritual, now nearly complete. Tu-hang was overjoyed, his face glowing as if he'd found treasure. His joy grew when Chu-hee brought him to a luxurious mansion in the heart of Liujin City. He marveled in awe, never expecting his teacher to be so wealthy. A refined man in a purple suit approached, introducing the place as a research lab once built by Tu-hang's sixth senior brother. Tu-hang looked around excitedly. The man gently asked if he was satisfied with the place. Tu-hang immediately replied that he was completely satisfied, nothing to criticize. The man, named Li Bo, the estate's steward, smiled and handed him the key, granting full control of the laboratory. Tu-hang accepted it joyfully, thanking him repeatedly, heart filled with excitement. Inside, he carefully studied a glowing object, reminding himself that evolution rituals for terror species and dragon transformation differed greatly. Theoretically, only two elements, wind and lightning, were needed for the Dragon Serpent evolution's breakthrough, but the success rate was extremely low. Ancient texts stated that secondary materials were only for crafting preparatory elixirs. Such elixirs helped adjust the Dragon Serpent's body to its optimal state, enhancing energy absorption. He gazed intently at the vial in his hand, determination reflecting in his eyes. Though difficult, he believed he could succeed with this advanced equipment. Li Bo entered respectfully, reporting that everything was prepared per Chu-hee's order and praising Tu-hang's alchemy skill as rivaling the sixth brothers. Chu-hee nodded with a pleased smile, satisfied that his efforts were paying off. He glanced around the room, remarking that if Sixth Junior knew, he would surely be happy for his younger brother. Standing by the window, Chu-hee spoke quietly to Li Bo, saying that although Tu-hang was exceptional, there was still something mysterious about him he couldn't fully grasp. Chu-hee chuckled with a hint of mischief, asking if Li Bo knew why he had accepted Tu-hang. Li Bo respectfully replied he dared not guess his master's intent. Chu-hee placed his hand on the glass frame, voice low, saying Tu-hang's image reminded him of Shen Tan. Both had outstanding talent and endurance, just like Chu-hee in his youth. Li Bo nodded admiringly, recalling when Chu-hee built his career alone in Liujin City. He recounted that Chu-hee had gained renown through strategy and beast power, while Shen Tan, his brilliant disciple, was once considered his rightful successor. Li Bo's tone softened as he remembered the gifted young man's tragic fate, Shen Tan's image vivid in his mind, unconsciously comparing him with Tu-hang. Chu-hee frowned slightly, admitting his new disciple could hardly match Shen Tan's past brilliance. He sighed, fearing he lacked the patience to guide the young student far. Li Bo, surprised, emphasized that Chu He remained the strongest among the old ranks, and though only an Earth-class tamer, his combat power rivaled famed masters. Dark memories of a rainy day returned Chu. He stood silently before Shen Tan's grave, regretting not being there to save him from the accident. The sorrow lingered, yet thinking of Tu Hong brought both hope and unease, afraid he might fail to lead him onward. Chu He patted Li Bo's shoulder with a gentle smile, saying they should step back and let the young one act. Li Bo responded with warm laughter. Inside the lab, Tu Hang wore safety goggles, staring intently at a vial of bright green liquid. A flash of electricity burst out, illuminating the lab's corner. He carefully sealed the lid, exhaling in relief that his 6th senior's lab had high-grade devices resistant to strong currents. He admired the glowing multicolored crystals, excitedly exclaiming they had finally activated the Wind Thunder essence. Then he took out a vial of orange liquid swirling like a tiny dragon. Tu Hang lifted it, astonished by the fierce vitality of dragon blood, remarking that only the Beast Tamer Association's help could have obtained such a rare material. Red energy flared from his hand, wrapping the glass tube as he concentrated his spirit to keep the dragon might from breaking it. Carefully, he poured the dragon blood into the vial of 5 colored stones, holding his breath to watch the reaction. As the materials touched, the stones melted instantly, merging into a shimmering solution. He shouted in joy, his face bright with triumph success. Outside, Li Bo and Chu He silently observed. Li Bo asked curiously if the result could truly be trusted. Chu He frowned, replying that even he couldn't believe it, but reality forced acceptance, then told him to keep watching. In the room, the dragon serpent stood tall and majestic, its eyes gentle. It rubbed its head against its master, showing affection. Tu Hang spread his arms, softly telling it that evolution would be painful, but was the only path to see the wider world together. The dragon serpent nodded, eyes blazing with determination. Tu Hang held out the vial, and it instantly coiled around, bit it open, and swallowed it whole. A fierce red light flashed in the dragon serpent's eyes. It roared in agony, lightning bursting from its body. The huge creature convulsed and collapsed, making Tu Hang's heart tighten, but after moments it moved again. The dragon serpent struggled to stand, trembling yet steadfast, refusing to yield. Tu Hang watched in pain as the wind and lightning energy tore through every cell of his companion, a true life-or-death trial. He gritted his teeth and whispered that if it hurt, he would endure it too. Golden light streamed from his hand, channeling life energy into the dragon serpent while drawing in the swirling green aura. The pain struck like blades, lightning exploding around him, flooding the room with blinding light. Outside, Li Bo shouted in alarm, fearing Tu Hang might be seriously injured if the dragon serpent lost control. Chu He almost intervened, but stopped, calmly saying to let it be, since Tu Hang had never acted recklessly before. He was certain that if they survived, this act would make the dragon serpent utterly loyal, the mark of a future great tamer. Wind swirled violently around the dragon, energy gathering intensely, spreading like a small storm. The dragon serpent's eyes burned red as it unleashed a roaring pillar of wind and lightning, shaking the entire chamber. Li Bo turned in awe, exclaiming that the energy reaction was beyond imagination, while Chu He watched silently, eyes deep with anticipation of something monumental. Chu He remained focused, body tense as a drawn bow, ready to intervene if needed, determined to protect Tu Hang no matter what. Suddenly, the dragon serpent thrashed wildly, trying to sever the spiritual link between itself and its master. Li Bo exclaimed anxiously that the beast only wanted to stop Tu Hang from sharing its pain. Both men watched as the mighty creature roared, spreading its wings and shattering the invisible chains around it. Its thunderous roar came with blinding lightning and cutting winds that sliced through the air. Tu Hang, though shaken, stood firm and shouted praise to the dragon serpent, pride filling his voice. Outside, Chu He exhaled in relief, lips curling in astonishment and admiration. Li Bo moved, praised that helping the dragon serpent master wind and lightning energy was an unprecedented miracle in the taming world. He turned to congratulate Chu-he, saying his disciple was truly extraordinary. Chu-he folded his arms, appearing calm but thoughtful, saying now Libo must understand why he worried about not being able to keep the boy. After the evolution, Tu-hang was exhausted and needed 2 days of rest to recover. In the following days, he helped Long Sha teach master new skills and guided Tin Nam Toa Long, earning Chu-he's greater trust in his evolution method. Chu-he sternly warned that this secret must never be exposed, even if it meant silencing others. To-hang nodded in understanding, but secretly planned to matchmake his teacher with Senior Yu. With Chu-he's introduction, he applied for the association's Beastmaster selection exam to test his ability. Although Long Sha Teach was still unstable, he was determined to keep learning and gaining knowledge. With his talent, reviewing was effortless for him. After the exam ended, Libo was already waiting, opening the car door for him. On the way, Libo asked about the results, and To-hang confidently replied he did well in every part. Suddenly, another car drove alongside and rolled down its window. The person inside smiled and invited him to dinner after the dual exam. To-hang smiled back, saying they'd meet again after returning from the test site. Libo glanced in the mirror, curiously asking if that was a new friend. To-hang honestly replied it couldn't yet be called friendship. Libo laughed heartily, teasing that To-hang's eye for people matched his talent. Soon after, Lord Dong adjusted his glasses warily, recalling the Lujin Car Company's 9970 anniversary model. That limited line had only 12 cars. Sensing something off, he muttered the other side reacted faster than them. They drove swiftly toward the testing ground, the car cutting through the city streets. The association's second exam was a combat test held in the arena. Due to the contestants' great power, the field was divided into 5 separate zones. Each zone was guarded by low-rank beasts to prevent collateral damage. To-hang and the chubby boy Little Fatty waited in the lounge, tension mixed with excitement. He soon realized that boy was actually Lord Dong, younger than him. Although unsure of his purpose, To-hang sensed goodwill and chatted freely. The examiner explained the rules. Scores were based on real combat, beast power, and fusion ability. Each contestant could bring only one spirit beast to fight. When To-hang's name was called, someone marveled that at 19 he already owned a rare Long Sha Teach. Its scales shone unusually, larger than normal, as if raised with precious items. The observer noted the investment was huge, though he wasn't a professional. The host introduced contestant K897613, To-hang, wielding twin beast Long Sha Teach. He paused briefly, then slowly gave the start order. The two sides faced off, their aura like wild beasts about to strike. The battle officially began. To-hang grew wary. His foe's light armor panther was a high-rank light armor type, hard to handle. Long Sha Teach, upon command, lunged forward. It raised a storm thunder barrier and roared to provoke the enemy. Spectators admired its courage, recalling a past beast trainer of similar spirit. The light armor panther dashed like lightning, eyes glowing red, fangs ready to bite. Long Sha Teach swiftly dodged, making the panther's pounce miss completely. The panther whipped its tail to counterattack, but still missed. The man noticed something odd about Long Sha Teach's armor, fearing the next strike would be dangerous. He was shocked to see metallic light flashing on its body, suspecting it absorbed large amounts of iron energy. Long Sha Teach charged like lightning, its battle spirit flaring. To-hang judged the opponent's armor-type strength wouldn't be easy to defeat. The light armor panther raised a light wall, yet Long Sha Teach still rushed through. The panther's swipe missed, unable to touch its foe. Long Sha Teach opened its mouth, forming a bright energy sphere. The sphere shot out fast, blasting the light armor panther and shaking the arena. The panther roared, its eyes burning with fury. It kicked in a flash, carrying a deadly killing intent. The observer praised the clever tactics, but noted the panther's energy was superior, making the plan fail. Long Sha Teach countered with massive energy, clashing head-on with the light strike. The collision exploded the air, forcing the panther back warily. He was stunned that the panther's attack was overpowered, murmuring today's match was truly surprising. The panther's tail glowed, revealing a deadly sharp blade. He was horrified to see Long Teach control two techniques at once, showing rare spiritual mastery. He concluded it fought by instinct without its master's orders. An extremely rare spirit beast, To Hang, was truly lucky. To Hang froze, recalling how it had ambushed similarly before. The panther was struck, screaming in pain and staggering back. Enraged, it charged fiercely, using its light blade technique. Long Teach was wounded, spitting blood and wavering. The observer was astonished as it healed rapidly, its defense far beyond normal. Not missing the chance, Long Teach countered with the lethal dragon might strike. The light armor panther hurried to defend, but its aura was completely suppressed. The man stood up and solemnly declared the battle over. The referee announced To Hang passed, telling him to recall his beast and go to the treatment room. To Hang briefly responded with acknowledgement. In the infirmary, Long Teach winced as the healing frog used its tongue to treat it. To Hang calmly analyzed that using Storm Thunder attributes earlier could have countered the panther. Long Teach, hearing him, nuzzled affectionately. The watch displayed the results. All stats maxed, except for one experience point, total 99. Lord Dong entered joyfully, congratulating him for the outstanding score. To Hang smiled shyly, claiming it was just luck and suspecting the opponent's arrangement. He wondered inwardly how Lord Dong knew the result so soon. In the car, Li Bo laughed happily, praised his performance, and asked about Bian City's situation. He said the teacher had just completed the commission and returned. To Hang stayed calm, but guessed his master had obtained dragon transformation materials from the ice demon brain. At the villa, Chuhei brought out a large chest of ores, making To Hang suspect a connection to the brain organization. Chuha smiled, explaining it was Thunder Resonance Ore, a mission reward, while the dragon transformation material was still being prepared. To Hang was moved and thanked his teacher. Chuha laughed and tapped his forehead lightly. He teased him to hurry up so Master Lu could watch Long Teach's dragon transformation. To Hang curiously asked why Thunder Resonance Ore couldn't be bought in Liu Jin City but required commission. He calmly explained it's a special mineral, nearly insulating yet capable of energy output. He added it's a strategic resource beyond association points. Without his help, it would be impossible to obtain. To Hang then asked if the Heidong Zone could use this ore since it relied on thermal power. Chuha patiently explained that Thunder Resonance Ore required a complete industrial system, which Heidong still lacked. Chuhi urged To Hang to proceed with dragon transformation, saying Master Lu was eagerly waiting. To Hang smiled but hesitated, feeling the time wasn't right yet. Chuhei wondered aloud, wasn't Thunder Resonance? Or the last thing missing? What else? To Hang examined the ore and reminded him he still had the final combat exam tomorrow. Chuha slapped his forehead and laughed awkwardly, admitting poor memory, then asked about the previous results. To Hang replied directly, 91 in theory, 99 in battle. If stable in the last round, he'd reach grade A. Chuha nodded proudly, told his disciple to store the ore and focus on the exam, advising him to achieve a brilliant result. The association's trials in Liu Jin City were known for their cruelty and strangeness. Previously, the test took place on Dry Shadow Island, requiring teams of 5 to capture a high-rank shadowless bird alive. The shadowless bird was incredibly fast, almost invisible. Just touching it was a feat. That difficulty meant only one of 33 contestants passed that year. To Hang reviewed old records from Li Bo, determined to prepare more thoroughly. But upon receiving the task, he was shocked the site was Qinghun Mountain, target, to hunt a mature special class 5-wheel beast. Teams would be scored under direct examiner supervision. When his name was called, To Hang noticed the examiner hesitated, as if reconsidering group assignments. A sense of unease rose. Was he to take the test alone? Lord Dong cut in, laughing that they'd form a team, calling it a rare stroke of luck. To Hang glanced over, seeing Lord Dong's bright face, secretly thinking it was clearly prearranged under the guise of coincidence. The announcer relayed alliance news from the Xiaozhou region, warning that Western Front forces were in fierce conflict and to beware of escaped creatures. The mission demanded slaying a mature Special Class 5-wheel beast. He assured protection, but warned past exams had caused deaths, even of examiners, so extreme caution was required. To Hang nodded confidently, believing Long Sha teach strong enough, but chose to hide its key attribute, smiling to himself. Yunlan coldly assigned tasks. Other teams would face special class targets, while theirs handled only high-rank mature ones. Lord Dong and To Hong were stunned. Dong protested angrily, feeling wronged after bringing such valuable gear. Yunlan replied casually, teasing before deciding to deduct 1 point as a warning. Lord Dong turned pale, half pleading and half crying at the examiner's decision. On the mountain road, Lord Dong grumbled that this mission was too cruel. He complained that if he'd known earlier, he would have avoided teaming up since To Hang's power made the difficulty skyrocket. To Hang stayed silent, gazing outside, sensing that the trip to Qinghun Mountain, though small in scale, held many unknowns. In another car, Yunlan and Chu he discussed gravely, believing this disaster would be hard to contain and that the association faced a major trial. Yunlan's voice deepened, declaring too many in the association were weak and must now face brutal reality. She predicted casualties could reach nearly 1/3. Without harsh trials now, they'd lack survival ability later. Chuha glanced at Yunlan, speaking low and worried, asking if things were truly that severe. Yunlan confirmed, saying it was only worsening, but Chuha's presence would reduce losses. She praised his disciple's talent and poise as identical to his younger self. Chuha fell silent, firmly stating that To Hang would eventually surpass him. At first, the trial progressed smoothly, but as they ventured deeper into Qinghun Mountain, an emergency order summoned examiners to encircle a major calamity inside. The battlefield turned oppressive. Many examiners suspected they'd been tricked into a real military operation disguised as a trial. Most examiners left, leaving teams with only lone evil eye monitors, forcing participants to both fight and protect them. Creatures from the calamity spread into the testing zones, their strength far beyond normal candidates. Even with 5-man cooperation, defeating them was grueling, and losses mounted rapidly. High-rank beasts appeared densely, pushing the death rate far past safety limits. After several days, casualties multiplied manyfold over 10 times the estimate. By the 4th day, To Hang witnessed 3 teams wiped out, corpses scattered, blood soaking the ground. Lord Dong lost all cheer, surviving only under her lead. Late at night, the 3 To Hang, Lord Dong, and Gong Quan hid in a cold cave with a young red flaming bird. Flickering firelight cast trembling shadows. Lord Dong gently gave Gong Quan water, worried by his friend's pale face. Meanwhile, To Hang quietly cared for the red flaming bird, feeding it gently. Firelight reflected her calm face as she thought the high-rank beast almost died earlier. To Hang murmured that the creature nearly perished too, her eyes distant, wondering who would survive. Lord Dong trembled, saying he was lucky to be her teammate or he'd be dead already. He paused, voice shaking, asking if they still had a chance to return to Liu Yun City. Then, anxiously, he asked whether the examiners outside would come back to rescue them. To Hang smiled calmly, stroking the red flaming bird's feathers, saying if no one came, they'd return on their own, her tone light as if talking about a stroll. At that moment, Gong Quan stirred, her eyes half opening. Both of them cheered in relief. Gong Ken made a few broken sounds, making them think she was trying to thank them. Lord Dong sighed regretfully, assuming the beautiful girl was mute. But Gong Quan forced her voice clearer, apologizing for forgetting to use telepathic transmission in panic, her tone weak yet firm. The two exchanged astonished looks, admiring her as the sole survivor after her team was wiped out by a superclass 5-wheel beast. After escaping, she was caught again by another monster nest while flying over the mountains. A winged superclass creature chased her relentlessly for a long distance. Fortunately, she entered To Hang's ambush zone. Thanks to Lord Dong's plea, Long Zahai struck from behind, saving her and completing the mission. Over the next 3 days, To Hang, Lord Dong, and Gong Quan hid everywhere, using the dragon beast's sensing power to evade stronger foes. Exhausted but selfless, Gong Quan always gave her share of food and water to teammates, bonding them further. Their refuge cave, perched on a cliff, had once belonged to a special class 5-wheel bear, now taken over by To Hang's group. That bear had been brutally driven out by Long Zahai. The three sat by the fire, warm light on their weary faces. To Hang sternly reminded them to eat on time and not give up their share, as she had calculated enough supplies for survival and safe return. Gong Quan blushed, bowing and softly apologizing for being a burden. Suddenly, a strange rumble echoed like rolling stones from afar. To Hang narrowed her eyes, sensing something unusual. Lord Dong hid behind a rock, trembling as he asked what it was, while Gong Quan watched nervously. Without hesitation, To Hang stepped forward to investigate the source. Spotting a magma tyrant dragon's silhouette, she recognized it as her teacher's spirit beast. However, she also saw fierce flames blazing in the distance. She instantly realized her teacher was in battle, using the tyrant dragon's signature techniques. Fear gripped her, yet To Hang rushed toward the fight, leaving her 2 stunned companions behind. After crossing dense woods, she reached the violent battlefield. Through her lens, she saw Chu He and the chief instructor hovering in the sky, commanding the battle. On the ground, hordes of giant beasts roared, plunging the area into chaos. She strained her eyes, heart pounding at the sight. She recognized it as the Ice-Crowned Dragon, a nightmare-class ice creature. Its opponent was an enormous monster roaring ferociously. She froze in shock, realizing her teacher was facing this legendary being, one of immense value among dragon masters. She smiled faintly, thinking this was a great chance for her teacher's power to evolve. From afar, Chu He shouted loudly, ordering the Earth-linked Ape Legion to attack. The colossal beast charged, roaring as it leapt at the Ice-Crowned Dragon. The sky-shaking blow made the dragon scream in agony. Watching the scene, To Hang admired the might of the 5-element fusion creature. The Earth-linked Ape Legion was regarded as the pinnacle among superclass species. It gathered energy, preparing to unleash its strongest move. Its fists clashed, releasing a massive surge of force. A thunderous explosion erupted as it struck its opponent with a devastating blow. Dust covered everything, yet the Ice-Crowned Dragon swiftly dodged and roared. To Hang was astonished, recognizing it as a level 10 air-type skill, Great Chi breaks the sky. She briefly wondered if that skill worked on flying foes, when the chief instructor coldly ordered Chu He to act. He merely flicked his fingers. From the ground, a colossal hand rose and grabbed the Ice-Crowned Dragon. The dragon thrashed in panic but was crushed in an instant. Shocked, To Hang dropped her lens, murmuring in disbelief at the power she had witnessed. Looking closer, she realized that the hill was actually the Dark Sin Colossus, Chu He's most terrifying beast, making her shiver at its strength. The creature easily crushed the Ice-Crowned Dragon, while Chu He calmly collected and stored the precious materials. The calamity ended, but its aftermath shook Liu Yun City due to heavy casualties. Under fierce criticism, the chief instructor coldly replied that the cowardly could only die, while To Hang ranked first and received a grand reward. With eager ambition, she happily brought her certificate to the Six Ring Research Institute to seek a support beast. A silver-haired doctor in a white lab coat greeted her warmly, and she returned the confident smile. Suddenly, he raised his hand and tapped her head lightly. She reacted angrily, but he only shrugged playfully, saying he liked hitting people, especially To Hang. He then climbed onto the desk, calling himself the reader's dad, leaving Hua Ying baffled and thinking he was mentally unstable. Another friendlier doctor put an arm around her, telling her to ignore it since his colleague was occasionally like that. They walked together along a bright corridor reflecting the lab's gentle lights. The guide enthusiastically explained that only 7 young healing-type 5-will beasts were being raised there. Meanwhile, Tohang played with the little spirit beasts as he continued, mentioning there were only 5 infant superclass 5-will species in total. He pointed to 2 special plants, introducing them as blood bronze jade herbs, a rare pet fusion of 4 systems: plant, blood, metal, and healing. The blood bronze jade herb possessed rare regenerative power, able to heal deep wounds and even regrow limbs. As they continued, the lab lights shimmered, while the man added that if that type didn't suit her, the ice spirit fairy would be another good choice. Suddenly, Tohang stopped walking. She was captivated by a small creature shaped like a child with shimmering wings. They halted before the containment chamber holding that spirit beast. The doctor sighed softly, saying it was a hybrid of 2 opposing elements, light and darkness. Hearing that, Tohang was intrigued and asked permission to open the barrier for observation. He took out a control gem, nodded consent, but warned not to prolong it. As the barrier opened, the little spirit beast trembled, curling up in a corner, faint light surrounding its body. The doctor gazed at it with both pity and caution, explaining that hybrids of those 2 systems rarely produce strong individuals. He further explained that light and darkness were opposing energies. Though weaker than terrifying species, their danger equaled superclass 5-will beasts. Tohang watched silently, her heart pounding. His tone grew heavy as he said the conflicting energy inside the creature was extremely unstable, capable of erupting with monstrous destruction, and its origin remained a mystery. Standing before the cell, determination blazed in Tohang's eyes. She silently affirmed that if it truly bore light-dark lineage, it was a priceless treasure. Heart-racing, she asked the doctor about the creature's true identity. He nodded, explaining it had been discovered about a month ago at the junction between light and darkness. While inserting the control gem into the lock, he continued calmly. That area marked day and night's boundary as sharply as if cut by a blade. Half shrouded in darkness, half glowing in light, it was small, yet held a rare, peculiar environment. When the association discovered it, they immediately dispatched beastmasters to explore and collect data. The childlike creature was brought back from that light-dark border by the expedition team. They later found it had powerful light-type healing abilities, but its life force weakened rapidly, so it was transferred to the 6-Ring Institute for study. Upon hearing this, Tohang recalled records in the Dragon Codex, confirming it was a light-dark core, a hybrid crystallization of light and dark clans. Born at the day-night boundary, its bloodline would surpass its ancestors. Though possessing super-class strength, the conflicting light-dark energies caused self-destruction, granting them extremely short lives. The Dragon Codex noted most light-dark cores lived less than half a year, though it also preserved rare methods to save this tragic species. Tohang looked at the spirit beast in the cage and firmly declared she would choose it as her companion. The doctor froze, eyes full of concern. He tried to dissuade her, warning that the creature's opposing energies were draining it and she shouldn't waste such a precious chance. She smiled softly, placing a hand on her chest, saying she understood his goodwill but still wanted the child, sharing her orphaned past and empathy. She recalled her sister's words. A beastmaster must love their beasts as family. Her gentle heart couldn't bear watching that small life fade away in loneliness. Tears fell as she vowed to protect and nurture it. If she couldn't save its life, she'd still let it see the vast world beyond. Moved, the doctor embraced her, admitting emotionally that her kindness had touched him deeply. Wiping her tears, Tohang listened as he solemnly warned that even with top priority rights, she couldn't take a creature with unstable light-dark energy out of the Institute due to explosion risk. Then he smiled and declared he would personally vouch for her, leaving Tohang speechless with gratitude. Without delay, she carefully used a carrier to bring the tiny creature back to her room. As she set down the cage, she exhaled softly, remembering that light-dark cores easily released energy when frightened. She sat down, opened the ancient dragon tome, and searched for a cure, discovering a formula called black-white elixir. Its ingredients included 5 immortal flower, spirit ridge stone, and some blood from a dual light-dark beast. Reading that, she jumped up excitedly, admiring the genius who created such a cheap yet effective formula. But after careful reading, she turned pale upon realizing the medicine only worked if brewed at the exact dusk-dawn moment. The success rate was extremely low, thousands of batches needed for one usable portion. She sighed in exhaustion, feeling drained. Still persistent, she began brewing, dropping ingredients carefully as sweat soaked her forehead. The ingredient processing stage alone took 2 full hours. She slumped down, dizzy and worn out from the tedious process. Suddenly, her gaze stopped at several experimental plants nearby. A spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. She cheered in delight, realizing she could let the plants absorb and replicate the medicinal properties. Outside, Chu-he and Elder Lee heard laughter inside and frowned slightly. Elder Lee shook his head, saying Tu-hang's moods were strange, but Chu-he smiled, saying she was always like that. Elder Lee sighed that she could have chosen the strongest beast, but picked a weak hybrid out of pity so unlike Lao Liu. Chu-he pondered, mentioning that Tu-hang might help Long Xiaxi evolve into a thunder element. Hearing that, Elder Lee was stunned, doubting she could succeed where famous researchers had failed, then shook his head in disbelief. Inside, Tu-hang looked at the light-dark hatchling with deep worry. She gently comforted it, trying to convey that the medicine could heal it. But the little creature only trembled, wrapping its wings around itself in silence. She stared at the vial, heart heavy, thinking it had lost emotion after being caged too long. Even with the plants amplifying the energy, the problem was the light-dark hatchling refused to drink. The little one curled up inside its wings, isolating itself, making Tu-hang wonder if it was in a self-closing state. If not consumed soon, the medicine's effectiveness would rapidly fade. Tu-hang ordered the energy plants to force it to drink, even if by strength. The plants activated, roots glowing red and wrapping around the hatchling, trying to open its wings. But despite all efforts, they failed, unable to overcome the creature's resistance. Watching that, Tu-hang suddenly realized it had lost its will to live. She set the vial down and softly said, if it wished to live, it must drink on its own. Then she gently sent a wish for its recovery. Suddenly, the small creature stirred, rekindling her hope. But its wings stayed closed, making her smile wearily and murmur that maybe a mouth wasn't even needed to drink. A childlike voice echoed in her mind. "Father, is that you?" Tu-hang froze, quickly waving her hand, explaining she was its tamer, not its father. The little one innocently asked, "Then are you my mother?" Leaving her scratching her head in confusion. She quickly pushed Tam Bao Shu forward, telling it to teach the girl some basics while she handled other work. A while later, laughter filled the room as Tam Bao Shu, the energy-absorbing plant, and the light-dark hatchling played together. Tu-hang watched with mixed emotions. The voice from earlier still echoed in her head, making her blush. Recalling the mate attribute record in the Dragon Tome, she hastily denied being that kind of person. She shouted for Long Xiaxi to appear. The beast manifested majestically with gleaming eyes. But upon seeing the little creatures playing, it froze, eyes shining with a strange fascination. Tu-hang gritted her teeth, scolding it for trying to approach someone's daughter. She pointed at the vial proudly, saying it should focus on that instead. She boasted that thanks to the plant's energy copying ability, she had completed the main elixir for its evolution. Long Xiaxi grew excited, sticking out its tongue to lick, making her scream in panic. She snapped, warning it to only look, never to swallow anything from the lab. But it was too late. Long Xiaxi swallowed the entire vial in an instant. Its eyes flashed as it roared violently, sending Tu-hang into a frenzy. An explosion thundered, shaking the entire room. Covered in soot, Tu-hang screamed for her master's help. In the courtyard, Chu-he and Elder Lee looked up at the rising smoke from her room. Chu-he's face darkened, fists clenched, voice icy with anger. Before her master, Tu-hang and Long Xiaxi bowed in guilt, He coldly asked if she hadn't promised to choose a proper place for dragon transformation. Tu Hang scratched her head awkwardly, explaining that Long Xiaxi had only drunk the mutated elixir by mistake. It wasn't a real transformation yet. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt tore through the sky, stunning all three. Chu stared wide-eyed. How could such a phenomenon occur before true transformation? He gritted his teeth, asking if it intended to destroy his house as well. Tu Hang, embarrassed, replied she only wanted to show it the result, never expecting it to drink everything and go berserk. The anomaly caused by Long Xiaxi far exceeded expectations, but with Chu He and his beast's power, the energy was contained within the estate. Even so, the strange spectacle drew the attention of inspectors from Liu Yun City. Elder Li, quick-witted, excused it as Chu He's beast practicing an advanced skill, easing all suspicions. In the sky, storm and thunder gathered into a massive lightning pillar, engulfing Long Xiaxi in blinding radiance. The light was so intense no one could open their eyes. Explosions and roars echoed for 3 hours before fading. As the smoke cleared, Long Xiaxi's form slowly emerged, leaving everyone breathless. Its body now stretched over 10 meters, sleek and majestic. Silver scales gleaming, though blood covering it made Tu Hang ache inside. She quickly asked in a trembling voice if it was badly hurt. Long Xiaxi opened its mouth, gathering electrical energy into a glowing sphere, then suddenly kicked it forward. The orb grazed Tu Hang and exploded violently in the distance. Chu He was stunned to recognize the electric spherical chain skill, a level 5 enlightened electric ability, showing its immense power after drinking the elixir. Bloodied but radiant, Long Xiaxi still exuded majestic might. Tu Hang cried out in panic, worried for its injuries. She turned to her master, pleading that Long Xiaxi was seriously hurt. Her gaze suddenly stopped on the light-dark hatchling. The small beast was glowing, activating a light-type healing skill, Radiant Nurture, Level 1 Enlightened. A gentle light enveloped Long Xiaxi's entire body. All three stood frozen, unable to believe what they saw. Elder Li gaped and told Chu He that was the rare light-type healing skill Radiant Nurture Level 1. Chu He only murmured, eyes deep, realizing the beast was truly extraordinary back in the research institute. It couldn't even perform a basic heal. In her hands, its light ability had advanced dramatically, showing remarkable restorative power. Tu Hang smiled, amazed that the light-dark hatchling had mastered Radiant Nurture and healed Long Xiaxi on its own. That proved Long Xiaxi had begun merging with the hatchling's light-dark power, filling her with emotion. Chu He patted Tu Hang's shoulder, half-jokingly congratulating her on Long Xiaxi's successful transformation. Tu Hang, embarrassed, said the storm lightning energy still wasn't enough and more work was needed. Elder Li looked at him with admiration, reminding him he had helped find the storm lightning convergence site. He had even asked Yulisha to provide rare materials, a great favor indeed. Tu Hang teasingly asked if he had gone to meet the mistress. Chu He grew angry, knocking her on the head for her chatter. Then he sternly ordered her to pack up. They would depart at dawn. He was eager to witness Long Xiaxi's final evolved form. To reach its Storm Thunder Serpent form, Long Xiaxi had to train in an area saturated with extreme storm and lightning energy. With Yulisha's help, Chu He discovered the Storm Thunder Dragon Eagle clan, a perfect fusion of wind, lightning, and dragon elements. Fenglei Cliff, the hidden domain of that species, was the ideal site with the right energy density for evolution. Since Long Xiaxi had accidentally swallowed the elixir, the plan had been forced ahead of schedule. To shorten the journey, Chu He summoned his strongest beast, Dongmeng Diep, a terrifying flying species. This creature fused the dream, insect, and spirit elements, granting it extraordinary power. Though not a natural flyer, its Dreamtail skill gave it incredible speed, crossing great distances instantly. It could also seal an enemy's mind in eternal dreamscape, letting their soul disintegrate over time. Chu He stood on the beast's back, his cold gaze sweeping over the perilous land below. he declared firmly, voice echoing through the raging winds. Tu Hang frowned, sensing something wrong. The storm lightning energy seemed to have vanished. The two rode Dongmeng Diep through the dim clouds, its wings shimmering with iridescent light. Chu He pointed ahead, claiming he had found traces of the thunder conduit. At his command, Dongmeng Diep fired a dream-light beam toward a distant rocky mountain. Instead of collapsing, the cliff wall opened to reveal a hidden entrance. Tu Hang marveled, realizing natural secret realms always hid intricate mechanisms. She silently felt grateful that her master's documents had made the journey smoother. Dongmeng Diep increased its thrust, widening the entrance deeper inside. Within appeared vast mountains where thunder and storm intertwined, lightning slicing the sky in a fierce display. The rulers here were the Storm Thunder Dragon Eagles, mighty and intelligent beings led by a terrifying nightmare entity. Summoning Dongmeng Diep had effectively provoked the entire Dragon Eagle brood. To survive, Chu He summoned Xing Hong Evil Wolf to help them climb to the summit and find a suitable evolution site. Although there were many Storm Thunder convergent zones, the area was so vast that locating the core point was nearly impossible except for Tu Hong. Her companion's spirit beast chirped softly, signaling something. It pointed a direction, and Tu Hang instantly understood, eyes lighting up. Chu Ha watched silently, inwardly praising her for her rare gift. He thought that anyone else might have already succumbed to greed. Tu Hang teased her master, telling him to hurry since the spirit beast had pinpointed the energy flow. Chu He, blushing, tapped her head angrily, ordering her to stay quiet and sense the field properly. He looked up at the massive cluster of lightning forming a blinding sphere in the sky. Astonished, he admitted he had never seen storm thunder energy so powerful. He asked sternly if Tu Hang dared let Long Xiaxi enter, making her anxious. It looked like walking into living fire. She took a deep breath and summoned Long Xiaxi, whose aura flared intensely. She gently instructed it, her voice trembling slightly. But before she finished, Long Xiaxi shot straight into the radiant energy mass like lightning. Tu Hang screamed in panic, scolding Long Xiaxi for recklessly diving into a lethal energy source. Chu He laid a calming hand on her shoulder, saying beasts had stronger survival instincts than humans. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded. Long Xiaxi's agonized roar left them both frozen. Tu Hang cried out its name desperately, her voice shaking. The massive storm lightning sphere began swirling toward Long Xiaxi. The terrifying fusion process described in ancient records was underway. But Tu Hang hadn't expected training to mean being burned alive, purifying the body through torment. Long Xiaxi's roar gradually faded, its weakening aura plunging her into despair. She clenched her fists, whispering its name through trembling lips. Chu He calmly analyzed, saying its spiritual power was absorbing storm lightning beyond imagination. He emphasized that if it truly died, all that energy would dissipate instantly. Soon after, the storm lightning erupted violently, flooding the air. Chu He narrowed his eyes, sensing the ancient aura of dragon bloodline. Tu Hang brightened with hope, feeling life returning. Long Xiaxi reappeared amid blazing lightning, its gigantic form brimming with vitality. Chu He shouted with joy, declaring the dragon transformation complete, though deep inside he trembled at its overwhelming, transcendent power. He realized Tu Hong had truly evolved her beast into a dragon form, an event that could shake the entire continent. He sighed in disbelief, unable to believe he had taken such a disciple. Long Xiaxi roared, its body wreathed in storm and thunder, majestic and stretching dozens of meters long. Chu He watched Tu Hong affectionately comfort her beast, his tone serious as he told her to postpone the celebration. He reminded her to leave immediately to avoid drawing attention from the recent shockwave. Tu Hang swiftly sealed Long Xiaxi into her beast sigil with efficient precision. But the terrifying aura of the Storm Thunder Dragon Serpent made the other spirit beasts inside tremble in fear at its overwhelming pressure. Through mental linkage, they quickly realized the new creature was Long Xiaxi after evolution. The atmosphere within the sigil burst with excitement as her companions clamored to ask what had happened. She was about to use telepathy to share her joy with them. But suddenly a sharp pain struck her down, her head feeling like it would explode. A blinding golden light flashed from Tu Hang's face. Chuha cried out in alarm, recognizing a psychic backlash, blaming himself for not anticipating the side effects of the dragonization. In her inner realm, Tu Hang's consciousness was caught in a raging psychic storm, terrifying her with the thought of losing her mind. At that moment, the ancient sun dragon tome appeared in her hand, glowing and stabilizing her mind. The spiritual storm was gradually subdued, and she began absorbing the energy instead, her mental cultivation surging through multiple levels in succession. The tome simultaneously activated countless new entries far beyond what she had ever seen. One even described evolving Lidi Yuanjun into Lidi Long Yuan, an ancient nightmare dragon species. Although the required materials were unimaginably rare, Tu Hang knew it marked a great breakthrough for both master and disciple. The process also gave her deep insight into the structure and power of the Storm Thunder Dragon Serpent. Now Longxia Shi possessed 4 elements: wind, lightning, dragon suppression, and dragon, along with 5 fully enhanced abilities. Moreover, it had gained 2 entirely new skills that thrilled Tu Hang. Lightning assimilation allowed it to absorb thunder for healing and form an ultra-strong electric barrier. Silver Serpent Chaos Dance was a rare lightning technique, granting extreme speed and evasion when awakened. When used, it could create a massive electric web covering the battlefield, serving both offense and control, moving as fast as lightning. Its wind abilities had also advanced greatly. The fusion of wind and lightning still required time, but with the tome's support, mastery was only a matter of time. Tu Hang slowly opened her eyes, the golden glow fading from her face as her mind steadied. She turned to her master eagerly, asking about her cultivation progress. Chuhu exclaimed in surprise that she had reached the late beast tamer peak, nearly touching the next professional tier. He paused, eyes filled with pride, realizing she had gained immense benefits from the dragon transformation. He added that while she was lost in the psychic sea, flocks of storm thunder dragon eagles had gathered, but thankfully he hadn't needed to fight. Tu Hang looked up at the massive thunderbirds, awed by her master's psychic defense, understanding why he was famed across Liu Yun City. Chuha smiled proudly, saying that was his strongest pillar, and if Longxia Shi evolved further, the 2 of them could dominate the Aishan Peninsula. Then he summoned the Black Sin Behemoth. Tu Hang watched closely, heart racing. This was indeed her master's ultimate weapon, the same beast that once forced Bing Huan Jiao to yield with a single strike. The Black Sin Behemoth roared, raising its claws toward the approaching Storm Thunder Dragon Eagles. A thought flashed through Tu Hang's mind. The creature's skills weren't bound by species. Whether dragon or serpent, all would be equally affected. The Dragon Eagle flock formed a strict battle formation, preparing to unleash a chain assault. Tu Hang quickly analyzed it was the Swallow Formation, a racial ability that fused their wills into a single overwhelming strike. The Black Sin Behemoth roared in defiance, using its full might to withstand the barrage of thunderbolts. Tu Hang hesitated, unsure whether her master planned to counterattack or just test them. That combined attack could destroy an entire fortress. Suddenly, a blood-red bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and the Black Sin Behemoth spread its vast body to receive it. The sight horrified Tu Hang, who gasped and asked what skill that was. Under the command of their nightmare-level leader, the Dragon Eagles launched a relentless assault, making the Black Sin Behemoth roar in agony. But moments later, all the thunder strikes turned into white smoke and vanished without a trace. Tu Hang spoke anxiously, fearing they were preparing for a final annihilation attack. Chuha folded his arms, smiling calmly, saying the Dragon Eagle leader had just sent a truce signal, inviting them to leave its territory. Tu Hang looked at her master, both admiring and helpless. This was truly the demeanor of a great master. She frowned slightly, her eyes drifting toward the Black Sin Behemoth as if remembering something important. She muttered that, according to the Dragon Tome, Sin-type beasts could manipulate rules within a range, rendering power limits meaningless. That explained why her Master Shield beast had altered the strike parameters upon contact, nullifying the attack's lethality. Tu Hang thought to herself that her master's wealth in Liu Yun probably came from this monster, while she wondered about its true origin. When Chu He returned, he saw her standing silently, lost in thought. He grew annoyed, stepped up, smacked her head, and barked at her to hurry home. Tu Hang rubbed the new bruise on her forehead and followed, mumbling while Chu He strode ahead with authority. Back at the manor, she resumed beast training, signaling her newly evolved dragon to strike the boulder it obeyed, enduring and countering fiercely. She smiled, stroking the evolved creature. It lowered its head in pleasure, eyes gleaming at the praise. Meanwhile, Xing Yan Zuolong continued suffering through harsh drills, writhing in pain. Though it had grown stronger over time, its stone-armored body still couldn't withstand the Storm Thunder Dragon's sparring blows, yet it endured silently. The energy-absorbing tree, support beasts, and the light-dark hatchling only played backup roles, silently observing without joining the battle. Thus, the daily sight was the Storm Thunder Dragon tormenting the Seat Dragon, while the light-dark hatchling hugged the treasure beast, giggling under the tree. Cruel as it was, Xing Yan Zuolong's progress was clear. Each beating was a lesson its endurance had grown from a few seconds to nearly 10. Meanwhile, Chu-Ha traveled to complete Beast Tamer Guild missions and gather materials for Bingjing Longshi's transformation project. Tu Hang followed him to the guild market in Liu Yun City to buy a key item for the ritual. Although costly, she thought her rich master wouldn't mind, carefully holding the material box while imagining him smiling with folded arms. In her room, leaning against the bed, she smiled faintly at her treasure beast eating ice cream and reminded it that it had already eaten 3 sticks. The creature ignored her, turning its back and continuing to devour the treat, making her grit her teeth in anger. She leaned close, threatening to lock it in her master's 80-degree freezer to cure its gluttony while testing if it would activate its skill. The beast paled and trembled. Its treasure-hunting skill hadn't activated since its dragonization, and she still doubted that power was even real. Nearly a month had passed since their trip to Fenglei Cliff, and the final ingredient, the eye of the ancient ice wolf, remained missing. Seeing her master struggle to locate it, Tu Hang decided to test her luck using the strange ability of Tom Bao Long Shu, gently coaxing it to activate. The beast stubbornly demanded 3 more ice creams before working, making her furious but forcing her to agree. Suddenly, the small creature created a swirling, mystical vortex before them. Tu Hang's eyes lit up, sensing something unusual forming. It pointed at a map. She leaned closer, heart pounding when a clear mark appeared, possibly a real clue. But before she could celebrate, the beast shook its head, saying it had only ruled out one location, not found the target. She yelled angrily, demanding what it meant by that. Moments later, she dragged the frozen beast encased in ice to Chu He, shouting that she had found a lead. Inside, the poor creature trembled, tears and snot streaming down. Chu He calmly removed his glasses and asked what she had discovered. She spread the map on the table, pointing to the marked spot, insisting that place held the final material for Bingjing Longshi's dragon ritual. Chu-Ha pondered, recognizing it as a wild region on the Aishan Peninsula, inhabited only by small tribes with no major ley lines. He questioned skeptically whether a treasure could exist in a place that had once suffered extermination. Tu Hang shrugged and joked, saying if uncertain, they could always freeze the beast longer to find out. Tam Bao Long Shu, shivering and sniffling, made Chu He pause in surprise before bursting into laughter, his eyes shining with excitement. Following the map's lead, the master and disciple left Liu Yun City, riding Dongmeng Diep through thick clouds. Throughout the journey, Tam Bao Long Shu continuously chanted treasure summoning, its eyes glowing until it finally located a signal northward near Can City. From above, they saw ruins of a vast city once greater than Liu Yun, now desolate. Kanchung is now shrouded in ancient radiation, home to countless dangerous races even masters fear to enter. Fortunately, the treasure-seeking dragon beast sensed the ancient ice wolf eye was near the border villages, not the center. It cried out excitedly, signaling they were close to the goal. The teacher and disciple landed at the indicated spot, gazing at the eerie scene below. Upon landing, even experienced Tu Hong felt chills. The once peaceful village was now bloody ruins. The wind carried a scent of death. Zhou Heithu touched his ring, both sensing ancient corpses. He coldly ordered to leave without looking back. He retorted, "Did they think corpses remained in a beast-infested land?" He closed his eyes, murmuring that everything here was devoured, not even bones left. Tu Hang wiped his brow, quietly thanking his master. Zhou He glared, scolding that thanks were useless. He must grow fast. Humanity needs him. They moved on. Tu Hang held the dragon beast as it pointed ahead. She wondered, thinking it had found the target. Zhu He summoned his demon wolf, ordering it to scout. The beast sniffed, then began digging through the rubble. Zhou He was surprised a treasure existed here, planning to reward it. The dragon beast cheered happily. The demon wolf growled softly, warning not to be overconfident. Zhou He thought the treasure survived only because it was buried. Tu Hang was startled to see strange ice on the ground. Zhu He immediately ordered deeper digging. The demon wolf clawed hard, revealing a shining ice block. Inside the ice were radiant eyes of the ancient ice wolf. Zhou He laughed, saying the materials were complete. They must leave before monsters arrive. Back in Liu Yun, Tu Hang brewed demon medicine, while Zhou He sought a site for the dragon transformation ritual. Before leaving, he entrusted her with a special mission. She beamed, controlling her newly evolved dragon serpent, ready to test its strength. Under the alias Huang Xiansheng, she wore a mask and entered the arena, shocking opponents. After rough early fights, she and the dragon serpent won 12 straight, stunning all as she was a new beastmaster. Master Li Ba warned Tu Hang to stop after 12 wins to avoid guild suspicion. Tu Hang said she created a new demon potion boosting strength, moving Li Ba slightly. He admitted he once underestimated her for lacking the coldness needed to survive. But now he acknowledged she was more fit to lead than Xiao Lu. Li Ba praised Tu Hang's leadership aura, his tone affectionate. Tu Hang shyly joked back, making Li Ba laugh and recall Xiao Lu. He solemnly invited her to learn great affairs, preparing her for succession. That great affair was the 300th anniversary of Liu Yun City, glowing with brilliant lights. The event also drew giant dark beasts from forbidden zones to trade resources. Their main goal was earth-fire-flowing gold, a rare metal for forging artifacts. Tu Hang pondered its origin. It came from mid-tier beasts. She understood Zhou He wanted the metal to upgrade weapons and teach her negotiation skills. However, many factions arrived, turning the auction into chaos. When supplies ran out, both were disappointed at failing their mission. As she felt disheartened, a sudden idea flashed in Tu Hang's mind. She realized something, leapt from the vehicle, and told Li Ba to return first. She rushed off, recalling the Dragon Codex recorded special evolution of metal beasts. From basic to nightmare tier, she realized Liu Yun City hid a great secret. Moreover, the linguist guild master, the fat man with bull horns named Ngai Dong, made her more suspicious. Liu Yun City appeared both magnificent and cold under dim sunlight. She sought out Ngai Dong, who was playing with a small pet-like creature. She teased him, asking why he raised a familiar beast besides iron beasts. Ngai Dong recognized her and greeted cheerfully. He hesitated, awkwardly trying to dodge the topic. Tu Hang grew suspicious, guessing the creature was an earth metal beast, and exposed him. Ngai Dong glanced around warily, then leaned close to whisper. He revealed the earth metal beast evolved from iron shell serpent, and every master raised one to reach nightmare tier. Tu Hang grew angry, about to grab his collar for answers. She held him tight, warning not to spread secrets or risk disaster. He panicked, reminding her of the life she once saved. She softened her tone, asking his help to meet her grandfather. Ngai Dong gladly agreed and led the way quickly. Tu Hang thought the Linguist Guild was still primitive and planned to aid Ngai Dong someday. The elevator chimed, carrying them to the target floor. They entered the guild's back chamber, where Ngai Trin was scolding Ngai Dong harshly. He slammed the desk in rage, nearly pressing his grandson's face into it. Ngai Dong trembled, pointing at Tu Hang, explaining she was the one requesting the meeting. Ngai Trin turned, his gaze icy, recalling Zhou he once vouched for Tu Hang. He suspected she approached to exploit their connection. Tu Hang calmly countered, asserting he was the one seeking her. Ngai Trin suddenly laughed, admitting he too lost a bet with Zhou He. He scolded Ngai Dong's incompetence, telling him to stop trying pointlessly, making the boy sweat. Tu Hang quickly praised Ngai Dong, surprising the guildmaster. She affirmed Ngai Dong would become a strong linguist, making him blush. Ngai Trin softened and handed them the key to Vault Number 3 to obtain Earthfire Flowing Gold. Ngai Dong curiously asked why Tu Hang hadn't bought it since his grandfather prepared it. Before she could reply, Ngai Trin grew furious, threw objects, and expelled him, forcing them to flee. In the room remained Ngai Trin and Zhou He's two gifted disciples, Yu Yong and Yu Miao. He pondered, realizing he deliberately created a chance for Tu Hang to approach Ngai Dong, because he knew only that way could she find a stronger new support. Thanks to Ngai Dong's guidance, Tu Hang found the Earthfire Flowing Gold Vault in Warehouse Number 7. Inside was an extremely rare variant, the Earthfire Flowing Gold Beast King, with multiplied reserves. Li Ba was overjoyed, praising Tu Hang's talent, while she stood exhausted before the massive metal heap. Li Ba revealed part of the minerals belonged to her, and she struggled to drag 2 huge sacks until drained. As Zhou He instructed, 1/3 of the batch would forge her artifact space, making Li Ba sigh helplessly. The finance keeper decided to enhance defenses using ancient formulas to alloy the metals, a plan Tu Hang secretly approved. Guided by Li Ba, she visited the Jinzhong Research Institute, famous for artifact metallurgy, founded by Dr. Jin Zhong. Inside, they met a stern woman wearing a gleaming gold bracelet. She sharply asked whether Tu Hang brought the crafting blueprint. Tu Hang presented her plan. Use half the Beast King's metal essence to brew alloy solution and handed over the sketch. The woman held the paper, reading every line intently. Suddenly, she harshly criticized it as childish, her eyes full of judgment. Li Ba hurried to explain, reminding that the Institute never rejects client designs, trying to ease the tension. Dr. Jin Zhong reproached that without advanced furnaces, melting half the living metal would yield an explosive alloy. She expressed concern it might be sabotage, then quietly whispered a secret suggestion to Tu Hang. Tu Hang silently took back the blueprint and left, leaving the woman dazed in the lab. Li Ba comforted her, noting the old man's influence still protected them for now. Then she pulled him aside, smiling slyly, remarking Dr. Jin's hint wasn't bad. To prevent leaks of the Nine Suns Dragon Palace formula, she planned to divide upgrade data and send materials to different institutes. Only the alloy solution would stay at Jinzhong Institute as the core upgrade site. The ring blazed fiercely. Its energy was powerful but safe if timed precisely. Dr. Jin Zhong's advice led her to an optimal path, and she dragged Li Ba to meet the excited Ngai Dong waiting. She whispered, asking to borrow the giant smelting device in Liu Jin City's forge for a secret project. With Earthfire Flowing Gold supplies, the refining process shortened to 2 days instead of half a month. She used scrap materials at no cost, leaving Jin Zhong regretful for missing a fortune. Tu Hang carefully lifted the glowing ring from the furnace, eyes locked in intense focus. A sudden noise behind made her flinch and turn abruptly. She frowned, scolding the youngsters staring fearfully at her. She rebuked them for misunderstanding, insisting she was upgrading the organization, not destroying it. Quang Anji ignored it, covering the treasure beast's eyes to spare it the sight. All the small beasts hid behind the Wind Thunder Dragon Serpent, making Tu Hang mimic strange sounds to distract them. Li Ba's footsteps thundered as he shouted encouragement for her to continue. Wearing a helmet, he cheered so loudly that Tu Hang was speechless. She put on goggles, took a deep breath, and began the forging process seriously. After hours of smelting, the ring gradually reached brilliant perfection. She operated the system with absolute precision, ensuring every detail was stable. The fiery current shone upon the ring, making it blaze like an eternal flame. Tu Hang kept controlling the machine, eyes fixed on the monitor. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area violently. Zhou He appeared mid-air, covered in dust and stripped of his dignified look. He could only sigh helplessly. The Ice Suppression Dragon Master. A newly born ice dragon absorbed the energy, flapped its wings to clear the smoke, becoming a nightmare-tier creature. Zhou He bit his lip at the ruins, muttering, "My house, it's gone." Tu Hang panted within the blazing red energy field, drenched in sweat. The treasure beast and Kwang Anji stood nearby, covered in dust, the girl's hair comically spiked. Liba staggered amid ashes, removing his helmet and murmuring it was a terrifying third-tier Earthfire technique. He gasped, noting that artifact upgrades triggered overwhelming power growth. He turned to Tu Hang, eyes wide with admiration. A male voice echoed from above, making Tu Hang look up. Zhu He descended, face cold, kicked her forehead hard, making her spit blood, and scolded her fiercely. He grabbed her by the neck. She groaned and begged for release in despair. Zhou He shouted about punishing her house-destroying habit, dragging her by the hair. Tu Hang trembled, showing the ring as proof, stammering that she hadn't destroyed anything. The teacher released her, examined the ring closely, realizing it was indeed the flame artifact he'd given. Tu Hang coughed dryly, explaining she'd used rare semi-living metal to expand storage and make quarters for the dragon serpent. Zhou He understood the noise was from artifact creation, and in surprise asked when she learned that. Tu Hang only grinned weakly. Liba interjected proudly that Tu Hang's talent went beyond capacity enhancement. He added that her skill also leveled up into Earthfire Barrier with matching firepower. 3 beams of blue, purple, and gold light tore through the sky. Zhou He signaled to wait as Tu Hang tightened her grip on the ring, looking up. 3 figures landed: the Guildmaster, Vice Master Li, and Chief Ngai Trin. Ngai Trin approached, saying Zhou he had finally crossed that threshold. Zhou He smiled, thanking his superiors for their guidance. Tu Hang gleefully clung to her teacher's arm to show off, leaving Ngai Trin speechless. Zhou He ordered the Ice Suppression Dragon Master to appear. Tu Hang looked up. The massive ice dragon landed behind him, glittering with cold radiance, making him beam with pride. Ngai Trin said they had sensed nightmare-tier aura upon entering the forge, never expecting it was from the Ice Suppression Dragon Master. Tu Hang gazed in awe and joy at the spectacular scene, admitting her shock was justified. After the dragon transformation, beyond ice and dragon power, it had also grasped mighty earth energy. The seismic talent combined with nightmare ice pressure and piercing blast formed the Grand Ice Chamber, dealing damage, terrain destruction, and control, exactly the trump card Tu Hang planned for her master. Tu Hang grew pensive, her gaze cold, certain Liu Jin City would try every means to keep Zhou He. Ngai Trin stepped forward solemnly, announcing on behalf of the Linguist Guild the appointment of Zhou He as honorary guildmaster with supreme privileges.